Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had split Bloodline Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At 4:36 yesterday, the supervillain Holocaust was caught and contained by All Might, where he is now residing in Tartarus. After almost 300 deaths on Holocaust's hands, we are thankful that such a villain was taken. Midoriya Inko turned the TV off and pressed her hands to her face, as if she could stop the tears before they even fell. She couldn't believe it. She actually couldn't believe it. After almost 10 years, Holocaust was finally caught, and she could live her life without the villain looming over her. Her and her 4-year-old son. She had met Hisashi in a bar, and if that wasn't stereotypical, then she didn't know what was. He had wooed her with his words, a dark charisma oozing from them as he promised her a night worthy to be remembered. After a good 10 minutes of him being persistent, she had finally relented, and he took her home, where she sure as hell had a night worthy to be remembered. She had been scared of it, fresh out of law school and aversion, never had any love experience, but the way Hisashi treated her, with patience and an almost loving ability to stop if she felt overwhelmed, she felt as if she could understand why women went through the initial pain. They had began dating, and after a good 3 years, they got married. Akatani Inko. That day had been the happiest of her life, but 2 years after the honeymoon, Hisashi started getting into shady shit. He began coming home at midnight in different clothes than he left in, leaving early in the mornings without saying goodbye, and she began to worry, because a new villain was on the loose, and she really didn't want to think about what Hisashi's disappearances and Holocaust's appearances could mean. Then she got pregnant. She was so happy, a beautiful child with her lover of 5 years, husband of 2, and just as she had hoped, Hisashi was suddenly back in the picture. He was back to adoring Inko, showering her with gifts and love, caressing her stomach at night as he whispered how much he loved her, how grateful he was to have her, and she couldn't be happier. Until that love became something else. She wasn't allowed to leave the house, under any circumstances. She had found this out after Hisashi dragged her back home from the grocery store, steam pouring from his lips as he snarled at her, saying she couldn't leave with his child. She wasn't allowed to call anybody, or walk around the house, touch anything in the kitchen or living room, nothing. She was barricaded into their bedroom on bedrest, even though she was only 3 months pregnant. One night, when she was pretending to be sleeping, she heard Hisashi slip into the house, and a sudden stench of blood and burnt flesh wafted into her room, and she gagged. There was something about the smell of burnt flesh, that you could never have smelled it before, but be able to immediately identify it when you do. Tears sprang into her eyes the next morning when Hisashi was out, because last night, Holocaust had burned down an elder's hospital. There was no denying it anymore. Hisashi was Holocaust, the supervillain, mass murderer, and she was married to him. She was carrying his child. No, she wouldn't punish this child for something their father was, because she would raise this child to be different. She would raise this child to love the world, not hate it. And so, at 3 months pregnant, she ran. She didn't take anything but her money, and she emptied the safe that Hisashi had for emergencies, trying not to cry when she had to move all the guns inside. She took her ring off, placed it in the safe, and ran. After being on the run for a good month or 2, she decided to move to Mizudafu, and hoped to God her husband didn't follow her. Even though they had been legally married, it was far too easy to change her name back to Midoriya, and say that her boyfriend did a runner. In her pregnancy, she met a lady by the name of Bakugou Katsuki, and they got along well. Mitsuki was like a raging fire, not in the way Hisashi was, but in a spitfire way, like she didn't have a problem saying what she thought, even if it hurt someone. She had liked the woman's bluntness, so different from the way Hisashi would twist his words and her feelings to get what he wanted. She was there for Bakugou Katsuki's birth, and she was named the auntie. 3 months later, Midoriya Inko gave birth to a perfectly healthy baby boy, who she named Midoriya Izuku. The little boy was the light of her life. He was always so happy, smiling like All Might and saying he'll become the #1 hero so Inko could be proud of him. She would do anything to protect him, she swore it. Mama? She quickly wiped her eyes, and turned to her sunshine. He was rubbing his eyes blearily, the All Might onesie rumpled from his sleep as he stumbled over to her. She leaned down and pulled him into her lap. He slumped against her chest, body still warm and red lines pressed into his face from his pillow. What is it, baby? She asked, running a hand up and down his back. Will I get your quirk? She froze, and that small action prompted the small boy to look up at her, his eyes wide with childish innocence, something she wished he would have forever. Mama? Of course you'll have my quirk, she said. You'll be able to use telekinesis just like your mama. What was Daddy's quirk? Her grip on him instantly tightened, and he squirmed at the uncomfortable feeling. Mama. We don't talk about your daddy, okay baby? Your daddy was not a good man. He blinked up at her, and nodded slowly, intelligence shining in his large green eyes. Okay mama. Can I play with Kaken today? She hummed, pressing a finger to her chin and turning her head away, pretending to think about it as the impatient boy bounced in her lap. Mama, he whined. Pretty please? Kachen found a secret base yesterday, and he wants to show me. All right baby, she said, pressing a kiss to his cheek as she nuzzled into his neck, smiling at the way the boy squirmed and giggled. Go get dressed and I'll give Mitsuki a ring. His eyes shined with excitement. Okay mama. Thank you. He turned and dashed towards his room, and she chucked, before grabbing her phone and dialing her best friend. Inko. What's up woman? Izuku wanted to play with Katsuki, so is he okay to pop by? He said Katsuki wanted to show him a secret base. Of course. Tell the squirt that we'll be waiting for him. Thank you Mitsuki. Yeah, I gotta go, Katsuki wants breakfast. We'll feed Izuku, so just send him over. I'll talk to you later, bye. Mitsuki hung up before Inko could respond, and she chuckled. Some things never change. I'm done mama. I'll see you later. Izuku called as he pulled the door open. She didn't even realize he came out of his room. Be careful. She called, and heard him chime an agreement, before the door shut. She sighed and turned the TV back on, but the news on her husband was gone. She shook her head and decided to start making lunch, desperately trying to forget the quirk suppressants she had in her back pocket. Kachen. The blonde boy turned around in time to be tackled by the smaller boy. He stumbled, but quickly regained his footing. Zuku! He cried, wrapping his arms around his best friend and squeezing like they hadn't seen each other for years, instead of a day. Are you ready to see my secret base? No leaving the property Katsuki. Mitsuki called through the window. Bakugou grumbled under his breath, she says property like we have a big house. Did you hear me brat? Yeah I heard you, old hag. He yelled, before his mother slammed the window shut. You probably shouldn't call Auntie Mitsuki that, Kaken. It's not nice. Bakugou stuck his tongue out at the window. Brat isn't nice either. He turned to his friend. We'll sneak out later, but for now, want to play heroes and villains? Midoriya nodded, and they began playing. They played the game for a long time, switching between hero and villain until the sun was high in the sky, and they had went in for breakfast and lunch. All right, Bakugou said, pulling him into the backyard. We've been playing for a long time, let's sneak out now. I don't think this is a good idea, Midoriya said as they were sliding underneath a broken part of the fence. Do you want to see the base or not? Bakugou called, and that had Midoriya sliding all the way through the fence, and Bakugou was standing by the road with a red ball in his hand. He smirked when he saw Midoriya, and nodded towards the trail that would take them to a road leading towards the city, and past that road was a thicket of trees. Come on, we don't got all day. Midoriya nodded determinedly, and Bakugou began leading the way up the trail. How big is the base? He asked, watching the way Bakugou bounced the ball. Really big. I could make my explosions and you couldn't hear them from outside. Really? Midoriya said, his eyes getting wide in excitement. Yeah, so hurry up and get your quirk so we can start training to be heroes. Bakugou said, holding out his hand and making a mini explosion. At the sudden explosion, the ball flew out of his hands and went rolling into the street. Oops. I got it. Bakugou called, running into the street and snatching the ball. Wait! Midoriya cried, throwing his hand out to stop his friend. Don't. A horn honked and Bakugou whirled around, eyes blowing wide as he stared into the bright lights of an incoming car. Midoriya's instincts took over. He centered his weight as he threw his hands out, closing them over what looked like thin air as he yanked his hands to his side, like he was pulling something away from someone. Instantly, Bakugou's body was jerked away from the street and flew in his direction. He shrieked as the boy collided into his chest, and they both fell backwards from the momentum. Midoriya fell hard onto his back as Bakugou landed on top of him, and the weight sent them both tumbling down the path, away from he road. They slid to a stop, their clothes torn and bloodied from scrapes, but both of them were alive. Midoriya sat up, ignoring the way his knees and arms screamed at him, sending tears into his eyes, and instead turned Bakugou onto his back. Kaken! Are you okay? Midoriya cried, shaking Bakugou until red eyes opened and stared into his. Kaken! Zuku, how did you? Midoriya's eyes went wide. He looked to the ground beside Bakugou's head, and remembered the feeling. The instinct that had gripped him once he held his hands out, the way he felt Bakugou's weight as he jerked him away, the line pulling the other boy, snapping once he put his hands down. He looked down at his hands, in amazement. Though they were scratched and bleeding lightly, they had saved his best friend's life. He looked into Bakugou's dazed stare. I think I got my quirk, Kaken. Bakugou's eyes blew wide open, suddenly not that dazed anymore, and he sat up, excitement in his tone as he shook Midoriya's formed shoulders. Do it again. Midoriya surveyed his surroundings, looking for something he could grab, and zeroed in on the ball that had almost taken his best friend's life. He held his hand out, and like before, he curled his fingers in and yanked his hand to the side. The ball lifted into the air once he held his hand out, and when he yanked it back, the ball came flying their way. It smacked Midoriya in the face, and he fell back with a cry. Zuku! Bakugou cried, leaning over his best friend to see a red mark rapidly darkening on his forehead. The boy was staring at the sky in shock, and Bakugou was about to get super worried, until the boy was sitting up, practically vibrating in excitement. I got my mama's quirk, Kaken. We can start training to be heroes? Kaken, I can be a hero now. He shrieked in one breath, shaking Bakugou's shoulders as he began crying tears of happiness. I have to test this out. I have to see my limits. I have to know how. Bakugou placed his hand over his best friend's mouth, and the boy sucked in a huge breath, the red tinge receding from his face. Do you think you could pick me up again? Midoriya's eyes twinkled in happiness, and he stepped back, putting a bit of space between them and bouncing on his heels as he stared into Bakugou's excited eyes. Okay, Kaken. Don't move. He slid his legs to line up with his shoulders, centering his weight, and put both of his hands out, a weird feeling creeping into his hands at the stance. It felt like a cool water was slipping up his arms, caressing them and swirling around them in assurance that they would be able to carry the boy in front of him. He curled his fingers, and even though he couldn't see it, he could feel the cool substance slide through the air and curl around Bakugou's form. Bakugou didn't react at all, so it seemed like Midoriya was the only one who could feel it. He began slowly bringing his hands to his chest, and Bakugou's eyes blew wide open when his form lifted out of the air, and began slowly floating towards the smaller boy. Bakugou laughed, and didn't stop laughing until Midoriya's quirk closed the distance between them and he was throwing his arms around the smaller boy, the cool substance swirling around Midoriya's entire form, as if his excitement affected it. He gasped. Kaken, I have to tell my mama. Bakugou instantly pulled away, his eyes bright, and he nodded frantically. He snatched Midoriya's hand and began dragging him away, Midoriya stumbling to catch up with his speed. Come on. Bakugou cried happily, tugging Midoriya harder. We have to go. The sooner we can start training, the better. They both ran to Mitsuki's house, where she snatched Katsuki up at the sight of his injuries, and Midoriya waved goodbye, ignoring Mitsuki calling for him as he ran home. He cleared the stairs like they weren't even there, and threw open the door, the smell of soba wafting to his nose as he closed the door and chucked his shoes off. Mama, guess what? Inko's head popped around the corner of the kitchen, and her eyes widened at the sight of Izuku's bruises and cuts. Oh baby. What happened? She cried as she hurried over to her son, kneeling down in front of him and checking his arms and legs. Mama, guess what? He said excitedly, before cupping Inko's face with his tiny hands and pulling it up to look into his eyes. Mama, I got my quirk. Inko froze, and her eyes widened. Izuku looked so happy, and she shakily stood up, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards the bathroom, where the first aid kit was. Really, baby? She said, forcing her voice to be steady. What is it? She sat Izuku on the counter, but before she could turn around to grab the kit, it was floating to her side, resting itself beside the proud boy as it opened itself. Band-aids and hydrogen peroxide flew out, hovering in front of her before she took them into her hands. I got your quirk, Mama. The boy whispered, as if it was a secret. Instantly, all of Inko's fears washed out of her and she cried out in happiness, crushing the smaller boy into her chest as he squeaked. She twirled them around a few times, before setting Izuku back onto the counter. Okay baby, she said excitedly. How did it happen? Well, Kaken was taking me to see his secret base, but when he used his quirk, the ball fell out of his hands and rolled into the street. Inko did not like where this was going. He ran out to get it, even though I told him to wait. A big, scary car honked at him, and I pulled him away. We both fell down the road though, and that's why I have all these scratches, but Mama. I saved his life. I'm a hero now. She was frozen in shock, because Bakugou Mitsuki almost lost her child that day, and she hugged Izuku again, so very thankful that he didn't have to witness his friend's death. That's right baby, she whispered, rubbing his back. You are Katsuki's hero now, and mine too. She began peppering the boy's cheeks with kisses, and he squealed and tried squirming away, laughing when Inko blew a raspberry on his cheek. All right baby, she said as she sat him down on the cough, band-aids over his arms and legs. I am going to finish dinner, I just started it, so watch some TV until it's done, okay? Okay mama. Can I use my quirk? Inko paused, before beaming at her son. Sure. Just don't overuse it too much, okay? Izuku nodded excitedly, and he looked over at the remote, which floated over to him, hovering in front of his face, before the on button was pressed, and an All Might anime began playing. Instantly, Izuku began singing the opening extremely off-key, and the remote dropped to his side, resting peacefully as the boy bounced on the couch. Inko was a little jealous. Her baby had used it on Katsuki twice, the ball, first aid kit, and the remote, not looking even the littlest bit exhausted. Inko was tired if she pulled a pot to herself, but she guessed that's what quirks do? They get stronger the more generations they pass? Obviously that wasn't her case, but if her son was happy, then she would push the jealousy aside. She left into the kitchen, and sighed when she felt the needle in her back pocket. It seemed like she wouldn't need it after all. As soon as she opened the trash can, and threw the needle away, Izuku began feeling weird. He stopped bouncing, and stared at the ground as a weird feeling slid into his chest. It felt like a snake was coiling around his lungs, tightening and tightening until he was struggling to suck air into his body. An uncomfortable feeling crawled under his skin, like a hot substance that had been dumped into his veins without his permission, and it simmered just under his skin, boiling and begging to be released. The cool substance that he had linked with his telekinesis was whipping around his body in a frenzy, and he could feel it double in size, now the length of 3 jumbo koi fish and sleek like a python. The uncomfortable feeling was welling up, and he was trying to push it down, away, but the more he suppressed it, the stronger it wanted to come out. He finally decided he didn't want that feeling anymore, and he unscrewed the lid keeping it caged inside him. Fire instantly leaked out of his pores, growing in size by the second and bathing the entire room in a bright green glow. He screamed and threw himself off of the couch, stumbling away from the disintegrating couch, staring at his burning hands in shock, because he didn't feel the heat, and he didn't feel the uncomfortable feeling anymore. It felt warm. He felt free. He capped the lid inside his chest, and instantly his fire cut off, receding back into his body on command. He heard glass shatter, and he turned to see Inko staring at the couch in horror. "Mama. I'm sorry," he said, eyes wide in guilt. "It just came out. I didn't know I could use fire. I didn't mean to ruin the couch." She slowly turned around to stare at her son, the fire's green glow making her eyes shine unearthly in shadows of her hair. "Do you want to be a villain, Izuku?" The boy flinched at the question, his eyes blowing wide as his mother began shaking. "No mama. I want to be a hero. I didn't mean to burn the couch, I'm sorry. Your father was Holocaust. And you have his quirk." Izuku felt all the happiness drain from his body, and it seemed like his world had stopped. A sick feeling gripped his stomach, and tears began spilling from his eyes. Not even the cool swirling of his quirk could calm him. His father was a villain? He was the son of the mass murder Holocaust? Inko was suddenly in front of him, her eyes wide with an emotion he couldn't place as she snatched his arms. "Izuku, baby, you don't want to be like your daddy, do you?" Midoriya Inko said, a crazed look in her eyes as she squeezed her crying son's arms. "You don't want to be a villain, do you?" "No mama," he cried, trying to pull away from his mother's painful grip. "I don't." "Good boy," she cooed, before pulling a needle out of her pocket. "Then don't move." "Mama. I'm sorry. I won't use it again. I promise." The little boy sobbed, thrashing futilely in his mother's arms, but Inko had already injected the substance into her son's veins. "That's right baby, you'll never use it again," she said, staring at the couch that had been burned to ashes. "You'll never ever use it again." "What did you do?" Izuku screamed, yanking himself from his mother's grip as he collapsed to the floor, sobbing. He couldn't feel it anymore. The cool substance that was his quirk, or the warm feeling under his chest. It was like he was quirkless again, not able to feel what he had begun to love in those few seconds. Inko stood up, a faraway look in her eyes as she turned towards the kitchen. "You're sick, baby. Mama had to give you medicine." Izuku sobbed, and pushed himself to his shaky feet, following his mother into the kitchen. Where is my quirk? What happened to it?" Inko paused, before she grabbed 2 bowls and placed them on the table. "What quirk baby? You're quirkless." After that, Midoriya's happiness took a nosedive. Mitsuki had called the house to congratulate Izuku on his quirk, but Inko had acted confused, saying that Izuku didn't say anything about a quirk, and then Mitsuki was confused. Inko said that she would take Izuku to a quirk doctor, and then see what he said. Izuku wasn't stupid. He may be 4, but he was smart. His mother had pulled money from her bank account that morning, and when they went into the office, Dr. Tsubasa said he was quirkless, putting up an x-ray with a child's foot, and said foot had the extra toe joint. Inko had acted sad, and she held Izuku while he denied it, apologizing over and over again, and Dr. Tsubasa said he should give up on his dream of being a hero. "Oh my poor baby," Inko had said, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm so sorry." Izuku was too young to understand what the feelings were in his chest, but he would later learn that his mother was the first person to introduce him to bitterness and hatred. He and Bakugou split apart. It was ugly and unnecessary to Izuku, but the boy had been hurt and confused, because he knew Izuku had a quirk, so he was always asking why Inko said he didn't. He had been shaking, suppressing his tears, but he had looked Bakugou in his eyes and told him he was crazy, because the doctors told him he was quirkless. Bakugou didn't take that well. For some reason, he saw it as Midoriya looking down on him, that he wasn't worthy to see Midoriya grow and master his quirk, so he stopped being his friend. He started calling him a liar and a fake, an egotistical brat, shoving him around, stepping on him, using his quirk, as if he could force Midoriya's quirk out. Because his quirk could push past the suppressants. Right. So Midoriya would lay there on the floor and cry, because Bakugou hating him for having a quirk he physically couldn't use hurt more than the burns on his back and arms. He would take the boy's anger and resentment silently, because his mother wouldn't do anything about it. Anytime he came home with burns, she would get this look in her eyes, and she would double the amount of suppressants in his system, as if his quirk was the one doing it. The only thing that made him feel better was the knowledge that his quirk was getting stronger. At first, when he was 4, Inko would only need to inject suppressants into his system every month, and his quirk wouldn't show up unless she missed the monthly mark. When he turned 10, it was weekly, because he had sent the couch, TV, dishes, table, and all their shoes into the ceiling, and Inko did not wait for the fire to spill out. He hated the suppressants. It felt like a cage in his chest, where his warm fire had once resided, and it kept that uncomfortable feeling under his skin. But as more of the years passed, it felt more like he was being burned alive by his own fire. He was wasting away, always in the burning agony, and that gave Inko the idea to tell everyone he was sick. He was sick, and he needed medicine every day, otherwise the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Every night, he would lay in bed and thrash against the cage with all his might. He would scream, claw at it, throw his body into it, and every day, it seemed to weaken. It would weaken and weaken, on the verge of breaking, and then Inko would replenish the suppressants, and it was back to being the unbreakable titanium cage that held his joy. Sometimes, he wondered why he even bothered trying anymore. He wasn't living, he wasn't even surviving. He was in a painful, monotonous loop, and he wanted it to be done. Wake up, shower, dress himself for school, Inko would give him the suppressants with breakfast, she would kiss him goodbye, and he would trudge his way to school, every movement setting his nerves on fire, his body aching at the toxic substance that was always in his system. His cheeks were sunken in, and his skin was stretched taut over his bones, his eyes always seemed to have a dead look to them, as if he has seen the world before his time. His eye bags were almost black due to his nights staying up trying to break the cage inside his chest. Overall, he looked like he just rose from the grave. He was scarred too. The inside of his elbows had nasty needle scars from when he was younger, and Inko would frantically stab the needle into his arm to stop his fire. But soon enough, his veins were forever poisoned, the toxic substance infecting his red blood cells and turning them a horrible, dark purple color. Remember when he said he felt the cage resting inside his chest? Yeah, there were black lines spiderwebbing his veins around the middle of his chest, and it showed in his back as well. The entirety was surrounded by black and purple bruising, which overall looked like his back and chest was decaying, which it technically was. The black lines, the poison veins were the only reason Inko stopped injecting the suppressants, so she wouldn't kill her son. Sometimes, when the agony of burning and aching was too much, and all he could do was lay there, empty, his body too broken to cry, he wished she would just kill him. That was what Inko said his sickness was. Apparently, his black veins were poisoned down to the very tissue, turning them that black color, so anytime new blood vessels ran through them, they would turn the horrible purple color. No one but he, Dr. Tsubasa, and Inko had seen them. Anytime he had to change in public, he would go into the bathroom, and if that made him late in PE, then that's what it did. He would rather his PE grade suffer than sit in the nurse's office because someone saw his bruised spiderwebbing black veins and thought he was dying. Which he was, but no one needed to know that. Despite all this, he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to help people like him, who were threatened at the very thought of living, of being themselves. People who were shoved into a cage and locked in the dark, where people screamed at them and called them names. People who just wanted it all to end because the pain was just too much. Izuku, baby, it's time to get up. Work called me in early, so your medicine is in your breakfast. I'll see you later, don't be late. He opened his eyes in time to see his mother lean in and press a kiss to his cheek. She stood up, motioned for him to get ready, and slipped out of his room, and only when he heard the front door close did he pull himself to his feet. His bones ached, his joints throbbed, and his head pounded at every movement, but he was used to it. He went through this every day, and it was painful. He sluggishly got ready, and as he pulled his shoes on, he stared at the onigiri sitting harmlessly on the table. Inko usually put his medicine into his drinks, and made sure he drank all of it, but today it seemed like she just put it into the rice ball. He stood up and walked over to the table, picking up the food, and inspecting it, before ripping it open to check the middle. There was a capsule in the middle of it, and it was filled with the mercury-looking substance. He stared at it, such a small thing that could hurt him so much, and plucked it out of the heart of rice. He made his way to the sink, and turned the water on, stunned at what he was about to do. He dropped the capsule, and it went straight down the drain, just like his happiness when Inko first made him quirkless. He turned the water off, before turning around and making his way to the front door, nibbling on the rice, and determining it didn't have the metallic taste of his medicine. He devoured the entire rice ball, his first taste of something not laced with suppressants since he was 4, and marveled at the plain flavor of rice. As he made his way to the school, he saw Bakugou swaggering onto the premises, and got ready for another hellish day. Honestly, you'd think that after how many years, they would get tired of using the same, worthless, quirkless Deku. Midoriya has had 10 years to steel his nerves against everyone's hatred, and since they weren't getting creative with their insults, he had nothing to worry about. He had no one to hold his hand and help him up, no one to fall into, and no one who cared about him, so why should he care about what they were saying to him? Midoriya Inko said she loves her son, but her protecting him from his own quirk was killing him. Dr. Tsubasa had said so. He had said that to her face, that she was killing her own child painfully slow, and she told him he didn't know what he was talking about, and they never went back to that clinic. He wished that doctor had called the cops, because he just wanted it all to be over. Inko stopped looking at him, as if the sight of him physically pained her. Hoopty fing just being him hurt. The older he got, the more and more his hair looked like his father's. That was it. Inko hated his hair, because it reminded her of her husband's. She never let him cut it though, because his father's hair was cut close to his scalp. Even when he was young, she would never touch it. Never brush it, card her fingers through it, pat his head, nothing. It was always his back, or shoulders, and... The bell rang, and he was startled out of his shell. It was funny how when you lock someone up, in any way, they will be locked up in every other aspect. His peers began gathering his stuff, and he was following suit, taking much longer than usual due to a weird feeling in his chest. It felt like something was breaking. He sucked in a breath and pressed both hands to his chest, marveling in the way he could feel the cage being destroyed, broken off bit by bit as his quirk thrashed against it. An explosion knocked him out of his marveling, and he dropped his hands up from the hand on his desk and met angry red eyes. "You wanna go to UFING quirkless sheet?" Bakugou yelled, another explosion making sure Midoriya would have to do his homework again. "You think you're better than me?" Midoriya just stared at him, because it was breaking. The stupid FING cage that had been with him forever was breaking, and he couldn't bring himself to care over what the stupid boy in front of him was saying. His silence just angered the blonde more, and his collar was snatched, Bakugou yanking him out of his seat and away from his desk. Bakugou shoved him backwards and his stupid minion stuck his foot out, and Midoriya met the floor hard. His arms were aching, his chest, legs and bottom was throbbing, but he didn't care. It was breaking. If you wanted a quirk so FING badly, you should take a swan dive off the roof of the building and pray for a quirk in your next life. Midoriya wasn't listening. A cool feeling was sliding up his arms, like he had dove into the pool on an extremely hot day, but instead of feeling cold, a warm feeling was spreading through his chest, into his arms and legs, and that juxtaposition completely got rid of the empty feeling. His body wasn't aching, and he didn't feel like taking a bullet through the head anymore. He felt the most rested he had since he had been put onto those suppressants, and he felt like he could run 1,000,000 miles without ever tiring. This is what his mother had taken from him? He realized Bakugou said something to him, but he was off in space, so he stood up in another world, and began gathering his things. "Sure, thank you Bakugou, you're really smart," he said distractedly, shouldering his backpack and making his way to the door, not seeing the way the three boys looked at each other in horror. His shoulder was grabbed, and one of the boys began saying something, but Midoriya was up to his eyes in irritation. He whirled around, and unbeknownst to him, his eyes shone a toxic green, making the boys stumble away, staring at him with shocked. "Leave me alone!" he hissed, the sound of flames licking at his mouth making his words come out distorted and harsh, like he wasn't from this world. He turned around and slid the door open, ready to leave. It smashed against the wall with much more force than he knew he had, the wall cracking and splintering off like he had taken a baseball bat to plaster. He shut the door behind him, the same thing happening to the other wall, but he ignored it, quickly making his way out of the school where he could get some rest. As he was speed-walking, he was lost in his thought, and he didn't see the boy in front of him until it was too late, and they were both sprawled on the floor. Midoriya sat up and opened his mouth to apologize, before freezing at the sight of the boy's eyes. They were two different colors, but they held the same look as Midoriya's own. The look of being caged somewhere you could never hope to escape, the cold look of someone who cut themselves off from all outside things to stop themselves from being hurt. He held his hand out, and the boy's eyes widened the smallest amount. He had recognized the look in Midoriya's eyes as well. He took the boy's outstretched hand and Midoriya pulled him up with the strength he didn't know he had. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice sounding just as emotionless as before, like he was so done with the world that he couldn't hope for it all to end. Which he did, but the feeling in his chest was eating away at that hopelessness. "I wasn't paying attention to where I was going." The boy nodded slowly, and Midoriya moved to walk around him, but the boy caught his arm, and Midoriya tensed, the cool feeling swirling around him faster, like it was affected by his emotions. The boy slowly turns to look him in the eyes, and again, it was like looking into the mirror. "What happened to you?" he asked, and if that's what he sounded like, cold and unrelenting, he hoped he sounded just as badass, and not like he had been drinking a toxic substance. "Wait. That's a story." Midoriya hummed, his voice still monotone. It was something he could never shake, ever since he lost his quirk, he had lost the ability to show his emotions. "I doubt you would be willing to sit by me when it's done, son of Endeavor." The boy flinched at the reminder, and Midoriya felt bad, because this boy could never escape the shadow his father cast. Midoriya had hope, because his father was imprisoned, and his fire was different from Holocaust's. Holocaust only breathed fire, and even then it was a dark, dark green, bordering black, while Midoriya's fire came out of his pores, and they were a pale, pale green, almost white. "If I share my story, you're sharing yours," Midoriya said, and the boy stared at him, before nodding. 10 minutes later, they were sitting in a secluded cubicle in a little shop that the boy had gotten using his father's credit card. "And your father doesn't know you're using it?" he asked, a little shocked when the boy shook his head. "He has too many to count, so if one goes missing, he'll assume it's in the house somewhere, and get another one." Midoriya nodded, and once they had their drinks, he took a sip of his large Mountain Dew. "I can summarize why I'm like this in one sentence, or I can give you the long story. Which one do you want?" The boy paused, before saying, "Let's start with the sentence. I'm Holocaust's son." The boy spit out his soda, and it sprayed all over the table as he scrambled to grab a napkin. Midoriya calmly took a sip of his own drink, and the boy nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense." Midoriya looked over at him. "You have two quirks, just like me." Instantly, the boy's face steeled over, and he was glaring at the table, his hands clenching in anger. "I don't use my father's quirk. Ever." Midoriya froze. "Because it's his quirk, and I don't want anything that BSTRD gave me. He broke my mother, and that's why I have this burn scar." She saw my face and thought it was his. "I hate him. I hate him so much, and so I'll never use his fire." Midoriya's eyes glazed over, but the boy didn't notice. "It's his fire, and I don't want anything to do." "Stop. Stop it before I break your nose," Midoriya said, and the boy looked up, startled. Midoriya looked into his two colored eyes, and allowed his anger to show. "That is your quirk." "No, it isn't." He immediately denied, but quickly shut up when Midoriya's glass cracked from the strength he was squeezing it. "That fire quirk is yours. It responds to your command, does it not?" The boy sat back, as if that had never crossed his mind. Midoriya scoffed. "I don't know why I'm trying to change your mind. You're just like my mother. No matter how much I tell her that this quirk is mine, she doesn't believe it. She sees my flames and sees my father, and you are so lucky you can even use your quirks." The boy furrowed his eyebrows. "What?" Midoriya unclenched his hand, liquid spilling out onto the table, and started unbuttoning his bottom shirt. He had taken off the black top earlier, and had been sitting in his white undershirt. "What? Are you?" The boy cut himself off, eyes blowing wide as he sked in a breath at the sight of the black, bruised spiderweb on Midoriya's chest. "Do you know what this is, Todoroki Shudo?" Midoriya asked, his voice shaky with the suppressed emotions. The boy didn't answer, or question how he knew his name, he just stared at the horrible black veins that sat in Midoriya's chest. "This," he pointed at his chest as if the boy hadn't seen it, "is what happens when your mother has been injecting quirk suppressants into your veins since you were 4. Todoroki's head snapped up, his eyes wide in shock and horror. The worst thing you could do to a child was put them on suppressants. A child's largest milestone was getting their quirk, and growing with it. Something with the responsibility of their quirk triggered their brain that allowed them to continue to grow and learn emotion-wise. To suppress a child's largest milestone was psychotic, like never teaching your child to talk. "Oh my God," he whispered, and it was the most emotion he had ever heard in the boy's voice. "You can't use your quirk." Midoriya let go of his shirt, and shook his head. "I didn't take it this morning, so I can feel it coming back to me, I just need to use it." "How many times? Are you taking that?" Todoroki asked, still in shock. His father may be in but giving your child quirk suppressants was the worst form of abuse, more so than neglect, and physical abuse combined. Midoriya shifted, and grabbed a bunch of napkins to wipe up his drink that was now on the table, and shrugged. "I was first injected on the day I manifested my quirk, and I was getting new doses every month, before I turned 10 and it was every week. Only recently did it become every day." "Why didn't you tell anyone?" Midoriya looked him in the eyes. "Why haven't you told anyone your father's physically abusive?" Todoroki scoffed and crossed his arms. "No one would believe me." Midoriya nodded when Todoroki trailed off, and he could do nothing but stare. "We have shitty home lives." Todoroki breathed, and Midoriya huffed a breath through his nose, the closest he had been to laughing since he was 6. Midoriya pulled out his phone, and motioned for Todoroki to hand his over. They swapped phones and numbers, Todoroki still shell-shocked as Midoriya bade him goodbye, and left. Todoroki sat there for a while, staring at the table in shock, before a small smile grew on his lips. "He left me with the check." As Midoriya was on his way home, marveling at his lack of short breathlessness, he heard a loud explosion, and looked ahead to see a group of people crowding around an alleyway. His interest piped, he made his way to the alleyway, squeezing through the crowd until he was standing in the front, next to a gangly blonde man in white. "Oh my God," he whispered. It was a villain attack all right, but it was Bakugou being held captive. The boy was screaming into the green sludge, thrashing and clawing to try and escape, desperation and fear written into his eyes, and Midoriya was moving before he even realized it. Bakugou had looked exactly how he felt for the past 10 years of his life, and he would be dead before he let anyone, even Bakugou Katsuki, feel that way. He heard a few people call out at him to stop, but he was already running, and he tossed his backpack at the villain, a corner of it smashing into his eye. The villain screeched in pain, and his hold on Bakugou slipped, enough for the boy to SCK in a giant gulp of air. Midoriya was running, his weight wasn't centered, but the cool substance that he seemed to be the only one to feel swirled around his arms, telling him that they would be able to carry the boy's weight. He was struck by a sudden bout of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember where this could have happened before. He locked eyes with Bakugou just as he threw his hands out, and instinct curled his fingers in as he yanked. Bakugou tore out of the sludge as if it was tissue paper. The larger boy collided with Midoriya's chest, and they both fell back, Midoriya instantly springing to his feet with energy he had never felt before. He snatched Bakugou's collar, ready to launch him away, but the villain was shrieking, and he was suddenly encased in the sludge. Now, when someone is being suffocated with sludge being forced down their throats, the normal thing to do is panic and think holy fing shit, I'm going to die, I don't want to die. Midoriya did not panic. Instead, he felt a weird emotion, a boiling, burning emotion that simmered deep under his skin, slowly rising to the surface. Because this man wanted to suffocate him. He wanted to shove him into a box and cut his airflow off, just like his mother had done to his quirk, and the feeling grew, bubbling and ready to explode. Midoriya barely uncapped the lid in his chest, instinctively letting go, and he felt flames burst from his body. That lid in his chest was opened about a millimeter, and still his flames roared out of his body and over the sludge villain, the color illuminating the villain but otherwise hid by Bakugou's fire. He was so thankful that the reporters were so far away, or else they would have caught the way his pale flames danced along the villain's form, as said villain screamed and thrashed, trying to hold on to the boy, before realizing that it was said boy who was harming him. As the villain was thrashing, he felt his flames dim as more sludge spilled over his head, and he felt that ugly feeling again. "I just got these back, and you want to take them away?" he screamed, and his eyes shone green as smoke curled from his lips. He threw his head back and snarled, aiming his fire around his back, straight into the villain. The scream of pain the villain made was the only sound the cameras caught from the attack. The villain spit Midoriya out, calling him a monster, a villain, but Midoriya didn't bother to ask how he recognized his flames. Instead, he jerked away and snatched Bakugou's shirt, the boy staring at him with a shocked expression, and he ran towards the crowd. Everyone was staring at him incredulously as he deposited Bakugou on the ground, wiped imaginary dust off, and took off, ignoring the heroes calling out for him to come back. He slowed his pace after a good 5 minutes of sprinting, before he froze upon passing a mirror shop. He turned to look into one of the mirrors, and gently touched his face in awe. In the measly hour he has had his quirk back, his skin was somehow smoothing out, no longer looking taut, and it looked brighter, already healing itself. He turned around, and cursed. The back of his shirt was burned off, and his ugly, bruised black spiderweb was free for the entire world to see. He decided he would take the alleyways to hide his scarring, and he pulled his shirt off and twisted it around so it would cover his back. He could cross his arms and cover his chest, so he wasn't worried. He slipped into an alley, and began walking, jumping over trash and abandoned crates, suspicious liquid puddles, and things he really didn't want to think about. He made it home in record time, and was thankful to see that his mother was still out. Hopefully, since they called her in early, they would keep her in late. He shuffled out of his shoes, and made his way into his room, dropping his phone on the nightstand as he snatched new clothing and made his way to the bathroom. He had left his backpack, but he wasn't worried about it. After a long shower to rid of the smell of sewage, he experimented with his quirk, like the water temperature, the shampoo and body wash, etc. He could pick up the bottle, open it and pour some onto his head, but when he tried scrubbing it into his scalp, it just didn't work. It was as if his cool substance didn't understand it, so maybe it had to be taught. After he stepped out of the bathroom, finding out he could also dress himself with his quirk, he decided that he was going to find out everything about his quirks, and when his mother came home. He sighed as he sat on his bed, closing his curtains but opening the window so the smoke could air out without setting off the fire alarm. He looked down at his chest, and glared at his black veins that were visible through his white shirt. His mother always made him wear white, as if she was assuring herself that Midoriya was still sick. He could either tell his mother that her medicine was actually killing him, and she needed to stop giving it to him, or he could pretend like he was still taking it, and slowly become stronger behind her back. Oh wait, she knows it's killing him. Pretending to take it was too risky. She could just continue putting it into his drinks instead of capsules in his food, and then he would really be screwed. He slowly uncapped the lid, letting just a sliver of that warmth into his chest, and forced it down into his palm, where a pale green flame the size of a basketball burst to life. His eyes widened in childish glee, and he made the fire twist and twirl like a ballerina, slowly dancing its way across his hand. He felt the cool substance slide around his arm, slowly curling around it until it was settled right beside the flame, as if it was curious about it. He had an idea, and the cool substance wrapped around the green flame as it took shape of a phoenix, floating off of his hand and into the room, mimicking a flying bird. He grinned, and held his hand out, this time creating a fiery koi fish that swam over his palm, wondering how he could get it onto the cool substance, and right at the thought, his invisible line split into two, the second one twirling around his koi fish and carrying it away, where his room became its pond. Tears welling up in his eyes, he began creating animal after animal, his telekinesis splitting in half to carry them and bring them to life, until he had over 100 animals walking, crawling, swimming and flying around his room, brightening his room with the green glow of his flame. He wiped his eyes, and an idea popped into his head. He could make animals, and they could appear as if they were alive, so what was stopping him from trying to create a human? He looked at his hand, and wiped his eyes again, before holding it out and opening his lid a centimeter, sending a huge amount of flame into his hands, and it curled around his arm. He began thinking, and the first person who came to mind was the Todoroki boy he met earlier. He curled his flame, twisting it and allowing it to grow as he closed his eyes, picturing the boy who had had the same dead look in his eyes. Only once his fire stopped morphing, and it just sat in front of his palm, did he open his eyes, and his jaw dropped at what was in front of him. It was him. It was the FING boy. His dual-toned hair and eyes, tan complexion, lithe form, the black hoodie and blue jeans he was wearing earlier. The boy was standing, and he looked so FING real that Midoriya squealed and fell backwards, but the boy didn't move. What the F dash, he breathed, and his mind was absolutely blown. He had made that? His fire had made that? He froze, and tears spilled out of his eyes as he sobbed, pressing a hand to his mouth. His mother was wrong. His mother was so FING wrong. She made him quirkless because she was afraid his quirk would be exactly like his father's, in the way that it would take and consume everything, leaving nothing but pain and despair behind. But this was his quirk. It followed his command, and his quirk created. It created whatever he wanted, created the feeling of happiness and left the feeling of elation. He sobbed into his hands, because his mother, someone who was supposed to love and cherish him, had taken this away from him. She had begun killing him to keep this feeling in his chest. She would rather he die than feel this immense joy. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and he jolted, looking up into the dual-colored eyes of Todoroki Shudo. His jaw dropped as the boy crouched in front of him, his hand feeling very real, and opened his mouth to speak. "It will be okay," he said, his voice the same monotone as in the shop, smooth like water but so dead. He felt more tears well up, because the boy wasn't here. This wasn't the real Todoroki, so that meant his own quirk was comforting him, telling him that they would get through this together. He looked up and saw all of his creations, all of his animals swirling above his head, as if they were forming a wreath of fiery happiness. He sat like that, and cried into his hands until the sky was darkening, and he could smell the petrichor in the air. He sniffed, and wiped his eyes, smiling at the boy sitting in front of him. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotions. His quirk nodded, and smiled. If that's how the real Todoroki Shudo looks when he smiles, Midoriya swears right then and there that he would make that boy smile forever. "Your mother is here," he whispered, and Midoriya jolted when he heard a car pull into the parking spot. Instantly, his creations, including the boy in front of him, seemed to curl into themselves, their light dimming as they began swirling around his chest, merging into one large strand of fire until it sunk into his glowing skin, and slid back into the container he had in his chest. He took a deep breath and pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a warm pulsing underneath his palm that brought a smile on his lips, before holding out his hand. Instantly, his invisible line curled around onto arm, before sinking into it like the fire, only it left a tattoo behind. It was a beautiful, blue and white and swirling around his arm, shining like a ribbon in the light. He quickly grabbed a thin sweater and slipped it over his arms, feeling sad at having to cover something so beautiful. After a moment of thinking, he snatched his wallet, in case he had to run. He had a good amount of money in there from reliable sources. His phone was traceable. "Izuku? Baby, where are you?" he heard his mother say, and he pulled himself to his feet and made his way to the door. He was going to confront her. She had locked up his happiness, his love and joy deep in his chest, and he wasn't okay with that. She may be his mother, but hell if he sits there and allows her to kill him. He slipped into the living room, and his mother was slipping her shoes off, placing her purse on the table. She turned around and opened her mouth to say something, before freezing at the sight of his face. "What's the matter?" He wanted to snarl, the emotion identified as anger up creeping into his chest. "Never seen a healthy kid before?" She dropped her sweater, and took a shaky step forwards, her hands lifting to press against his cheeks, but he curled his lip back and hissed. Her eyes went wide and she stumbled back, horror slipping onto her face. "Izuku," she whispered, pressing her hands to her mouth. "What did you do?" Midoriya squared his shoulders and took a deep breath, before sliding his thin sweater off his shoulders, and her eyes zeroed into the blue lines curling on his arms. "Are those tattoos?" she shrieked, walking forwards and snatching his arms, before freezing when she saw the way they shone, glinting in the light like a knife. Her eyes slowly slid up to his face, searching his eyes, and he could tell the minute his anger spilled into them, because her face lost all of its color. His eyes were glowing the toxic green. "Izuku, you didn't take your medicine," she cried, before whipping around and darting to her purse, rummaging through it frantically. "Oh my baby, you could die." "You're killing me, Mom," he snarled, and she froze at the tone, slowly turning to face him. "But you knew that, didn't you? You know you're killing me, you just don't care." Anger was curling in his chest, something he hasn't felt before. On those horrible suppressants, he felt nothing but emptiness, nothing but the burning agony that took his entire being and racked it with pain. He has never felt these emotions before, the way they ate at each other, switching and twirling around each other like the fire that danced through his poison veins. Disbelief spilled onto Inko's face. "Excuse me? You heard me," fire was licking at his throat, and Inko flinched when smoke began curling past his lips. "You don't care about me. You only care about yourself, and that's why you're killing me, so you can erase your mistakes." "Shut up!" Inko screamed, and Midoriya flinched when a window cracked. "I'm your mother. You will treat me with respect." Midoriya glared at her, and maybe a small part of him was screaming, because he was calling his mother out on her sheet, but the bigger part of him was being consumed by flames, his flames. "Respect? Respect? You've been poisoning me since I was 4. He screamed, and his head snapped back with the blow, his back slamming into the wall. Blood dampened his flames as he doubled over to cough the liquid out. He straightened up and wiped his mouth, turning to look at his mother in shock. She didn't just hit him, she used her quirk on him. She slapped him, and threw him into the wall. She was staring at him, a crazed look in her eyes as she stepped forwards, and Midoriya felt fear creep up his back as the needle glinted in her hand. Why did she always seem to have one of those on her? "You're sick, Izuku," she said, her voice empty, not all there. "Mama has to give you medicine." Fear gripped at his core, because that sent him into déjà vu, and not the good kind. He may not remember where he heard his mother say that before, but he knew the outcome of it wasn't pretty. She launched herself at him, and he tried to scramble away, but his back hit the wall and this was his mother, he could go to jail for hurting her. The needle jabbed into his skin, and he lost all care of hurting her. His entire invisible line, thick as an old tree and as long as a blue whale, burst from his skin, wrapping around Inko like a python, and tossing her across the room. She smashed into the cabinet holding all of her precious ceramics, and collapsed to the floor, rolling onto her back with a groan. He was panting, not from quirk exhaustion but from adrenaline. He just did that. That was the first time he had ever fought back, and DMN it felt good. His quirk was twirling around him protectively, an invisible barrier that promised him safety as Inko climbed back to her feet. He felt anger clutch at his chest as she gave him a look of betrayal, as if she couldn't believe he would ever hurt her. Izuku, why? How could you hurt me? You're hurting me! He screamed, tears spilling from his eyes as his fire bubbled just underneath his skin. You're killing me, and you want me to sit back and take it? Inko stood and held up her hands like she was trying to calm him down, a look of disappointment on her face and in her tone. See, Izuku? This is why you're on medication. As soon as you stop taking it, you lose control, and you hurt the people you love. Do you really want to be like your father? Midoriya's eyes blew wide open, and he could not put into words how angry he was. Maybe if he understood his emotions better, he would have realized it was rage and hatred, mixing and whipping around in his chest. That was the breaking point of Midoriya Izuku. His jaw was clenched as his teeth ground together, holding back the flames that wanted to punish, his rational thinking blinded by the 5-star course of hatred, and his skin began glowing slightly, the fire rising to the surface, ready to come out. You! Inko gasped in shock, and she took a step back, her features quickly morphing into anger, but before she could reprimand him, Midoriya's anger seemed to just jump out of his chest. F you! He screamed, his eyes glowing his toxic green as smoke curled off of his figure. F you, you motherfucking beach. I hate you. I hope you rot in hell. F you. He turned and ran, straight into his room as he slammed the door shut, heart racing when he heard the wall splinter and break from the force, but he didn't care. His quirk was swirling around him, the force of it making cracks appear on the wall as he tried to bury the urge to run back in there and show her how much he hated her. His bed was thrown into the wall along with his desk, but he ignored it and ran towards his window. He threw open the window, the glass sizzling and immediately melting at his touch, the rest fogging up from his steam meeting the rain. He looked down at the ground, and his quirk buzzed happily, telling him that it would catch him. He heard his mother begin stomping to his room, as if she could intimidate him, and he yanked himself onto the sill, the wood heating up and burning at his touch, leaving nice handprint scorch marks on the white paint. He slid his legs out of the window, and took a deep breath. F you. The door slammed open behind him, and his mother shrieked, Izuku, but he launched himself away from his room, the rain sizzling and evaporating before it even touched him, leaving him completely dry as he began falling. His fire burst from his chest, and he heard his mother scream, before it swirled around his hips, growing larger and larger in size like a portal as it swirled faster and faster, and he realized he was floating. He let himself think, what the F, before his fire slowed its spinning, and he was lowered to the ground gently. He stood there in shock, before he shook his head and bolted, running away from his mother, away from the suppressants, away from everything. Maybe if he ran fast enough, he could escape the lies and pain. He was sitting on the edge of the roof when Aizawa first met him. The small boy with the villain's web, steam curling off of his slumped figure as he stared down at all of the traffic below him. Most people don't know about the villain's web, because it's not a practice done with normal children. The only people who know about the villain's web are heroes, medical staff, policemen, and influential families. The government doesn't tell normal people in hopes that the practice won't be picked up anymore. The villain's web is a poisoning children get when their parents inject them with quirk suppressants, to try and stop them from gaining their villain parents' quirk. It's usually located around the heart area, and the first sign that a child has the web is their inability to show emotions. Most people write that off as a phase, so the second stage is more noticeable. In the second stage, purple bruising will appear on the chest, sometimes even on the back, and this is from the toxin poisoning the skin. The third sign will be the darkening of said bruise, until it's black, and this is usually when people start noticing. The fourth sign is the worst, and most children usually die a few years after they hit this stage, so it's dubbed the last stage. The child's veins will become poisoned, therefore poisoning their blood, and the only way to get rid of the poisoning is to remove the veins, or to allow the body to heal itself without any more injections. Not a very pretty thing to do to a child. Unfortunately, most black markets and underground sellers sell amounts of liquidized quirk suppressants for this one reason. Most adults that need suppressants have to put down their names, and the villain whose child they're going to suppress, so that if they ever double-cross the seller, they'll turn them into the police for villain webbing a minor. Aizawa had been doing a normal patrol, before it had begun raining, and with the most irritation a 30-year-old mad could manage, which was a lot, he had climbed down from his precious perch above all of the buildings in search of one closer to the ground. As he was jumping from building to building, he had spotted a teenager sitting on the edge of a roof, and he had gotten himself ready to stop another suicide attempt. But that didn't happen. The boy just sat there and stared at everything below him, steam curling off of him as if he was burning. Aizawa had been exasperated, and jumped from his building to the back of the kids, ready to send home another runaway. Teenagers really needed to chill it with the angst, because he couldn't keep doing this. Then he had seen the boy's back. Dread and fear gripped his spine, because this angsty teenager who he had been getting ready to send home, was in the final stage of the villain's web, meaning he was on the verge of death. "Hey kid," he said, and the boy whipped around, blinking in shock before he launched himself to his feet. "Eraserhead," he cried, tossing his hands out, and Aizawa allowed himself to feel shock. "I'm not a villain. Or a criminal. I swear. Oh my god, please don't send me home." "Shush," he said, walking forwards and sitting down by the ledge, crossing his legs but not leaning them over the edge like the kid had done earlier. "Sit." The boy paused, but complied, and Aizawa marveled at the way he moved easily. Most kids in the final stage said that every movement hurt them, their bodies feeling like brittle twigs, seconds away from breaking. "So, which villain are you the kid of?" The boy violently flinched, and lurched backwards, fear on his face, and Aizawa realized he could have asked that question much better. I don't know what you're talking about," the boy said, and Aizawa shook his head. Even the kids of the smallest villains out there can have the villain's web, so he couldn't go through a mental list. Aizawa sighed. "You have the villain's web, that means you've been on quirk suppressants for a long time, especially since you're in the last stage." The boy looked shocked, and Aizawa trained his eyes towards the incoming cars, ignoring the boy's shaking. "Why you know what this is?" The boy breathed, and he sounded so fragile that Aizawa felt anger rush through his system. He had never dealt with a child suffering from the villain's web, but he had heard stories about it. His peers had talked about it, about how you didn't even know the kid, and you could hate their villain parent, but the moment they realized you could help them, they sounded too fragile, and it did things to you. Aizawa hadn't believed it, because he didn't know the child, like they said, so why would he feel anything for them? His peers had patted him on the shoulder, and told him he would see if he ever had to deal with it. Now he understood. It's a horribly common practice amongst parents of a villain's child. Whether it's to keep the child safe, by making sure they never get their parent's quirk, or by malicious intent to make sure the kid never gets a quirk, it's only done with villain children. Aizawa looked over to the boy, and his normally unfeeling heart clenched in pain when he saw the way the boy was staring at him. He looked as if Aizawa told him he could save him from death. "Oh wait. So," the boy's voice broke. "Why you can help me?" Aizawa nodded, and cringed away when the boy started bawling. He didn't do emotions, and from the looks of it, neither should this kid. It hit him over the head, and he felt like an idiot. Obviously, this kid was in the final stage of the villain's web, and if he was a runaway, it meant he had somehow gotten his parent to not give him the injection, and they didn't take that well. Please," the boy sobbed. Don't let her take me, please." Her. His villain parent is male. Aizawa nodded, and the boy curled into himself, shaking as he silently sobbed into his hands. Aizawa allowed the boy to cry, and when he was done, the boy sniffed once, before was laughing, worrying the pro-hero just a bit. "I'm sorry," the boy said, wiping his eyes as he smiled, before pressing a hand to his chest, right in the middle of the scarring. "I love these feelings in my chest, even if most people don't consider them good." "How long have you been off?" Aizawa asked, because from the sound of it, this boy was fresh. "Just today." Yep, this boy was fresh off of the suppressants, so he didn't exactly have a good hold over his emotions. That also meant he was extremely quick to snap or cry, so he probably blew up on his mother, all of those years of anger building up and being pressed onto his shoulders in a single second. He really hoped he didn't have to deal with a villain's web child who accidentally killed their parent because they couldn't control the hatred in their chests. "Your mother," Aizawa began, and the boy looked up at him, a little confused. "You didn't kill her, right?" The boy flinched, and again, Aizawa realized he could have said that much better. "I mean," he said, cutting off the boy before he could begin to feel betrayed. That most children fresh off of suppressants can't control the emotions most kids grow up learning how to use, and they usually explode on their parents. Unfortunately, for those with more volatile quirks, it ends with their parents' death. The boy nodded slowly, turning to look back at the streets, and Aizawa high-fived himself at the save. I definitely felt that, the boy whispered, his hand going back to his chest. I didn't kill her, but I said a lot of things no one should say to their parent. She tried to inject me again, when she found out I didn't take the dose, and I resisted, I really did, but as soon as I felt that needle touch my skin, my thoughts just seemed to fly out of the window. It was replaced with that anger, and I threw her away, because my flames wanted to punish her, and I didn't want to become like my father. His father uses flames, and so does he. How many flame villains are out there again? She said that that's why she has me on medication. He made quotations in the air at the word he spat out. Because as soon as I'm off of it, I'm hurting people, and she said I'll be just like my dad. I got mad, and I said I hated her, and told her she could rot in hell. Then I ran. Aizawa didn't have words for that. When was the first time she injected you? All parents were different when villain webbing their children. Some did it a few years after their quirk manifestation, some did it after an incident that reminded them of the villain, and some did it a few days after the manifestation, in order to get the suppressants. I had my first injection not even an hour after I manifested my quirk. Aizawa sked in a breath. That meant his mother was expecting him to have his father's quirk. She had already gotten the suppressants from a dealer, which usually took a few days, and had been ready to use them as soon as the boy showed his flames. Wow! He breathed, before his hero phone pinged, and he pulled it out. Be on the lookout for a 14-year-old boy with green hair and green eyes. Midoriya Izuku is a runaway. It was from Tsukachi. He looked over to the boy, and yep, green hair and green eyes. Midoriya Izuku? The boy jolted, but nodded. He looked down at his phone and unlocked it, before looking back at the boy. I'm going to tell the police I have you, but I need you to tell me who your parents are, and if your mother was malicious or protective. She sounded malicious, but he needed the kid to confirm it. The boy curled into himself at the villain part, and his voice was a whisper, as if he was already expecting Aizawa to snap at him. Promise you won't hate me? Aizawa instantly nodded. This boy would not be held accountable for what his father had done. Midoriya Inko. And Holocaust. The air left Aizawa's lungs. He remembers it like yesterday, the news saying that Holocaust had burned down an elder's hospital, but not just any elder's hospital, his parents' hospital. He had been sitting on the couch, and in the next moment he was speeding down the highway, praying and praying that they had been one of the 20 survivors, but not even a week later, he was burying his parents. He hated Holocaust. Hated Holocaust. And here was that monster son. The boy cringed, and Aizawa realized that the boy was expecting that reaction. He was expecting Aizawa to scream at him, call him a villain and leave him to his abusive mother. Aizawa took a deep breath, and in a bout of uncharacteristicness, he placed his hand on the boy's hair. It's okay, I'm sorry. The boy stared at him in shock, tears welling up in his eyes, but Aizawa turned back to his phone, and dialed Tsukachi. Hello? Eraserhead? Did you find Tsukachi? He said, cutting the man off. Midoriya Izuku is in the final stage of the villain's web. Midoriya Inko injected him an hour after he manifested his quirk. Tsukachi sked in a startled breath, and he exhaled in horror. He said something to someone else on his end, before speaking to Aizawa again. There's a Bakugou Mitsuki and Katsuki here, ask him if they know. He turned to Midoriya, and the boy looked at him at the movement. Oh yeah, they were sighting in rain. Good job Aizawa, you're going to get the boy sick. Do you know a Bakugou Mitsuki and Katsuki? Midoriya's eyes widened. Yeah, but I don't think they know. Aizawa put the phone back to his ear. He says he doesn't think they know. Tsukachi sighed, and there was the sound of paper rustling, before a pen clicked. Okay, I'm filing him right now. Who's his parent? Holocaust. Tsukachi jolted at the name, but did an excellent job at pretending he didn't. Okay, Midoriya Izuku, age 14, son of Holocaust, is in the final stage of the villain's web. His first injection was an hour after he manifested his quirk. Does he have his father's quirk? I have my quirk, Midoriya said hotly, and it was probably offensive to him. I can emit flames from my skin, and I have a much stronger form of telekinesis. Aizawa relayed this to the detective, the man's pen furiously scribbling all of it down, before asking if he had been physically abused at all. She slapped me in the face earlier, and used her quirk to throw me into a wall. When I was younger she would often violently jab the needles into my arms to stop my fire, and that left nasty cuts she sometimes didn't heal. Aizawa stared at the boy, and tried very hard to push his hatred down. This woman was walking a very fine line. As he told Tsukachi this, he could practically feel the man's anger radiating from the phone, and he didn't even want to pray for Midoriya Inko. She had it coming. All right, Tsukachi said happily, trying desperately to hide the resentment that Aizawa could still hear. We can charge Midoriya Inko with villain webbing, first-degree attempted murder, child abuse, illegal quirk suppressant possession, all the usual with malicious villain webbers. Aizawa nodded, and relayed the information to the boy. He looked sick at every illegal thing he had been going through, every illegal thing his mother had done just because she had married the wrong man. Is that okay with you? Aizawa asked slowly, ignoring Tsukachi saying that even if he wasn't okay with it, she would still be condemned. Midoriya bit his lip and shifted, staring down at the ground as a green flame the size of a baseball leapt off of his arm, taking the shape of a koi fish as it swam around his chest. Aizawa watched, mesmerized, because this wasn't Holocaust's quirk. He remembered what the boy said. I have my quirk. It seems like he was telling the truth, because Holocaust's quirk destroyed, while his son's created. That's okay with me. Aizawa looked up at the broken whisper, but the boy kept his eyes to the ground. He told Tsukachi to proceed with the questioning, and hung up the phone, before standing. Let's figure out what to do with you, okay? As soon as Aizawa hung up the phone, Tsukachi linked his hands together and pressed his forehead against them. It seemed like for every villain they caught, they had at least one kid being villain-webbed. It made heroes try and catch the villains faster, that way these innocent kids can stop suffering. He stood up, filing away the idea to check the quirkless kids, and collected the paper he had written on Midoriya Inko's crimes, along with all of Holocaust's, making for a pretty thick file. He had sent a few policemen to cuff and take the three of them into a questioning room. He was originally going to separate them, like normal, but he decided that since the woman and son didn't know about how much Midoriya Inko was abusing her son, he was going to question them all together. She would basically tell them what she was doing to her son. Tsukachi exited his office with a smirk. Oh, how he loved ruining malicious villain webbers. Sansa Tamakawa was standing outside the one-way glass, and he pet his head at the smirk on Tsukachi's face. He hadn't told any of them the reason, so he understood their confusion. A malicious villain webber, Tsukachi said, and Sana's eyes widened. He nodded, and motioned to the door. When Tsukachi slipped into the room, the blonde woman was instantly on her feet, loudly questioning why they were there, and Midoriya Inko was right behind her, asking if her quirkless baby was okay. Lie. Tsukachi had to try extremely hard to push down the grin that wanted to spill onto his face. He pulled the seat out and sat down, motioning for the women to take their seats. For some reason, the blonde boy was extremely tense, as if he was seconds away from being sentenced to death. Good evening, he said, a pleasant start to what was going to become very, very ugly. Do you know why you are here? No, I don't. What the hell is going on? The blonde lady said. Truth. He looked over at the green-haired lady, ignoring the way the blonde boy got even tenser. Midoriya Inko, do you know why you're here? She wouldn't meet his eyes, and he instantly knew she was going to lie. No lie. He sat back. Looks like she was going to be a hard one to crack. He crossed his arms. Are you sure? I am sure. Lie. He shook his head. Midoriya-san, my quirk is called Human Lie Detector. I know when someone is lying to me. The woman froze, and the blonde lady was whipping her gaze from him and her friend. The boy just looked confused. I'll admit to it, the lady whispered, but they have to leave the room. Inko, what the F is going on? The blonde lady asked, but her friend ignored her. Tsukachi wanted to bare his teeth really badly, but this was being recorded. Dang. I'm afraid you're in no position to be making demands, Midoriya-san. How about this, I'll ask you a question, and you answer it truthfully. Lying will only hurt your case more. The woman seemed at war with herself, but she eventually nodded. Okay. Splendid. He opened the file in front of him, and pulled the list of charges he had out. Midoriya Inko, are you aware that villain webbing is illegal? Villain webbing? What the hell is villain webbing? The blonde lady said, her son looking just as confused. Midoriya curled into herself. Yes. Truth. Her friend whipped around to face her. Inko, what the F is happening? Bakugou-san, Tsukachi cut her off, writing down what Midoriya had said, and the lady turned her angry red eyes his way. Please keep your questions to yourself until the end, thank you. The lady was trembling in anger, but she shut her mouth and crossed her arms, slumping back into her seat with a glare. Tsukachi turned back to the woman who still wouldn't meet his eyes. Are you aware that harboring quirk suppressants is also illegal? Both Bakugous froze at this, and Tsukachi felt sadistic glee when the greenette flinched. It appears she had told the world that her son was quirkless. Yes. Truth. Tsukachi was writing as he spoke, and he ignored the way his hand began aching at his death grip. Are you aware that illegally suppressing a child's quirk is considered the worst form of child abuse? Yes. Truth. This malicious speech. No, keep it together, Naomasa. This is being recorded. The only thing making him feel better was the way the Bakugous seemed to be getting more and more shocked, getting closer and closer to horror. Are you aware that illegally suppressing a child's quirk is attempted first-degree murder? Oh my god, Bakugou Mitsuki whispered, her voice holding so many emotions, and Midoriya flinched at the tone. Yes. Truth. My hand hurts. Are you aware that your son is in the final stage of the villain's web, and is on the verge of death? Yes. Truth. Instantly, Bakugou Mitsuki's hands went and covered her mouth in horror, while her son launched himself out of his chair, his eyes red and angry. I knew it. He cried, I knew he had a quirk. Truth. Tsukachi looked over at the boy. He wanted to start his questioning too? If you knew Midoriya Izuku had a quirk, why didn't you tell anyone when he suddenly didn't have one anymore? The boy's shoulders dropped, and he sat back down, glaring at the wall as he crossed his arms. Everyone thought I was crazy. Truth. I thought it was just the adrenaline from almost being hit by a car. His mother whispered, and Midoriya started shaking. Truth. Okay, Midoriya-san. I have a few more questions and then we'll move on to your friend, okay? The lady nodded slowly, before flinching when her friend incredulously stared at her. What exactly is your son's quirk? He knew what it was, he just needed to see if she even knew what it was before she got rid of it. He has a strong form of telekinesis, she whispered, and her friend instantly glared at the table, shaking in anger. And he can control fire, just like his father. Truth. How exactly are his flames at all like his father's? He was going to ask Bakugou if she knew who her best friend was married to. Oh yeah, married. It seems as though Midoriya was still legally Akatani, she just had someone rid of the written evidence of their marriage. She honestly thought it would be that easy. I don't know, the woman stuttered. It's fire, and it comes out of his mouth. Lie. Tsukachi hummed, wrote it down, and let his hand have a small break. That's funny, the boy says it come out of his very pores, not his mouth. The woman stared at him with wide eyes, and he smiled pleasantly at her, until his hand no longer felt like falling off. He picked up his pen and wrote down her lie. I did tell you to not lie to me, Midoriya-san. His eyes darted over to glance at Mitsuki. Does Bakugou-san know who your husband is? Midoriya was out of her seat in a second, her chair banging against the floor loudly. We're not married. Lie. He hummed, burning a marriage contract does not divorce you too. What's happening? The Bakugou boy said, and he sounded so utterly confused that Tsukachi turned his entire body to face him, a pleasant smile on his lips. Do you know who Midoriya Inko is married to? I didn't even know she was married. She said her boyfriend did a runner. Truth. He leaned back and wrote that down. Well, her husband is now in Tartarus, so no need to worry about him. What? It wasn't even a question. The lady sounded so confused, but Tsukachi was not done making Midoriya Inko suffer. I really hate villain webbers. Midoriya Inko, do you want to tell your best friend who you're married to, or should I? The woman glared at the ground, tears falling from her eyes, but she pressed her lips together. He turned to the Bakugous. Midoriya Inko here, or should I say, Akatani Inko, is married to the mass murderer Holocaust. The boy's mouth dropped, and his mother instantly pressed her hands to her mouth. No, she breathed. You're lying. He stood up, and closed his file. Ask your best friend. He walked away, before pausing beside the door. Honestly, you three should be thankful that you're alive. Most web children with volatile quirks kill their parents because of the uncontrollable hatred they feel. Midoriya Izuku could have killed all three of you, and it wouldn't have been a crime. He opened the door, and grinned, shutting the door behind him, nodding at Sansa's approving look. No one liked people like Midoriya Inko. Villain webbers don't even get trials, and that's another reason the government never makes it public, because the media would have a field day knowing certain child abusers are immediately sent to jail. It was to ensure that a webber never got away unpunished. It's your turn, Midoriya Inko. Is it bad that even though I have these new emotions in my chest, I don't feel anything for my mother? Aizawa paused, but handed the boy a towel and some of his clothes from high school, because he had seen the way the boy glared at his own chest. They had stopped by Aizawa's apartment, because he didn't like the fact that the boy would be sitting in the police station with sopping wet clothes and his web visible for everyone to see. It's not that the web was overly hideous, most kids just feel extremely self-conscious about it, because they knew that their bodies were dying, and they didn't like that everyone else would know that too. I don't know. You're the first kid with the web that I've ever dealt with. The boy nodded slowly, and thanked him for the clothes, before slipping into the bathroom to change. Aizawa had already changed, so he slumped onto the couch and tilted his head back. He was a stoic man, he took shit from nobody, and he didn't bother caring about a student's tears when he expels them, but something about the way Midoriya Izuku's eyes looked, so very tired and dead, made his heart twinge in sympathy. That boy was so young, and he had already dealt with things most adults couldn't even fathom of going through. He had his whole life in front of him, and it had almost ended, simply because his quirk resembled his father's. Thank you for letting me borrow some of your clothes. He looked up, and nodded at the boy. Aizawa had been lanky in high school, and still his clothes hung off of the boy's frame, and he felt that anger burn in his chest. He stood up, handed the boy a sweater, and grabbed an umbrella. We'll drive, that way you don't get sick and really die. The boy huffed a breath before Aizawa realized that joking about death with someone who was dying was probably not what you're supposed to do. This is why I'm not a parent, he sighed. I would say all the wrong things. The car ride was silent, but Aizawa kept glancing at the boy through the mirror, a weird feeling in his chest making him worry that the boy would stop breathing or something. So your quirk, he said, and Midoriya looked up at him. It leaves those blue marks in your skin? Midoriya looked down at his arms, the sweater sitting in his lap, and tilted them in the dim lighting, their shine resembling the moonlight hitting the sea at night. My telekinesis does this, he said, and one of the blue lines curled around his arm, before disappearing. It comes off like a bracelet? I don't know, I can't see it, but I can feel it. Aizawa hummed, and parked at the police station. He turned to look at the boy in the back seat, ready to say something, but the boy was already tense, so he opted to keep his mouth shut. Do you even need an umbrella? Or can you make all of the rain just go around you? The boy's eyes brightened in excitement, and he whispered, there's only one way to find out. Oh, no. Aizawa did not like this boy's mentality. He sounded like a troublemaker. He opened the door, and slid out, opening his umbrella to stop the rain from spilling onto his fresh clothes. He closed the door, and Midoriya slid out of the back, standing beside Aizawa with a sheet-eating grin. It was weird, to see rain part over someone's head, see it go into a different direction and defy gravity. It looked like the boy had an umbrella over his head, except said umbrella was nowhere to be seen. Aizawa whistled. Cool. The boy beamed, and they made their way into the police station, where they were immediately directed into Tsukachi's office. Midoriya Izuku, it's nice to meet you, Tsukachi said as they exchanged bows. I want to start off by personally apologizing for the state you have been put into due to our ignorance. Midoriya looked startled, but he shook his head with a small smile. It's okay, I'm just glad it's over. Tsukachi nodded and sat back, before pulling out his file and clicking his pen. I'm going to ask just a few questions, to make sure you're not lying or exaggerating anything. It is common procedure. I apologize. He rushed to add when the boy's face twisted in anger. Midoriya nodded slowly. Okay. Alright, Midoriya Izuku, you have two quirks, correct? A telekinesis and flame control? Yes. Truth. Your mother has been webbing you since you were 4? The boy paused. Yes? Truth. Bakugou Katsuki is your childhood friend, correct? How did he not tell that you were suddenly quirkless? The boy flinched at that one, and shifted in his seat. I wouldn't call us friends. Truth. We sort of split apart when I became quirkless, he saw it as me looking down on him, and he began bullying me. Hitting me, burning me, pushing me around, he suicide baited me, truth. What? Aizawa suddenly snarled, and the boy cringed away at the tone. You didn't tell anyone? The boy looked guilty. I didn't have the emotions to care what he was doing to me. Truth. Tsukachi inhaled while Aizawa pinched his nose, and Tsukachi shot him a look. Aizawa has never acted this way for a runaway. Granted, said runaway was the child of the villain who murdered his parents, and is in the final stage of the villain's web, but still. Aizawa looked almost worried about the boy, instead of the usual him coming in, dropping the kid off, and leaving back for his patrol. An idea was slowly creeping up on Tsukachi's mind, and he tried to squash down the feeling of elation, but was unsuccessful as a smile spread his lips wide. So, erase her head, he said, and the man snapped over to look at him, eyes narrowed at the tone. You're staying with this young man? Aizawa froze, and he knew he hit the nail on the head. Aizawa didn't want to leave the boy alone, be it because he was worried, or because his paranoia of Midoriya being Holocaust son was getting to him. Where would he stay? If we're not sending him to the Bakugou's house? He said slowly, and Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. He didn't say they weren't sending Midoriya to the Bakugou's, that was Aizawa's paternal instinct speaking up, and Tsukachi grinned. 30 years old, and the man finally connects with a child. are you offering your apartment? He asked, a sheet-eating grin on his face as Aizawa spluttered. What? I win. It's okay, Midoriya spoke softly, staring down at his pretty blue and white swirls. I don't mind being placed in an orphanage. Lie. Instantly, Aizawa turned back to the detective. I'm offering my apartment. Tsukachi grinned, and opened his desk to pull out the transfer of guardianship paperwork. Really? He heard the child breathe. You're not bothered that I'm a villain spawn? No one said you were a villain spawn, Midoriya. I wouldn't have offered if you bothered me in any way. He heard the boy sniffle, and he pulled the paperwork out of his desk, just in time to see Aizawa reach over and pat the boy on the head. Tsukachi grinned, and Aizawa glared at him, before scooting his chair forwards, right in front of Tsukachi's desk. This is okay with you, right Midoriya? Tsukachi asked, holding the pen from Aizawa. The boy sniffed and wiped his eyes, but the tears seemed never-ending. Yeah. His voice broke, but Tsukachi's quirk took it as a truth. Aizawa signed the papers, and so did Midoriya, before Tsukachi put it into the system. He turned to the man and smiled. You now have a charge. The man's shoulders relaxed, and Midoriya looked 3 seconds away from crying. Do you want to talk to your mother before she's given her verdict? Midoriya looked a little shocked. She's not getting a court hearing? Tsukachi shook his head. Villain Webbers never get hearings, because there is a chance they could wiggle themselves away from charges, and then that child would be sent right back into their clutches. We had many children die from that, so the government decided that Webbers don't deserve hearings. Midoriya looked down to the ground, digesting the news that he basically sent his mother to jail. He actually didn't care. He shook his head. I don't think I'll be able to control myself if I see her. I would like to speak with the Bakugous, though. All right, he said, standing. We'll have Bakugou given a trial for. No. Midoriya cried, and both adults tuned to him, incredulous. Don't do that, he won't be able to attend Yui. Yui only accepts students with potential hero material, Aizawa said, turning to his charge. Someone who's bullied and suicide baited. I want to get into Yui, Midoriya said, and his eyes began glowing, the green light illuminating his face. And when I do, I want him to be there, so I can show him why he was wrong to ever hurt me. The boy paused after the snarl left his mouth, smoke curling from his lips. I'm sorry, he said, pressing a hand to his chest. I don't know where that came from. Tsukachi looked shocked, but he nodded. I'm sure. We can figure something out. Aizawa whipped around to face him. Tsukachi. He held up a hand. It's the first request of your child, do you want to deny it? Aizawa flushed at the reminder, and crossed his arms, grumbling under his breath, while Midoriya's eyes shined. Come on, squirt. Tsukachi said, walking away before he could even realize what he called the boy. The Bakugous are this way. Sansa had to separate the two women before it got ugly. We'll come in and stop you if you lose control of your emotions, okay? Don't be afraid to walk away. Midoriya nodded, and Tsukachi stopped in front of the door. Sansa was staring at the small, innocent-looking boy in shock, and Tsukachi understood. He couldn't believe it either. Are you ready? He asked, and Midoriya took a deep breath, his blue ribbons on his arms glowing, and he nodded. Tsukachi opened the door, and Midoriya stepped inside. 2 pairs of red eyes turned towards him, but he calmly walked over to the seat, and sat down, crossing his arms like he wasn't 3 seconds away from setting the building on fire. I need to control these emotions. I don't want to end up as my father. Izuku, Mitsuki whispered, and Midoriya looked into her red-rimmed, red eyes. Is it true? Were you really on quirk suppressants? Midoriya stared into her eyes, searching for any deceit, but only saw shock, horror, and denial. So she really didn't know what his mother had been doing. He grabbed the collar of Aizawa's loose dark shirt, and pulled it down. It went to the middle of his pecs, but it showed his nasty spiderweb, his illegal web scarring. Oh my god, Mitsuki said, her hands covering her mouth. Izuku, I am so sorry. Why didn't you tell anyone? Midoriya looked over to Bakugou, but he was glaring at the table, unable to make eye contact. If Midoriya knew what guilt looked like, he still wouldn't have linked it to what Bakugou's face was doing. I was the worthless, quirkless Deku, he said, and Bakugou violently flinched. Do you think you would have believed me? I knew you had a quirk. And yet, he snarled, steam rising from his skin as the anger coiled in his stomach, a pot ready to boil over. His blue ribbons shone brighter, trying to comfort him, and he could see the blue and green glow shining in Bakugou's red eyes. You still told me to take a swan dive off the roof of a building, didn't you? Mitsuki was out of her seat in an instant, stumbling away from her son in horror, her hands pressed to her mouth to stop the sob trying to escape. Keikatsuki, tell me he's lying. You didn't. You didn't suicide bait him, tell me you didn't. Her voice was shaking, and she looked 3 seconds from completely breaking down. Her best friend had been lying to her the entire time. Their entire friendship was built upon lies and deceit. That was one harsh blow, and then she finds out her own son suicide-baited someone. Not just anyone, but her best friend's son, his best friend. Midoriya almost felt bad for dropping all of this onto her shoulders in one night, but his anger was lashing against his chest, making sure there was room for no other emotion. Bakugou's head was dropped, his hair shadowing his face, body shaking, but his voice was strong as he spoke. I did. Oh my god. Mitsuki cried, and her tears came spilling out of her eyes as she collapsed to the floor. How could you? It's okay, Mitsuki-san. He said, did you know the police want to send you to jail? Both Bakugous looked up quick at that, shock mirroring their faces. Midoriya looked at his ribbons, feigning apathy. Yeah, apparently, suicide baiting a minor is one thing, but suicide baiting a minor with the villain's web is another. He locked eyes with Bakugou, and a snarl pulled his lips back. I could have you destroyed, just like my mother. Bakugou was staring at him, but he didn't argue. He dropped his head and clenched his hands, like he knew it was going to happen, and now that it did, there was no stopping it. Don't worry, I told them not to. I saved you, a-hole, from what would have become your worst nightmare. Bakugou's head snapped up, and his eyes were shocked, watering up, but otherwise gone ignored. Mitsuki was staring at Midoriya like she had never seen him before. Do you know what that means, Kaken? The boy flinched at the nickname Midoriya hasn't used since he lost his quirk. That means you're indebted to me. I got you out of jail before it could scar your perfect record, and that will allow you to attend Yui. Why? The blonde boy breathed, and Midoriya smiled pleasantly, his eyes glowing brighter as the wind picked up in the room. Steam curled off of his body and he allowed the fire to rise right up to the surface, making his skin glow just a little dimmer than his eyes. Mitsuki looked shocked, as if she hadn't really believed he had a quirk. So I can show you that you were wrong to ever lay a finger on me. Bakugou flinched at his tone, and Midoriya scoffed, some of the flame coming out of his mouth and making Mitsuki squeak. He stood up, and turned towards the door, having nothing left to say to them, but Mitsuki had a question for him. How strong is your quirk? She asked, and Midoriya turned to see her pulling herself to shaky feet. He wanted to ignore her. He wanted to smirk at her and her stupid son and say that that was for him to know, and then to never find out. He wanted it to be like his wild card, something he only pulled out when everyone was sure he had nothing left. Then he remembered that Mitsuki hadn't known. She wasn't a part of his mother's scheme, and she didn't know how much of an a-hole her son is. That doesn't mean it's her fault. His arms shone blue as his invisible line shot out and gently wrapped around Mitsuki, Bakugou, the chairs and the table, lifting them into the air as she shrieked in shock. Aizawa's voice rang out of the intercom. Keep control, Midoriya. He nodded, and set everything down, before looking down at his hand. He decided he was going to try and create Tsukachi. He held his hand out, and his fire burst out of his container, spilling from his chest and curling around his form as Bakugou choked on his spit. He made his fire begin forming how he remembered Tsukachi, his short black hair, his body shape and clothing, his facial features and the tone of his voice. It was amazing, seeing his fire well up and spin quickly, forming a fiery figure of a man, before his fire glowed white, and sunk into skin, where Tsukachi was now standing in the room. Both Bakugous were staring at him in shock, not able to get their brains to work, and he made his fire Tsukachi go pull the chair out, before sitting himself down. The detective crossed his hands, and smiled pleasantly at the mother and son. Greetings, Bakugou-san, he made it say, grinning when the voice came out spot on. I have a few questions for you, if you wouldn't mind? What the actual fing hell, Mitsuki whispered, before collapsing into the seat Midoriya had pulled behind her. That's what the hell just happened? Fire Tsukachi ped his head to the side, you didn't see? Of course I saw that. That was fing crazy. Midoriya jolted when he felt his fire creation send an impulse at him, and he suddenly knew Mitsuki was telling the truth. Holy shit. His jaw dropped and he whipped around to stare at the one-way mirror, before turning back to Mitsuki. Mitsuki-san, Midoriya said excitedly, bouncing in his chair. Lie. What? Bakugou-san, Fire Tsukachi spoke. How old are you? Mitsuki glanced at Midoriya but looked his creation in the eye and said, 16. Lie. Oh my fing god. He shrieked, launching himself out of his chair, launching. He held his hand out and Tsukachi's form melted away to his swirling green fire, and he began creating Bakugou, just because he was the first person that came to mind. 2 Bakugous in the same room was too much for him, but he still forced Fire Bakugou to turn to real Bakugou, and look him up and down. Fire Bakugou scoffed, and real Bakugou's eyes blew open. Fucking shitty face, he grumbled, and Midoriya grinned. He made Fire Bakugou hold his hand out, and on command, an explosion came from his hand. Oh my god! He cried happily, Bakugou's look melting off of his fire as it swirled around him happily, his ribbons dancing across his arms. That's so wow. I didn't know I could do that. Both Bakugous just stared at him, and he beamed at Katsuki. Not a worthless deadbeat anymore, Hukaken. The boy didn't look like he could say anything, so he turned around and walked out of the door, licks of fire coming off of his skin in his excitement. He was met with 3 shocked faces, and he smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. You just made me, Tsukachi deadpanned. Out of your fire. Yep. Midoriya chirped, rocking on his heels as his smile threatened to blind the 3 men. So, what happens now? We're going home, and you're going to get settled in. Aizawa said, shaking his head to get rid of his awe. Oh, Midoriya said. I got someone's number and I need it. Can I get my phone, please? Suddenly Tsukachi was listening, and he had a small smirk on his face. Whose number did you get that you absolutely needed? Midoriya opened his mouth to answer, before the man's teasing tone registered in his mind and his jaw dropped. His face flushed, but his own smirk made its way onto his lips. My future boyfriends. Aizawa and Tsukachi choked, while Midoriya just laughed. Living with Aizawa was different from living with his mother. I mean, obviously, because one was a mother, and the other is a father. He had never really experienced a father figure, but he had seen it with Masaru, the way he acted with Bakugou, and it made him ache. He used to sit in his room and color, wondering what it would be like to have a father that would toss him on his shoulders and carry him around the room, laughing. To have someone teach him how to ride a bike, how to swim, to play baseball, and pick up love interests, how to build a fort and shoot a paintball gun correctly, to have someone who would love him unconditionally just because he was their blood and flesh. But he never did. He had to teach himself how to do some of those things, others he never learned just because he didn't have the ability to want to learn how to do those things. Living with Aizawa was better. Aizawa never forced him to do things he didn't want to, like wear white or tight shirts, because white made him feel exposed, and tight shirts made him feel like he was being forced into his cage again. Maybe later, he would learn to love tighter shirts, just because his love would swoon at the sight of his toned body, and Midoriya loved catching him. Aizawa didn't judge him on anything he did. Except for that one time he ate a banana with ketchup. Aizawa banned him from the kitchen after that. He was open-minded with anything Midoriya asked, only questioning him if he was confused or didn't understand Midoriya's reasoning. For the first time, he was given the choice of clothing, his hairstyle, what he put in his bedroom, everything. He could speak his mind, as long as it was with a certain level of respect, and Aizawa wouldn't get mad at him over small things. He didn't yell at him, hit him, ignore him, nothing. He was gentle, kinder than his mother. Aizawa congratulated him every time he discovered something with his quirk, and encouraged him to continue experimenting with it. He even learned to make katsudon for Midoriya, and it always tasted better than his mother's. He believed that a secret ingredient was being used, something his mother hadn't used, and he had asked Aizawa. You're my charge, basically my son. It's called fatherly love. Aizawa said, looking up at Midoriya, and he could see it was true. He had cried so hard that night, because he finally had a father, finally had someone who would love him unconditionally. He had been nervous, shaking, and he had sat down at the table for breakfast like he was fine, but Aizawa could apparently see through his act, and asked him what was wrong. He had blurted out a request, and the man seemed shocked, but he had given Midoriya one of his rare smiles. After living with the pro-hero Eraserhead for almost 3 months, he legally became an Aizawa. It was the happiest day of his life. One of the first things he had done after moving in with Aizawa was cut his hair. He got an undercut, but left his hair long enough to have fringe just barely brushing against his eyebrows, and he personally thought he looked better. He had then gone and gotten a new wardrobe, consisting of darker colors to bring out his brighter green eyes. He had been iffy about that one, because he didn't want to hurt Aizawa's bank like his mother often complained new clothes did, but the man had put his hands on his shoulder, and said he was a single underground hero. He had plenty of money to go around. He had also attempted straightening his hair, which took away the curly bush, and just made his hair wavy, bringing out the black undertones. He looked like he could be related to Aizawa now, not like the man had just picked up a stray from the street. Which he technically did, but no one needs to know. He met Aizawa's high school squad, and they loved him. He was so scared, meeting the people who have been friends with Aizawa trough thick and thin, scared they would hate him and then Aizawa would rid of him, but they adored him. It didn't help his heart that they were all heroes. Midnight, Namuri Kayama, had dubbed him Tater Tot, for some reason. She said it was because tater tots were grated and deep fried, but when they were done they were absolutely delicious. Midoriya had been through a cheese grater of pain and agony, his own flames burning him from the inside out, but he was done, and he was absolutely adorable. He loved her, and she returned the emotion. She filled the mother-shaped hole in his heart that had been empty his entire life. Present Mike was like an uncle, one of those awesome, laid-back uncles who let you do all the things your parents didn't. Except, Midoriya had seen the way Yamada Hisashi looked at Aizawa, and he was plotting. He was Yamada's little bean, something that held much more meaning than his usual little listener. Ingenium took a bit more to come around, just because he wasn't used to the way Midoriya acted, affectionate, starved, and craving love, while his brother was an uptight rulebook who didn't even like hugs. Once he did though. Ida Tensei was that one teasing uncle who wouldn't shut up about your crush. But it was great. He had a family. He even met Nizu. God, that principal was crazy. He had offered Midoriya an instant spot in the heroics course and a provisional license if he would show Nizu everything he could do with his quirk. He felt that it was something to do with his relation to Holocaust, that the principal was keeping a close eye on him to make sure he didn't twist and become his father. Maybe that hurt at first, but Nizu offering him a provisional license in apology was immediately forgiven. So he could use his quirk, legally, whenever he wanted. His classmates would have a FING field day, and it would be amazing. Aizawa had wanted to pull him out of the school when he realized that Midoriya was being bullied and neglected, but Midoriya convinced him not to. He had his emotions along with his quirk, and with his provisional license? He couldn't be hurt, or touched. He maybe sort of threatened his principal to report his school if he didn't whip his teachers back into shape, and with Hiro Nizu sitting by his side, the man frantically agreed. The first day back was going to be fun. His alarm blared in his ears, and he immediately launched it into the closet, where its beeping was muffled, and he could ignore it. Unfortunately, Aizawa didn't think the same. His door opened, and the horrible man snatched his alarm clock out of its prison, and set it back on his nightstand. No, he ummed, and rolled over, smashing his head underneath one of the million pillows Aizawa had. Gotten him. Come on Izuku, you have to go to school. Weren't you super excited about it? That was before I remembered I had to wake up. He mumbled, his voice muffled but still pouty. He heard Aizawa chuckle softly, and the man walked back to his door. If you're not done in 5 minutes, I'm eating your unadon. He laughed when Midoriya was suddenly thrashing in his blankets, his school uniform flying out of his closet as he struggled to get out of his PJs. I'm timing you. Aizawa called through the closed door, and shook his head amusedly when he passed by the bathroom, the sink running as the floating toothbrush got lathered in toothpaste. Not even 10 seconds later, Midoriya was tumbling out of his room and dashing into the bathroom, his shoes unlacing themselves by the door and his backpack floating to the table where all of his schoolwork was shoved inside. Aizawa watched this with amused eyes, his smile hidden by his coffee cup. Midoriya's 2 minutes in the bathroom were done, and he launched himself into the seat with a triumph cry. He looked over at the counter, and blanched when he saw the time. It's 5 in the morning? He screeched, and Aizawa ducked into his coffee to hide his laughter. You woke me up at 5 in the morning? Aizawa gulped the rest of his coffee down like a shot, and looked at his son with unapologetic eyes. Kayama wanted to say goodbye before you went back to school, like we're sending you off to war. Midoriya's eyes narrowed. Did you, or did you not make unadon? Aizawa stood and rinsed his mug in the sink, an evil smirk on his face. Kayama's bringing it. Midoriya instantly slumped over in his chair, a loud thump telling Aizawa he had fallen to the floor. You're so mean. He whined, before bolting to the door when it rung. Tater tot. Namuri squealed, and Midoriya was wrapped up in her arms, squished against her like a teddy bear. I missed you. Aizawa walked over and snatched the food bags from the woman with a nod, and Midoriya whined when the food was, once again, out of his reach. Are you ready to go back for the last week of school? She asked, setting the boy down and closing the door. You're saying this like you really are sending me to war. Midoriya said, just a tiny bit worried. Because we are. Namuri gasped, before snatching him and cuddling him to her chest again. My baby tater tot, being sent off to that horrible school without anyone to protect him. Nemi, he whined, squirming in her grip. This is why he loved Namuri. He could act like a kid around her, and she wouldn't snap at him and tell him to grow up. He could be the kid he wasn't allowed to be with his biological mother. If he wanted to play a game, she would play it with him, even if it was something as childish as hide and seek. Sometimes Yamada would join in, and that's why he absolutely loved them. Eat your unadon, or I will. Instantly, he squeaked, and began squirming against the heroine harder. Nemi. I'm going to starve. He cried, and only then did the woman release him, and he plopped down in his seat, rubbing his hands together and licking his lips as Namiri laughed. He said his thanks when Aizawa placed his plate down, and he tore into his food like he would never eat again. Scary, Namiri playfully whispered, and Aizawa nodded. You should see him with Katsudon. If he loves it, it's gone in an instant. Midoriya took a breath from eating in order to pout at them. I'm not that bad. They both raised their eyebrows at the same time, and he scrunched his nose at them, before continuing eating. He asked Namiri how she was doing, and she immediately went off on how someone called her skimpy, and he couldn't help but smile. With any of them, the house was never quiet in the way his mother's was. Even when Aizawa was dead exhausted, he would sit by Midoriya on the couch, and Midoriya could relax. When his mother was tired, he had to cater to her, to make sure she didn't blow up on him, and that left him on his toes. Aizawa wasn't like that, he could handle his own problems, and he never shoved them into Midoriya's shoulders. He really was happy with them. So, how are things going with your boyfriend? Instantly, Midoriya's face lit up, his green glow making Namiri laugh. He hated when his quirk did that. Whenever he was embarrassed, since he was so in touch with his quirk, it would light up his skin when he blushed. Gosh, it was so embarrassing. He's not my boyfriend, Midoriya muttered, stabbing his chopstick into the unagi. He smirked at Namiri from the corner of his eyes. Yet. Namiri put her hands to her cheeks as she squealed, and Aizawa instantly whirled around. No SEC until you're married. Midoriya ped his head to the side, confusion on his features. What's SEC? You could have heard a pin drop. Nope. Aizawa said, launching himself out of his seat, I'm not doing this. Call Chio, call Tensei, call anyone, I'm not doing this. Oh, come on Shota, Namiri teased. That's the best part about parenting. Aizawa shuddered. Oh god, no. Shut up. It's time for school Izuku, we're leaving. A little confused, Midoriya walked to the door and slipped his shoes on, his backpack floating onto his back as he stood up, Namiri dying of laughter behind him. Aizawa shut the door behind him, muttering incoherent things under his breath as they walked to his black car in silence. Midoriya slipped into the passenger side, and the car rumbled to life, its gentle purring making Midoriya's telekinesis ribbon swirl around his arms excitedly. They always loved cars, for some reason. What is SEC? Aizawa sighed, and looked like he was 3 seconds away from bashing his head on the steering wheel. It's something adults do to create children. Midoriya blinked. Oh. He shifted in his seat, hugging his backpack to his chest as he smiled. You don't have to worry, I'm not into women, so I won't be having SEC at all. Oh, sweet innocent child, Aizawa whispered, and Midoriya looked at the man in confusion. You'll. Ugh, never mind. Stay like that forever. Okay? He was a little confused. Aizawa said SEC was something two adults do in order to create children, therefore it's done between a man and women. Midoriya wasn't into women, so Aizawa shouldn't have to worry about him having SEC at all. Which is why he was confused, because the man looked up to his ears in awkwardness. The rest of the car ride was spent with Aizawa trying to figure out how he was going to explain such an NTMT thing to his innocent child, while Midoriya hummed a song under his breath and watching everything pass by in a blur. Alright, Aizawa said, slowing by the drop-off lane, all of the kids staring at the nice vehicle they had never seen before. Remember, your provisional license means you can use your quirk in self-defense, but don't go looking for trouble, okay? Midoriya nodded, thanks Dad. He froze, but before he could panic, Aizawa ruffled his hair. No problem son. It was worth it when the boy shot him a beam, and waved goodbye after getting out of the car. A car honked at him from behind, and he rolled his eyes with a scoff. Alright, I'm going. As he was driving away, he felt his chest swell with happiness. 30 years old, and he's finally a dad. Midoriya didn't know what he was expecting when he called Aizawa dad, but he wasn't expecting the man to take it in stride. As soon as the man allowed him to be himself, while encouraging his growth, Midoriya automatically began seeing him as his dad. That's what he called him in his mind, and it had slipped out before he could stop it. He smiled, and made his way to the classroom. He had been out of school after Aizawa took him under his care, to make no one could slip more poison into his system, but the school said that he had to at least attend the last week of school, or else they wouldn't pass him. That was when Nizu politely threatened them to treat him good, or else. Turns out, once Nizu realized neither he nor his quirk was like his father, he softened and listened to him when he tried to explain a certain emotion he felt in his chest. Nizu was also the sneaky backstabber that told Namiri when Midoriya realized the emotion in his chest was affection for Todoroki. Nizu called it a crush, and it was the domino effect from there. The Yui staff were at first wary of him, because he came clean as Holocaust son, not wanting to start their relationship with lies. They had tiptoed around him, until Aizawa snapped at all of them and said Midoriya was in the final stage of the villain's web. It was like a switch was flipped. They were boldly kind to him, offering him things just because, and always making time for him if he needed to talk. It was crazy. All he had to do was leave his mother in order to get all of these people who cared about it. Oh. The quirkless Deku's back. Someone called, and the entire class turned to jab insults at him, before it fell silent at the sight of him. Oh yeah, he grew an inch, now 5 feet 6 inches, which wasn't that short, shut up, and he was filling into his body in the 3 months he had lived with Aizawa. His hair, of course, was cut at the sides and fell straight into his eyes, which he discovered he liked more than at his eyebrows, and his skin had a healthy glow. He ignored everyone as he made his way to his desk, smirking at Bakugou when they locked eyes, the entire class waiting for him to blow up, but the blonde boy just looked away. That's right. I saved you from jail, so you better respect me, 'cause I'm your hero, Beach. Hey, quirkless sheet, someone said, and his shoulder was grabbed. Would him reacting now count as self-defense? Where have you been? Probably crying to mommy about not having a quirk. Someone else snickered, and he was shoved out of his seat while the entire class laughed. Okay, self-defense time. He shoved himself to his feet, and moved his fire into his eyes, which he realized was what made them glow, not his anger. Well, when he was angry, his fire immediately went into his eyes, and that was the shine. The entire class fell silent at the sight, and he pushed his fire to simmer right underneath his skin, making him glow an unearthly green. He smiled politely and ped his head to the side, his hair falling to shadow his glowing left eye. Quirkless, you say? They didn't say anything, and Bakugou had froze. I never said I was quirkless. All of you just assumed it, like the big-headed assholes you are. Excuse me? One of the girls said, stepping towards him with her wind swirling around her hands. How dare you? He looked over at her, and her wind instantly died out, his ribbons wrapping around her hands to stop her quirk usage. She stumbled back, fear written on her face as she tried to get her quirk to work. Midoriya turned towards her, and smiled, pulling his ribbons towards himself, and everyone gasped when the girl slid to a stop in front of him. Did you know that I could send all of you to jail for what you've done to me? His eyes shine brighter, and he allowed smoke to begin curling from his bared teeth. There was a cacophony of loud shouts as the students tried to deny it, before someone shouted at Bakugou. Bakugou, why aren't you putting this quirkless sheet in his place? Shut him up. Because he can't, Midoriya cooed, wondering why the hell the teacher was taking so long. I saved his butt from jail, so he owes me. Bakugou cringed at the reminder, and the entire class turned to look at him in shock. Bakugou in jail? Nah, man, he's lying. It's just Deku, since when do we listen to him? But Bakugou hasn't said anything. That's true, Bakugou isn't speaking up for himself. Did Deku really stop him from getting thrown in jail? What did he do to go to jail? Bakugou cleared his throat. Shut up, extras. What does he mean saved you from jail? It was true. Of course it's true. Midoriya snarled, and the fire licking through his teeth made all the students stumble back. That's what happens when you suicide bait a hero's child. What? Deku's not a hero's child. No way. Bakugou suicide baited him? What's happening? Yo, he had fire. You saw that right? But it's green. Only Endeavor's fire can change color, and Deku's last name isn't Todoroki. Not yet it isn't. Isn't Deku's mom a lawyer? Why did he say a hero? Yeah, did Deku's mom marry a hero? What the F dash, Deku's really a hero child? Oh my god, he could throw us in jail. We were tormenting a hero's child? But I don't want to go to jail. All of the students kept talking and wailing over each other, and Midoriya calmly took his seat, taking his schoolwork out and placing it on his desk, ready for the teacher to hurry the F up. Bakugou's back was ramrod straight, and Midoriya knew it was because Tsukachi told him Midoriya was adopted, he just didn't tell him who adopted him. Bakugou knew his biological father was Holocaust, but Midoriya could shut him up if he ever tried to spill it in malice. Honestly, he didn't give a shit about these classmates, just because all of his hatred was crashing into him, and he was desperately remembering Nizu's therapy, how to calm himself down before he burned the place down. He would feel bad later, about throwing Bakugou to the sharks, but right now, he let himself bask in the sadistic glory of bringing him down a couple of pegs. Finally, the teacher walked through the doors, and he waved his hands to shut everyone up. All right, he shouted, and everyone made their way to their seats. He cast an irritated look Midoriya's way, as if he wanted to blame him, but at a flash of Midoriya's teeth, he turned to start the lesson. Aizawa didn't let him slack in the 3 months they spent making sure no one else would hurt him, and he was proud to say he was ahead of everyone in this classroom. That's what happens when your guardian locks you in a room with a high-specs principal for 3 hours every day. He slipped his phone out of his backpack with his quirk, ignoring the sharp intake behind him, and unlocked it, pretending he was listening to what the teacher was saying. He opened his messages, and found his dad's contact. Wow, that was elation at its finest. I didn't kill anyone, but I intimidated the entire class and told them I was a hero's child. Sigma. Please don't be mad. Where are thou sleep? Dad, I'll steal Kayama's rich girl car, and we'll pick you up. Dad, Nuu. Where are thou sleep? Dad, yes. Midoriya? 0374. The teacher looked taken aback when he looked up from his phone, and he smiled politely. That's the answer, is it not? Why yeah, it is. He looked stunned, but shook his head. Anyways, he continued the lesson, while Midoriya's classmates just stared at him. Namuri's rich girl car was something she drove around in costume, because it was a gold freaking Acura NSX, one of the newest kinds. She had it shipped from America, so it was large in size and very, very shiny. She had a few other expensive cars, and she said once Midoriya turned 18, he could have one. He pocketed his phone, but he barely listened to what the teacher was saying. Soon enough, the teacher passed out the exam, and told them they had 2 hours to complete it. Ugh, he thought. Thank you for helping me, Nizu-san. Not to brag or anything, but he was the first one done. The entire class's shock was palpable from where he was sitting, but he pulled out his phone and brightened when he saw Todoroki texted him. Hot DMN. Izuku im board please help. Izuku. Im dyng plzzzzzzz. Your grammar actually kills me. Hot DMN. What are you gonna do? Tell my shitbag? No, I'll tell Fuyumi-san. Hot DMN. Cold-hearted. Turning my heart to stone. Amongst other things. Midoriya shook his head with a huff. Sometimes, Todoroki said things that didn't make any sense. Shouldn't you be working? In class? Hot DMN. Eyes closed face, don't remind me. Todoroki. Pay attention. Hot DMN. I already know what they're talking about. Then who'd talk to you? And it's Shudo. Not Todoroki, don't make me sound like my geezer. Fine. Pay attention Shudo, or I'll tell your sister. Hot DMN. Shot through my heart. Fine. Can you feel my sadness? 'Cause I'm putting my phone away. So sad. You'll live. Midoriya chuckled, and put his phone in his back pocket, not realizing his cheeks were glowing in his happiness. Talking to Todoroki always made him smile. At first, the boy was very blunt, short words and shorter sentences, but he eventually warmed up, and assaulted Midoriya with his terrible grammar. One time, he wrote in just numbers and symbols to make Midoriya smile because he wasn't having a good day. Midoriya had laughed, and taken delight in solving it, trying to ignore his mother's birthday. It had said, never frown, because I love your smile. Todoroki always made that feeling in his chest grow, tumbling in his stomach as if butterflies were taking flight. He had honestly freaked out when he first felt that, to the point where he was shaking in Namuri's arms, trying to understand what he felt, and she held him while he explained it. She said that was a part of the feelings involved with a crush, and she had cuddled him tight, squeaking incoherently as he laughed. When the bell rang, he was out of his seat in an instant, making his way to the door, and all of his classmates seemed to scramble after him, anxious to see if he was lying. Upon exiting the building, he beamed, and held back his laughter, because sure enough, Namuri's rich girl car was sitting in the pickup line, its golden shimmer attracting everyone's attention as people whistled and took pictures. He heard his classmates start exclaiming in shock at the car they've never seen before. He shot a smirk at them, and they tittered in confusion, but they fell silent like he pressed a mute button as he made his way to the car. The car unlocked as he stood beside it, and he slid into the passenger side, turning to look almost all his classmates in the eyes. Their jaws were slack and their eyes were bulging, a few faces were turning red in jealousy, but he winked at them, before blowing a kiss. He shut the door after that. So, how did that feel, Tater-tot? He turned to Namuri with a huge beam. She smiled softly at his happiness. That felt amazing. The next week was actually pretty awesome, despite his classmates being super jealous that Midnight had picked him up from school. During class, could hear their whispering about him, but he did his best to ignore it. Their arguments were mostly about who he texted like a lovesick child, the girls leaning towards someone he paid to pose as his girlfriend, and the boys leaning towards Midnight. For some reason, he had been staring out of the window in boredom when he felt his phone vibrate with Todoroki's personalized vibration. He slipped it out of his back pocket and unlocked it excitedly, ignoring his classmates who were suddenly interested in what he was doing. Hot DMN. Tell your dad I'm picking you up. I want to take you somewhere. You. Kara. He opened his dad's contact and shifted to the left, cutting off the person's vision behind him, hearing them curse. Like he was going to let them read his conversations. You. Hey dad, Shudo wants to pick me up after school. Says he wants to take me somewhere. Where thou sleep? First date? You. No. He just wants to take me somewhere. Where thou sleep? Sure. Just text me if you need to be picked up, or if you're on your way home, okay? You. Yep. Thanks dad. He placed his phone face down on his desk after locking it, and thought back to what Aizawa said. A date? No way, right? Shudo doesn't see me that way, we're just friends. Right? Even if I want us to be so much more, we're just. Midoriya? He looked up to see everyone staring at him. He blinked. Yes? Please stop glowing. Instantly, he shone brighter, and he slapped his hands to his cheeks like he could shove it back into his chest, away from the surface. He wasn't a goddamned glow stick. I'm sorry, he said, shoving his stupid emotion deep into his chest, the glow receding along with it. That happens. His teacher nodded slowly. Just try to keep it together, okay? He nodded, and was the first person out when the bell rang. He heard his classmates stumbling after him, and it made him want to move faster, because he didn't want to share Todoroki with any of the females in his class. They'd sink their claws into him, and he'd never see that pretty eye candy again. Yeah, Namiri gave him a rundown of all of the nicknames that he could use for his crush, and eye candy was his favorite. Namiri had said it was because you loved the way a certain candy tasted, and when you're with that certain person, they're pleasing to the eyes in the way candy is pleasing to the tongue. He loved looking at Todoroki, so he thought the name fit perfectly. Unfortunately, they were right behind him when he exited the building, again, and he scanned the parking lot for dual-toned hair. As he stepped forwards, he heard his classmates begin whispering, saying that maybe Midnight was done with him, and she had abandoned him. His ribbon swirled around his arms excitedly, and he instantly took off, hearing his classmates cry out, but he was already out of sight. For some reason, his invisible ribbons were the first things that found Todoroki, and all he had to do was follow their tugging, and he was colliding with a large chest. Whoa! He heard Todoroki laugh, before his arms were wrapping around his waist. Midoriya snuggled into his chest, for once grateful for his 4-inch height difference. Come on, Todoroki said, reluctantly pulling away. We have somewhere to go, remember? Midoriya beamed, Todoroki smiling at the sight, before he reached over to take his backpack, slipping it over his shoulders despite the smaller boy's protests. You make me want to be my best, because you deserve the best, he said, swatting the boy's hands away. Let me dote on you. Shudo, he whined, because this boy does not know what he's doing to Midoriya's newfound emotions. He was so glad that he was able to outrun his classmates, otherwise they would be all over the taller boy. He wanted to flaunt the boy, but at the same time, he wanted to hide him, keep him a secret from everyone. It reminded him of a quote he read in an old book: if a king owned a pearl without price, a gem he cherished above all, would he hide it away, bury it from sight afraid others would take it? Or would he display it proudly, set it in a ring or crown, so that all the world could behold its beauty and see what richness it brings to his life? Standing with this boy, even though he wasn't Midoriya's, he couldn't help but understand it, even if his meaning was far less than what the books had been. If Todoroki was his pretty pearl, would he hide him away from everyone, namely his stupid classmates, or would he hang off of Todoroki's side and walk by his classmates with a smirk? For some reason, he already knew which one he was leaning towards. The boy grinned at him, and Midoriya pouted, but still grabbed onto Todoroki's sweater, a habit he had gotten into because he had never held his mother's hand. Hey Shudo, he said, and the boy looked over at him. They were nearing one of their favorite coffee shops, the one they first met at. If you could ask me of anything, and I had to say yes, what would you ask? Will you marry me? Midoriya stumbled and choked, sometimes forgetting that Todoroki could be so blunt, even when joking. He looked up at the boy beside him, and met gray and blue eyes. That would be my question. He whispered, and Midoriya saw himself start to glow in the boy's eyes. Todoroki pressed the button to cross the street, and grabbed his hand, looking down at it as he traced mindless patterns across his skin. Before I met you, he said, grabbing Midoriya's other hand. I didn't know what it was like to think of someone, and smile for no reason. I was so cold, so uncaring, a glacier that had been frozen since the beginning, and you were the sunshine that shone through the storm clouds, showing me that light was always possible. Their timer began beeping, and they crossed, Midoriya in a daze, because was Todoroki doing what he thought he was doing? He could feel an emotion he linked to excitement begin curling in his stomach, hope bursting through his very being as he digested what Todoroki was saying. Did he really? I didn't think about very many things in that state, he admitted, and opened the door to the coffee shop, the smell of caffeine wafting up to them. I was so focused on my hatred for my father, my hatred for the world, that I couldn't even see in front of me. You showed me that even though you could be suffering, on the verge of ending it all, happiness is possible. You made me happy, and soon my head was always full of you, your smile and laugh, your bouncy step and kind eyes, everything. He took them to their usual secluded corner, and sat down, setting the backpack beside him before waving a waiter to start their usuals. You always occupy my thoughts, taking them for yourself, and it wasn't long before you took my heart. I don't know if 3 months is too short for me to accept these feelings, but to me, it feels like I took forever. Todoroki accepted their drinks with a grateful nod, and turned back to the stunned boy. I've never experienced this before, but if it's with you, I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to give you my everything, because I want to be your everything. Todoroki took his hands and looked Midoriya in the eyes. Izuku, I want you to stop looking, because I'm right in front of you. Midoriya couldn't describe the feeling in his chest. It was something like exhilaration on steroids, the butterflies in his stomach having doubled in a split second, making his legs tingle as he smiled, tears welling up and spilling over. He was so happy right now. Shudo, his voice cracked, but pulled out a coin, and the boy looked a little confused. Let's flip a coin. If it's heads, you're mine. If it's tails, I'm yours, because all I want is to just be with you. Todoroki's eyes widened, and he dropped his head, hair shadowing his face. Really? His voice was choked, as if he was pressing all of his emotions away. Although he couldn't see it, Midoriya nodded, trying to sniff back his tears. Shudo, a day without you is a day without sunshine. The sun may be bright outside, but I myself cannot shine. You are the reason I smile all day, and I promised myself I would be the one to make you smile. Todoroki looked up, and he smiled, his eyes were wet from tears and his cheeks were red from the confession, but he was smiling. He reached over and grabbed Midoriya's hand, the one holding the coin, and pressed a kiss to his knuckles, before taking the coin. Let's flip this coin, he said, and he flicked it into the air with his thumb. Heads, Midoriya called, wiping the tears from his eyes as Todoroki added his own, tails never fails. Todoroki caught the coin with hand, but slapped it down against his other hand, flipping the coin over once more before either could see what it had landed on. He lifted his hand, and the coin glinted from Midoriya's glow. It was tails. Todoroki looked up into Midoriya's eyes with an intensity he'd never seen before, a smoldering heat that spoke of a yearning for something he has never had, and it made Midoriya's toes curl. You're mine, Todoroki breathed, and holy shit, those 2 words should not sound that good. Midoriya laughed, his skin glowing as his cheeks flushed. He took a sip of his drink, enjoying the sweet flavor, before pinging his head at the way Todoroki stared at it in envy. What? He asked, and Todoroki's eyes snapped up to meet his. Date me, Izuku. Date me, fall in love with me, marry me, and spend the rest of your life with me. Midoriya's jaw dropped, and he stared at the perfect, beautiful boy in front of him. For a split second, he wondered if this was moving too fast. He had known this boy for 3 months. Granted, they were the best 3 months of his life, and he felt himself falling for the boy before he even knew how to fall for someone. He felt his ribbons attach themselves to Todoroki, and marveled the way they swirled around him, caressing him gently, as if yearning to touch him. Then again, what part of his life was normal? He was born in a world where people could move things with their minds, set things on fire with their touch, change into animals, everything. He was born into the world to a lawyer and a villain, automatically dealt one of the words cards in the deck, and he had been quirkless, making him literally quirkless villain trash. It was that world that sent him there, twisted who he was to make them feel superior, suppressing who he was on a lie, telling themselves that it was because he could be a villain, he could kill people just like his father. If that world wanted to say he was moving too fast, tell him that he shouldn't be able to feel what he was currently feeling, then he would stick his middle finger up and say, F you world. You'll have to woo me, Todoroki Shudo, before I take your last name and become yours. The boy flushed, before he was laughing, tears falling down his cheeks as he pressed his face to Midoriya's hand, peppering kisses against it. I'll woo you, Izuku. I'll woo the hell out of you, until you can think of nothing but my name. Todoroki smirked, but his teasing tone went right over Midoriya's head. I'll be waiting. They spent the rest of their first date catching up on each other's week. Todoroki had been put on a stricter schedule due to Yui's recommendation exam coming up, and he rarely had any time to text Midoriya. Your web, is it healing well? Todoroki had paid for the bill like the gentleman he was, and was taking the initiative to walk him home. Midoriya hummed, and pressed a hand to his chest. Actually, you can't see much of a difference, since it's only been 3 months. Nizu said it usually takes a few years to completely disappear, since my veins have been poisoned my entire life, you know? He did say the bruising would be the first thing to go, and every day, I can feel my quirk getting stronger. That's good. I want you to be healthy, that way I can devour you without worry of hurting you. Midoriya blinked, and put that down on the list of things Todoroki said that he needed to ask Namiri about. Shudo, does this make you my boyfriend? Todoroki hummed, swinging their hands between them as they walked, nearing Midoriya's apartment. I think so. Isn't that what people who are dating are? I know, Midoriya said, looking down at their linked hands as a happy feeling grew in his chest. But a lot of the girls said something about talking. Todoroki ped his head to the side, looking into Midoriya's eyes. Is that not what we were doing before I asked you out? Midoriya blinked. Oh, I guess you're right. Todoroki grinned, and nuzzled his face into Midoriya's hair, before they arrived at the complex. Todoroki walked him to his door, and they stood like that, staring into each other's eyes, before Todoroki leaned down and pressed a kiss to Midoriya's forehead, pulling the boy into his arms. Thank you, he whispered. For giving me a chance. Always. He would always be sad to see Todoroki walk away, but another part of him, a part hidden deep in his mind, would always appreciate it. He turned towards the door once Todoroki was out of sight, and pulled his key out of his pocket, unlocking the door and slipping inside. How was it? He turned around after locking the door, and pressed his back against it, sliding down until he was sitting on the floor, slumped on his side. How was what? Yamada asked, turning to see Aizawa grinning at his coffee. Guess what my son did today? Yamada looked over at the boy slumped on the ground, then over at Namiri, who looked just as confused. What? He had his first date. What? Everyone in the room flinched at Yamada's screech, which was amplified by his quirk, and Aizawa glared at him until the man was able to control his voice. Namiri turned bright eyes towards the boy sitting in his own world. It was Todoroki, wasn't it? Why wasn't I informed of this? Yamada cried, crossing his arms and pouting as Aizawa smiled fondly. Aizawa Izuku was FING plotting, you hear him? He. Oh my god. Midoriya squealed, pressing his face to his hands as he squirmed, elation welling in his chest and threatening to explode. His skin was glowing, he could see it through his fingers. Namiri was suddenly in front of him, her eyes wide with mischief. He what? He what? Give me all the juicy details. Nemi. He said something I don't understand. He pulled the woman close and whispered what Todoroki said, about how he wanted Midoriya to be healthy so he could devour him without any pain. He started whispering these things after Namiri said some of the things Todoroki implied were not for everyone's ears. Namiri threw her head back and began howling with laughter. Both men turned and looked over at the woman who was dying, slumping onto her back as she threw a hand over her mouth and rolled over, her body shaking as her silent laughter suffocated her. Oh my god, she panted almost a good 3 minutes later. Every time she seemed like she was calming down, she would pause, and go right back into laughing, clutching her side and whining about dying. I'm going to have a 6-pack. Midoriya puffed his cheeks out, and Namiri cooed at the sight. It wasn't that funny. Oh, my little tater tot. She said fondly, sitting up with much effort as she reached over and ruffled his hair. Has Shota not given you the talk? Shut up, Kayama. Aizawa said instantly, and Yamada winced in sympathy. What talk? Midoriya asked, looking between all 3 adults with confusion. The talk about SEC and children. Oh. Yeah, he said it was between a man and woman for children. The boy nodded as if he just dropped some massive knowledge. So, we've covered that. Yamada shook his head, and placed it against the table with a sigh. My poor, baby bean. Namiri grabbed Midoriya's shoulders and hauled him to his feet. Midoriya couldn't really say he liked the way her eyes gleamed. Tater tot, I'll give you the talk, but you can't hate me when I'm done. Midoriya ped his head to the side. Why would I hate you? Goodbye, precious, innocent bean, Yamada ummed. You will be missed. Midoriya shot him a glance, but Aizawa had the same face of acceptance, like something was about to happen, and he had no power to stop it. Come on tater tot, Namiri said, guiding him to his room. There is a lot you need to know. Sitting in class the next day, he still got uncomfortable shivers up his spine from remembering what he had learned from Namiri. It was a lot. And he did not want to think about it. He was thankful that today was the last day of school, and the thought of seeing Todoroki again was making him glow no matter how many times his teachers told him to cut it out. Todoroki. His boyfriend. Instantly, he had to bite back a squeal as his glow made Bakugou's hair look green, and he dropped his head to his desk as he tried to shove his fire back into his chest. As soon as he was successful, 5 minutes later, he lifted his head and nodded along with whatever the teacher was saying, before he felt his phone buzz with Todoroki's signature vibration, and his glow came back with a vengeance. He ignored the way his classmates seemed to sigh, knowing it was a lost cause to try and keep him from using it, and he pulled his phone out to read the message. Hot DMN. I want to see you again. So I'm picking you up. I'll beg you our dad if I have to. Izuku PLZZZZZZZZZZZZ. You. Fine, but I'm going to flaunt you like the beautiful eye candy you are. Hot DMN. I like that idea. Let me change into some rich BOI clothes and do my hair. You. Shudo Nuu. Hot DMN. Shudo yes. Ripped jeans. Gelled hair. Jean jacket. Shades. Combat boots. And a bad boy smirk. I'm on my way. You're going to kill me instead of my classmates. Hot DMN. All's fair in love and war. I'll be there in 10. Don't hurt yourself. Midoriya texted Aizawa again, the man sending him a thumbs up, before he locked his phone and sunk down in his seat with a high-pitched sigh. He didn't know Todoroki owned half of those things, and yet, here he was, going to show up at Midoriya's school and pick him up while making everyone swoon. Ugh, he's actually going to kill us all. Goodbye world, you won't be missed. The teacher rambled on, and Midoriya wasn't even paying attention, couldn't bring himself to focus. He was finally getting out of this hellhole, and with a spot already secured in Yui after Nizu saw what he could do, saw he had a heart for heroics, he was in a state of relaxation. Knowing he had nothing to worry about until his dad was his homeroom teacher. Don't take him wrong, he wasn't going to slack, he just knew he had already made it into Yui. The bell suddenly rang, and everyone was gathering their things around him, saying their goodbyes and telling each other they would be missed. Midoriya put his things away, nodded at his teacher, and walked out of the classroom, not even bothering to say goodbye to any of the bullies who tormented him. He heard everyone scramble after him, and he rolled his eyes. Were they really that curious to see how he lived his life, now that he was a hero's child? He stepped out of the building, and cast his eyes around the lot, before landing on Todoroki leaning against the wall looking like a FING meal. True to his word, he was wearing shades, and his hair was gelled to one side, the white covering the red. His black ripped jeans hugged his fit legs, while his white shirt was slim but not skin-tight, and the jean jacket on top he looked my FING hard. He smiled and heard the entire class gasp at the sight of the boy, before the girls started whispering excitedly, giggling behind their hands and daring each other to go talk to him. Todoroki turned and looked in their direction, eliciting a squeal from all of the girls as he pushed himself off of the wall and began gracefully striding their way. What the F dash? He heard one of the guys shriek. Why's he so good-looking? Oh my god, a girl squealed, and Midoriya could imagine her bouncing on her heels. He's coming this way. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. Another girl shrieked and Midoriya chuckled, before he began walking towards his boyfriend. The entire class began shouting at him, telling him to stop taking their chance at a boyfriend, that he would always be too ugly to gain a significant other, one braver girl yelling at him to get away from her boyfriend, before she snatched his arm and yanked him back. Midoriya's anger blew up in his chest, and he whirled around with a hiss, smoke curling from his lips, before he remembered what Nizu had been teaching him, and he took a deep breath, putting his fire back into his chest. He settled for just glaring at her as he shook his arm out of her grasp, but the girl held her ground, putting her hands on her hips to glare at him. Stay away from my boyfriend, Deku, she spat, and turned to Todoroki, a bright, hopeful smile taking place on her face. Todoroki just stared at her, before pinging his head to the side. I'm already dating someone. The girl's jaw dropped, and she stomped her leg with a cry. I can be better than her. I'm a size B cup and I'm a perfect hourglass figure. I'm only going to grow from here. She shrieked, and her friends shouted encouraging words her way. Midoriya felt his chest swell with the fire he was still struggling to hold back, before his backpack was taken off of his back and he was spun around. His vision swirled as he was tossed over a toned shoulder, and he wanted to giggle. If you'll excuse me and my boyfriend, we have other things to attend to. He turned and walked away with Midoriya thrown over his shoulder like a sack of rice, leaving all of his old peers to stare at him in shock. Midoriya pushed himself up against Todoroki's back, and made eye contact with the girl who was trying to take his boyfriend of one day. He winked at her, and blew her a kiss, seeing her face burn a bright red before Todoroki carried him around the corner, away from his old life and into his bright future. What if they won't like me? No one can't not like you. Midoriya was pacing in his bedroom, hands buried in his hair. It was 11 at night and Todoroki was laying on his bed, staring at the ceiling and replying to every one of Midoriya's insecure questions with words of affection and encouragement. He and Todoroki had been going strong for a good 7 months, bringing them up to Yui's new year, and they still haven't kissed. They both agreed that although they had been ready, they had jumped into a relationship pretty quick, and decided to allow themselves to grow together, learn as a couple. His family loved Todoroki, although Namiri had been suspicious as to why the son of the number 2 hero suddenly took interest in her little tater-tot, but when she had seen how happy they were together, the idea had quickly grown on her. Todoroki helped him discover a lot of things about his quirk, and he was extremely shocked to find that his fire didn't have a whiplash if he used too much, or used it for a long time. It wouldn't die down if it was burning for a while, but it could consume any other fire it touched, making it his own, and his fire didn't burn him. It made him wonder if that was because his fire had been locked up for so long, that it wouldn't allow anyone or anything to lock it up again. His fire could create anything, but he had to know how it looked, worked, sounded, and the authenticity was based on his knowledge. For example, he could create a phone, and it would look, weigh, and sound like a phone, but since he didn't know all the inner mechanics and how it works, it wouldn't function like a phone. He also couldn't create any of the other elements. He could create their image, but his fire refused to turn into water or rock. That sucked, but oh well. When creating people, he couldn't create someone he's never seen before, because they didn't look human-like, and he couldn't create a quirk unless it was used on against him. Todoroki refused to use either of his quirks on his boyfriend, so his flame Todoroki was quirkless. His telekinesis wasn't inanimate, but it wasn't actually alive. He called it his ribbon, even though with his quirk growing every day, it had surpassed the length of a blue whale and was nearing 3, and he could split it as many times as he wanted without it losing strength. It wasn't inanimate, and it wasn't alive, because it was affected by his feelings like most quirks were, but his ribbon could react without him prompting it to, like if it needed to protect him. It was like the eyes in the back of his head, making sure no one would be able to sneak up on him. It had also taken an obsession over Todoroki, and Midoriya would leave the room, only to come back and find the boy floating with his ribbon swirling around him, gently caressing him like a lover. Todoroki tried not to be weirded out, because his boyfriend's quirk was over here running up and down his body, and although it wasn't SXL, it still felt pretty weird. Midoriya had explained that his ribbons react to his emotions sometimes, and his emotions really loved Todoroki, so his ribbons did too. It placated the boy, and Todoroki felt more flattered that his boyfriend liked him so much his quirk was affected by it, than weirded out. He decided to call his quirk Fiery Ribbon, just because it sounded like it wouldn't be that strong, and then he could turn around and be like, psych, it's 2 quirks, one's fire and the other's telekinesis. Gotcha. Endeavor used to cut their time together short by pulling Todoroki away in the middle of their dates, or hangouts, but Midoriya had threatened to call the police on him for child abuse, and even if Endeavor's shitty lawyers could cover it up, his reputation would take a major blow. Midoriya was still planning on doing it, once he found a way to get Todoroki's mother out of the hospital, but for now, he would dangle that over the man's head. Yeah, but, I'm a villain's child, and everyone there is trying to be a hero, and what if they think I'm only there to sabotage them, and then? Todoroki was in front of him before he could blink, and his hands were on his cheeks as he pressed his forehead against Midoriya's. Instantly, all the tension melted from his body, and he sighed, putting his own hands over Todoroki's as the boy rocked them side to side. You're perfect, Izuku, he whispered, and Midoriya closed his eyes. You're smart, and beautiful, and you love making people smile, and you're extremely kind, even if you hold one hell of a grudge. Midoriya chuckled at the reminder, and he felt Todoroki nuzzle closer to him. When they were 3 months into their relationship, Todoroki accidentally ate the last caramel chocolate bar, and Midoriya hadn't even looked at him until the boy had bought him another one, and even then he still brought it up. You think so? He asked, and opened his eyes, looking into Todoroki's mismatched but so beautiful eyes. I know so. And even if they don't like you, they'll have your awesome boyfriend busting down their reputations. Midoriya giggled, and Todoroki smiled at the sound. He leaned in and pressed a kiss against Midoriya's nose, and pulled him into his chest, nuzzling into the smaller boy's neck. Sometimes, Midoriya feels his happiest in Todoroki's arms, like they were his protection from the world, a promise to always be by his side. He found out, not everyone's hug felt like iron bars keeping you from ever leaving. They didn't feel like someone was locking you away from the world, as if you were nothing but a skeleton to be kept in the closet. In Aizawa's hug, he could feel the fatherly affection, even if they were far and few in between, due to the man's reputation of being emotionless. Namiri's hug felt like what he guessed a mother's hug was supposed to feel, comforting and loving, a calm feeling compared to his mother's iron grip. Yamada's hug was like an overgrown puppy, every single one would have you squished to his chest as he spun you around, which you would think would be Namiri's hug, but it wasn't. Ida was that one-armed hugger, like you couldn't tell if he didn't want to touch you, or if he was just not a touchy person. Todoroki was his protection, his shield from the world that would hate him for the blood that ran through his veins. Although it was weird that once they found out said blood had been killing him from poison, they were all over him, apologizing for ever thinking he would turn out like his father, and it scared him. Because, if they reacted that badly when they found out he was healing from the final stage, how horrible were the children's deaths once they passed the 4th stage? He had been a few months from finding out. Apparently, if a child has had suppressants running through their veins for 10 years, it automatically kills them. Their bodies have been destroyed, and their immune systems were broken, so once they hit 15 years from their first injection, it was instant death. It didn't matter if they were healing, 10 years was a death sentence, and that's why heroes who saved webbed children go through such lengths to make sure they wouldn't be in danger. It was why he was paranoid whenever someone offered him something that he didn't know the ingredients to. Because if it was laced with suppressants, goodbye world. I'm super excited for the new year, Midoriya whispered against his boyfriend's chest, and he felt more than heard the vibrations from his hum. I'll be that much closer to helping people who are like me. You'll make an amazing hero, Izuku, Todoroki whispered, placing a kiss to his head. That was another thing. The emotionless son of Endeavor was super affectionate. He loved hugs, and holding hands, and cuddling, and just feeling. He loved it, and Midoriya wondered if that was what it meant to be touch-starved. As if he himself wasn't. You'll make an amazing sidekick, Midoriya giggled, and Todoroki pulled away with a fake offended gasp. I knew it. He turned his nose to the ceiling. You're only with me so I can be your sidekick. Midoriya wrapped his arms around the boy's torso, fighting a grin. You caught me. Don't leave me though, you'll be an excellent sidekick. I can't believe I fell for your lies, Todoroki sniffed, and turned his head away from Midoriya every time the boy tried to look into his eyes. Ashudo, he cooed, pressing a kiss to the boy's collarbone. I'll always lie to you. Like right now, when I say you look amazing. You're so mean. Todoroki cried, falling back into the bed and taking Midoriya with him, before wrapping his limbs around the smaller boy like a koala, and pretending to fall asleep. Shudo, Midoriya whined, uselessly squirming in the taller boy's hold. Don't bed me, I'm too young. Todoroki choked on his spit and pulled away, sitting up as he tried to expel the liquid in his lungs while Midoriya laughed. When he was done coughing, he slumped back onto the bed beside the smug boy. You became way too powerful once Namiri started educating you on NTRCRS. He said, and Midoriya's smirk grew. What happened to my innocent boyfriend? He whined, and Midoriya laughed. He was crushed. Underneath the Izuku Nemi created. Todoroki groaned and buried his face in his pillow. I can't believe your dad is going to be my homeroom teacher, his voice came out muffled, and Midoriya grinned, placing his hand on the boy's back and began running it up and down, marveling at the muscles. You'll get used to it, he said, and Todoroki playfully sighed. Stop GRPNG me, he muttered, and Midoriya giggled. No, your muscles need to be adored. They are a gift from above. Ha, Todoroki deadpanned, his voice still muffled from the pillow. These are a gift from the geezer's stupid training. Shoo, Midoriya whispered, rolling over to press his face onto Todoroki's back. I don't want to thank your father for giving you an amazing figure, let me just be grateful. He felt Todoroki chuckle underneath him, before the boy rolled over, and Midoriya squawked when he was suddenly bundled into a blanket burrito. Todoroki's phone lit up, and he sighed, slumping face first back into the bed. I'm not answering it. Shudo, Midoriya said, the phone floating into his hands. You know he'll only get more irritated if you ignore him. Todoroki heaved a sigh, and pushed himself to his knees, gently grabbing the phone from Midoriya's grasp. He put the phone to his ear. What? Midoriya laid back down on the bed, crossing his arms under his head and watched the way emotions didn't show on Todoroki's face whenever he was talking to Endeavor. I'm with my boyfriend. Midoriya grinned at that, and a soft smile slipped onto Todoroki's lips as the sight. Endeavor had been said at first, to find out that his perfect creation was broken, and couldn't give him powerful grandkids, so he had immediately disapproved of them. Midoriya had beamed at him, pet his head to the side, and said, if your son and I had children, they'd have 4 quirks. Get the F out of my face before I call the cops on you for child abuse. Suddenly, Endeavor approved of their relationship, telling Todoroki that as long as Midoriya was powerful, he could accept him to have the Todoroki name. Fine. I'm leaving. Midoriya looked up at his boyfriend in time to see him slump onto his chest, slotting his legs in between Midoriya's and wrapping his arms around the smaller boy's torso. "I don't want to go," he whined, his voice sounding like a petulant child being dragged away from the toy section in the store. Midoriya began running his fingers through the boy's hair, and he leaned into his hand. "I'll see you tomorrow, so we can prepare for school in 2 days." Todoroki sighed, before pushing himself to his elbows and leaning into Midoriya's space, his eyes smoldering. "I want to kiss you." Midoriya's fire burst up to his skin, and Todoroki laughed when the boy resembled a green glow stick. I don't even know how to kiss," Midoriya protested, and Todoroki sat back on his heels, shrugging. "If you're not ready, then that's fine," he winked at his glow stick of a boyfriend. "But my lips will always be ready to teach." Midoriya slapped his hands against his cheeks as if he could stop his body from glowing, and Todoroki's velvety laugh caressed his ears. "I gotta go, Izuku, but I'll see you tomorrow." Midoriya sat up and nodded, walking the taller boy to the door. "I'll see you, Shudo." Todoroki smiled, and waved goodbye, Midoriya watching his figure disappear, before he turned around and locked the door, making his way to his room and falling back onto his bed, snuggling into the covers that still smelled like his boyfriend. "Everything is going to be okay." Todoroki admits he could have been in a better mood. His father hadn't allowed him to see his boyfriend for a week, because of Yui's recommendation exam coming up. Apparently, Nizu guaranteed Izuku's spot in Yui, because he had seen Izuku's will to help people, despite how someone he was supposed to trust had been breaking him. Nizu had seen the way Izuku had mind-blowing control over a quirk he's had for less than a year, and he had been impressed. You know what that meant for Todoroki? No Izuku cuddles for a week. So yes, he could be in a better mood. The exam was pretty simple, especially since he was learning to use his fire, not enough that it would lick off of his skin like Izuku's, but enough to melt the ice that formed on his body. He had snapped at someone for getting in his way, because the exam was done and the boy was blocking the exit. He just wanted to see Izuku. When he realized he snapped, he had walked back to the boy and apologized, telling him he wasn't in a good mood and he hopes the boy could forgive him. The boy had seemed in his own world, so Todoroki had awkwardly walked away, sprinting away from his father calling him until he was off of campus, waving goodbye to Midnight who was on her way to campus. He had sprinted all the way to Izuku's apartment, and as soon as the smaller boy pulled the door open, he promptly passed out in his arms. It was one of his worst moments. He had done the entire recommendation exam, and then he had ran from Yui to Izuku's apartment. That was a lot of running, but he didn't care. He would finally see his small boyfriend after a whole week. When he came to, he was still in his exam clothes, but someone had tossed him into a warm bath. He closed his eyes and leaned back with a groan, his entire body tired from all of his physical strain. He felt the water shift around him, before something curled around his body like a giant hug. He smiled softly, and not even a second later, the door was opened. "You're awake." Todoroki hummed softly and cracked an eye open, meeting his tiny boyfriend drowning in one of Todoroki's missing sweatshirts. "I was looking for that," he informed the boy, who puffed his cheeks out in a pout as he crossed his arms. "Well, it's mine now," he said, and Todoroki chuckled, patting the side of the tub where Izuku took a seat. His legs were covered by dark blue leggings, safe from the biting cold of the tub. "I missed you," Todoroki whispered, and pressed his head against his boyfriend's side. Izuku began gently carding his hair, moving white and red around until it was a mixture of both. "I missed you too," he said back, and Todoroki looked up into his bright green eyes. Sometimes, it sked, dating Izuku. Just because he was so innocent, and Todoroki's flirting and innuendos went right over his head, leaving him a little disappointed. But at the same time, it was so adorable, the innocence that Izuku held. Even though the boy had knowledge, he didn't understand it, and that left him knowing but not knowing. Todoroki would be the one to corrupt him, show him that there are other pleasures past hugging and cuddling, NTMT pleasures that only lovers knew. Unfortunately, he was only 15, and had vowed that the only person he would take would be his husband, after marriage. If his plans went correctly, Izuku would be his husband, and he could continue showing the boy the world. "Izuku," he whispered, and the boy hummed. "When can I kiss you?" Instantly, Izuku's body lit up, shining a bright green even in the bathroom lighting. Todoroki thought that was adorable. Most people couldn't tell when they flustered their partner, but here he had a glow stick of a boyfriend, who only lit up when he was embarrassed. "I don't know how to kiss," Izuku said, and Todoroki couldn't help but shake his head at the weak argument. If Izuku wasn't ready, he wasn't going to force him, but he had been aching to taste the boy ever since he first saw him. He had wondered what it would feel like, to kiss someone who also had fire running through his veins. "And I've told you, my lips will always be here for teaching." "Okay." Todoroki faltered. Okay? Izuku twisted his fingers into Todoroki's jacket. I've been stalling for a while. I would love to kiss you. His glow was shining through the sweatshirt, and Todoroki sat up on his knees, putting him at Izuku's collarbones. We don't have to unless you're. I want to, Shudo, I want to kiss you. So, just kiss me. Todoroki felt a fond smile slip onto his lips, and he felt joy spread through his entire being, filling up his body until he could burst. He gently placed his hands on Izuku's face, thumbs running against the small boy's freckles, his fingers brushing against the short, shaved hair of his undercut. He leaned in, and pressed his forehead against Izuku's, staring into the boy's eyes to make sure he was okay with it. Izuku's eyes dropped down to his lips, and he slowly leaned in, closing his eyes as they shared a breath, and their lips met in the middle. Someone can kiss in so many ways, and Todoroki was determined to show them all to Izuku, but for now, he settled for a light brush, just enough for their lips to disconnect with a light smacking sound. Izuku leaned back and pressed the tips of his fingers, his eyes wide as his first kiss was forever engraved into his memory. And then he was leaning in for another one. His lips were warm, soft and smooth like he was wearing chapstick. Izuku didn't kiss Todoroki back, and Todoroki knew it was just because he didn't know how to. Instead, the boy's hands were buried deep into his hair as he leaned down, his ribbons running up Todoroki's sides and pressing him closer to Izuku, as if the boy could never be close enough. Izuku's kiss was soft, sweet in a way that said he has never kissed before. Todoroki smiled softly, breaking the kiss and hearing Izuku's slight whine. Move your lips, he whispered against the boy's mouth, and when Izuku complied, Todoroki was on cloud 9. He decided to hell with it as he liked the seam between Izuku's lips, and his mouth went open with a gasp, like he didn't believe Todoroki just did that. He took his chance and liked into the boy's mouth, tasting the achingly sweetness of his tongue, and he knew he was addicted. He knew he would forever live for that taste, would do anything to have it again. Izuku opened his mouth wider and pulled Todoroki's head closer, not knowing what the taller boy was doing but absolutely loving it. Izuku's cheeks were glowing as Todoroki explored his boyfriend's mouth, and Izuku flushed brighter before pulling away, adorably overwhelmed. He was panting, and Todoroki grinned at his boyfriend, nuzzling his way into the smaller boy's shoulder, peppering kisses all over his neck and collarbones, beaming with happiness. That's a kiss? Izuku sounded out of breath, and Todoroki grinned, pressing another kiss to the junction of Izuku's neck and shoulder. That's called a French kiss. Todoroki informed the flustered boy, and pulled away to see Izuku hum, pressing his fingers lightly against his tingling lips. I liked that, he admitted, and Todoroki felt a smug feeling well up in his chest. His boyfriend liked the way he kissed. He leaned in and exhaled hot air against Izuku's mouth, the boy's once diminishing light coming back with a vengeance. Want me to do it again? He asked huskily, liking his lips as Izuku squeaked, embarrassed. Why yeah. Kissing Izuku was like walking on air. No weight of the world holding him down, away from what he really wanted, his beautiful boyfriend Izuku. It crushed down all of his worries and diminished everything he had been insecure about, until he could think of nothing but his innocent boyfriend's lips. He was on cloud 9, and he never planned on crashing back to earth. Until the door opened. He broke away from his newfound addiction like a child with their hands in the cookie jar, and met the stunned eyes of Namiri Kayama. They might have been able to play innocent, if there wasn't a string of saliva connecting their lips. Oh. My gosh. She said, and Todoroki said goodbye to the world as he was snatched away from his boyfriend and out of the bathroom, clothing dripping wet and dampening the carpet. With the way Todoroki was trailing water, and the way Namiri was dragging him, it would have looked like she murdered him, if the water had been stained red. He had time to think, at least I finally kissed him, before he met the incredulous eyes of Aizawa Shota, and he said goodbye to the world. After Midoriya successfully smuggled Todoroki into the locker rooms to change into their PE uniforms, the boy collapsed beside the lockers. He's going to get me one day. He groaned, and the rest of the boys filed in, giving him weird looks. Todoroki was a little paranoid after Aizawa demonstrated his Halloween costume early, chasing Todoroki around the apartment as Michael Myers. It was amusing to anyone who didn't know Todoroki was 3 seconds away from being 2,000 feet under. We won't get into that bloody, traumatizing story, for the sake of Todoroki's pride. He's not going to kill you, Midoriya huffed, opening one of the lockers to change. He's a hero, remember? Todoroki jerked up into a sitting position, and pointed at Midoriya. He's an underground hero, meaning no one will know if he murders someone, right? Midoriya rolled his eyes and chucked Todoroki's uniform at him. Get dressed. Todoroki muttered incoherently under his breath, but stood and opened his locker, before starting to undress to change. Midoriya had just hung his uniform top up when someone gasped behind him, and the locker room quieted down. "Dude, what happened to your back?" Midoriya's eyes blew wide open as he whirled around, locking shocked eyes with the electricity user, Kaminari Denki. He dropped his eyes to his chest, and met ugly black spiderwebs, surrounded by dark purple bruising. It wasn't black anymore, but it was still ugly. He crossed his arms over his chest and ducked his head down, trying to curl into himself. He had forgotten about them. Living with Aizawa, the man never forced them to show, and when they did, he never made a big deal about it. Aizawa made him forget that he was broken, because he gave Midoriya hope that he could be fixed. Suddenly Ida's little brother was in front of him, a worried look on his face. Midoriya had never met Ida Tenya, but Tensei always spoke about him, always bragging about how much his little brother was working to get into Yui. "You're being webbed," Ida said, and Midoriya cringed when suddenly everyone began confusedly exchanging glances. "Do you require help?" I am okay," Midoriya stuttered, trying to cover his chest from the other boy's curious staring. Ida recognized this and reached over, grabbing his PE top and handing it to him. "I've gotten help, and I'm actually healing." Ida nodded, pressing his glasses back up his nose. "Good. If you desire assistance in anything, I will be glad to help." Midoriya nodded. "Thank you." The other boy nodded back, before turning on his heel and making his way back to his locker. "That's absolutely hideous." Midoriya flinched, and turned to meet the eyes of a short boy with purple hair. His eyes were judgmental as he stared at the corners of the purple sliding up Midoriya's shoulders. "How are you supposed to get a girl if you—" Suddenly, Todoroki was in front of the boy, towering over him while steam rose off his body. "You better shut your mouth," he hissed angrily, and the boy flinched at his tone. "Before I hook your organs out with a fishing pole and strangle you with them." "Shudo," Midoriya whispered, gently pulling the steaming boy away from the shaking short boy. "It's okay. Change before you're late." Todoroki didn't stop steaming as he changed, and he glared at anyone who looked their way. When he had finished, he gently grabbed Midoriya's arm and tugged him out of the locker room, muttering threats. They were one of the first people out, and Aizawa instantly turned towards them, before seeing the steam curling off of Todoroki's and the way Midoriya was staring at the floor, before he realized what he did. He had sent his son, who was healing from a poison in his body, to change with a bunch of judgmental teenagers. Midoriya had told him how self-conscious he was of his scarring, and it was in the medical books, that kids hated their webs. His face tried to twist in regret, but he wouldn't allow it. He would profusely apologize later, and bribe the boy with whatever he wants to not tell Namuri, because heaven knows what she'd do to him. Todoroki wrapped a gentle arm around Midoriya, and they waited for the rest of the students to finish dressing. When everyone was standing in a loose circle, Aizawa told them they were going to be doing a quirk apprehension test, and ignored everyone's questions and said they would be allowed to use their quirks. "This is going to be fun." Midoriya inwardly shriveled up, wishing there was something to bash his head in with as his dad's face twisted into his maniacal, sleep-deprived grin. "Fun, huh? Then, last place gets expelled." Again, he ignored everyone's complaints, and started everyone on the 50-meter dash. Midoriya had been wondering just how fast his ribbons could move him, or if he was faster if he just blasted himself forwards with his fire. As he was lining up for his turn, he saw Bakugou holding his hands out, ready to blast himself forwards, and he instantly decided against it. But what was stopping him from using both? He bared his teeth at Bakugou when the boy turned a glare his way, and Bakugou flinched back, eyes wide like he forgot Midoriya now had the emotions that let him fight back. "Go!" He had wrapped his ribbons around himself and had them coil up, ready to spring forwards in an instant's notice, and as soon as the little robot gave the go signal, he let them explode, where he was past the little robot in a blink of an eye, skidding his feet along the ground to stop himself. 0.16 seconds. He stumbled as he righted himself, staring at the bot in shock. He went how what? He made his way back to Todoroki's side with a dazed expression, before the boy nudged him and pointed to the end of the lane. Midoriya felt his cheeks glow as he took notice of the 2 tracks of green flames, as if he had been moving so fast it had started a fire. He didn't mean for fire to come out like that, but it looked badass, so he wasn't complaining. He reached his hand out, and the fire rose up into the air, gaining everyone's exclamations of shock, before it swirled over to him, spinning around his arms before sinking into his chest with a soft glow. Everyone was staring at him when he looked up, and his cheeks shone brighter, before Aizawa called up the next people. He ended up placing first, with Ida Tenya right behind him. Before he could worry about hard feelings, the boy clapped him on the shoulder and said he was glad Midoriya was healing. Next was the grip strength, which Midoriya knew he was going to fail, because honestly he was still getting used to the seemingly endless amount of energy his body had, and he didn't really know how to control it. One of the boys, the one with multiple arms, used all of his hands and got a grip strength of 540.0 kilograms. Making everyone gather around him, exclaiming in shock and awe, asking him if he was a gorilla or an octopus. Ha, Midoriya thought, we can use our quirks. Forgot about that. He looked back down at the tiny device in his hands and pulled one of his ribbons from his arm, curling it around the device before squeezing tightly. He never wants to hear the sound of metal crunching, springs squealing as the device broke, and he dropped the crushed can-looking device onto the floor with shock. The boys were silent as he looked up with wide eyes, and only one boy spoke up. That's so manly. Midoriya placed first with a score of 18,143.69 kilograms. Let's say he more than intimidated his classmates, and he wondered just how freaking strong his quirk was, because this sure as hell wasn't his body. The standing long jump was something he only used his fire for, and he got many of his classmates whispering, because Midoriya had 2 quirks? Nobody's complaining about you having 2 quirks, Midoriya whined to Todoroki as they were moving to the side steps, and the boy ruffled his hair with a small smile. That's because I'm not so flashy when I use mine. You're all out there, look at me, my fire and telekinesis. Midoriya kicked him in the shin, and the boy went down with a loud curse. Midoriya was a little shocked at the JRK from the locker room, because with his quirk on the side step, that was practically freaking cheating. Still, he didn't say anything about it, and completed his turn without much fanfare. He tried using his quirk to bounce him from side to side, but it ended up spinning him like a tornado and he had to stop halfway through to collapse in dizziness. On the ball throw, Aizawa had Bakugou demonstrate about where their quirks should be in terms of strength, and the boy launched the ball into the air with a die. Midoriya was not impressed. The students would have been impressed at the 705.2 meters if Midoriya hadn't been getting such bizarre numbers on the other tests, and he could hear them whispering guesses on how big his number would be. He stepped into the circle with his mind whirling. His ribbons combined were about the length of 3.5 blue whales, which roughly put him at about 287 meters, which wouldn't even brush Bakugou's 500. How much force would be added if he made his fire explode? Making a fire Bakugou would only put him at 500, and then that was just too complicated. He would coil his ribbons to fling the ball while also using his flames to boost the distance. Whenever you're ready. Midoriya put himself into a pitcher's position and called the fire from his chest, forcing the pale green flames to curl around his arm and form a small circle around the ball. He could feel his flames tighten together, and he knew he had total control over the ball. His arms shone blue as his ribbons came to life, unbeknownst to him, and the students tittered in confusion. He could glow green and blue? He flung the ball out of his hand, his ribbons exploding outwards and his flames bursting out with a speed that sent him flying backwards, skidding to a stop flat on his back. He coughed as he sat up, and tried locating the ball, but he couldn't even see it anymore. He slowly pulled himself to his feet as one of his ribbons curled around him, waiting for its partner to come back. Midoriya was mortified, because 3 whole minutes later, and he still hadn't heard a beeping from the device, so that meant the ball still hadn't touched the ground. His neck began glowing a bright green as the glow sunk from his cheeks and down his body, shining through his clothes as he covered his face in vain, trying to make it stop. The device finally beeped, and he looked up, his glow fading as he and everyone else stared at Aizawa as the man's eyebrows went up. 38,624,256.09 meters. It was completely silent as Midoriya sked in a breath and ducked his head down, shuffling back to Todoroki's shocked side as the girl who could create anything gasped. You almost threw that ball all the way around the world. Instantly, he lit up like a glow stick, and Todoroki snapped out of his stunned stupor to slowly ruffle his hair, like he couldn't wrap his head around it. How the hell are you so powerful? Midoriya flinched, whirling around to meet livid red eyes, and he felt his old self try and come out, make him meek and unable to look Bakugou in the eyes. He tried to squash that old him down, but old habits die hard. He dropped his eyes to the floor, instantly feeling angry at himself. Just a while ago you were dying from some stupid but made-up illness, villain's web or some sheet, and now you're almighty and invincible? Bakugou spat, palms crackling, before the creation girl gasped loudly, drawing the attention to herself as she pressed her hands to her mouth in horror. You were webbed? Oh my god. Have you gotten help? Midoriya shuffled uneasily, and cleared his throat. I've been healing for more than half a year, thank you for asking. I'm okay now. If you ever need any help. Why the F, are all of you playing along with this stupid sheet? Bakugou yelled, and the girl flinched back, incredulous, Ida sharing the same look as Todoroki started steaming in anger. Everyone else was looking back and forwards between the two in stunned, confused, and slightly worried silence. He's obviously lying, just to put his own FING mother in jail for a stupid made-up FING illness. He's a shitty but fake. Why do you FING extras? Bakugou's quirk suddenly disappeared in his hands as Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around his mouth. That's enough, Bakugou. He released the boy, who whirled around with an incredulous look. Why? Bakugou, every teacher on this campus knows where you're supposed to be. Bakugou flinched back at the reminder that he should be in jail. If you don't mind your words, you'll have a one-way ticket back. Bakugou simmered in silence, shaking with clenched hands, but he kept his mouth shut as Aizawa continued the ball throw. Midoriya's score was completely thrown out of the park by a girl who got an infinity. Infinity? Wow! Midoriya said, bouncing on his heels excitedly. That's so cool. Can you imagine? You're not upset? He turned to meet the invisible girl's uniform, and her question caught a few others' attention. That she beat you? Midoriya shook his head. Why would I be upset? Infinity is a badass number to get, I'm excited for her. He couldn't see the girl's reaction, because he couldn't see her face, but he turned around to watch the rest of the ball throw. The distance running wasn't bad, he kind of just sat on his ribbons as they carried him around the track, in the same way Todoroki was gliding on the ice. He closed his eyes and just floated, ignoring the world until it was just him, Todoroki, and the creation girl, trying to see who'd get out first. Todoroki was out first, and Midoriya glided beside creation girl, chatting with her until her tank ran out of gas and she was out next. Midoriya got first in that one. The last two tests made him want to curl up into a ball and forget everything. He did less than decent in the toe touch, something he knew his dad would fix in an instant, because his status as an underground hero said he needed to be flexible. He tried using his quirk on the sit-ups, let his ribbons just push him up, but Aizawa called him out and said only he couldn't use his quirk. That backstabber. He got second to last on that one, directly after the purple ball boy, and he just laid there as his stomach ached. He rolled onto his side and began teasing Todoroki with jokes and random facts to make him laugh and fail. After the 12th terrible knock-knock joke, Todoroki began chortling, and his sit-up slowed, but Aizawa said Midoriya needed to leave before he's docked points for distracting others. He pouted, but got up and left his pretty eye candy to get first place on the sit-ups. Midoriya got first place, Creation Girl, Yaoyorozu, got second, and Todoroki got third. It followed with Bakugou, Ida, Tokoyami, Shoji, Ajiru, Kirishima, Ashido, Uraraka, Kuda, Satu, Azui, Aoyama, Siro, Kaminari, Jairu, Mineta, and Hagakure. Except, his name wasn't Midoriya Izuku, it was Aizawa Izuku. Written on the scoreboard, was the homeroom teacher's last name in front of his. Eh? You're his kid. His cheeks lit up as everyone turned towards him, staring between him and Aizawa. With his wavy, dark hair, they said they could see a resemblance, and he stared at his smirking dad with dead eyes. Ida's hand suddenly went up. Are you not worried that some students would think you're giving your son special treatment instead of working him hard like everyone else? Aizawa sighed through his nose, and crossed his arms. Because he is my son, I will be judging him harsher than all of you, because I know his limits and strengths. Ida dropped his hand back to his side and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I apologize for my rude question. Aizawa waved him off, and the students went back to looking for their names on the list. Midoriya heard the invisible girl's breath hitch, and he instantly sent a ribbon to wrap around Aizawa's wrist warningly. He better not expel her just because her quirk wasn't physical. If Aizawa participated in the same test at their age, he would have gotten near the bottom too. Oh, and no one's expelled. It was a logical ruse. Midoriya breathed out a sigh of relief and curled his ribbon around Aizawa's chest as a thank you, and the man had to fight his smile away. Everyone began clamoring, shocked that he had fooled him, and Yaoyorozu said it was obvious he only said that to being out everyone's best. Except, Midoriya knew that if Mineta was placed last, Aizawa would have expelled him in an instant. The only reason he didn't, was because if Aizawa expelled Mineta for being rude to his son, then the students would automatically think Izuku was getting special treatment, and that was not what was happening. Class dismissed. It was amusing to Izuku, as everyone trudged back to the locker rooms on dead feet, while all he felt was a little bit of quirk exhaustion. He would definitely need to work on making his body stronger, because if someone had the ability to render his quirk useless, he would be useless. That's what he had all these heroes in his life for, to help him build up his strength and make him a hero, a strong hero that will help all of those kids who were webbed just like him. This is the beginning of Aizawa Izuku's path to becoming a hero. The door slammed shut and Izuku sighed heavily. Why won't you let him in? Because, Aizawa said, plopping down on the couch and grabbing the remote to change the channel. Who knows what you two will do behind closed doors? Dad, he said warningly, and Aizawa heaved a sigh of defeat. Fine, he waved his hand towards the door. Let him in. Izuku's ribbon sprang from his arms as he skipped to the door, the invisible lines opening it before he could even get there. Todoroki was standing outside with a sheepish look, rubbing the back of his neck as Izuku's ribbon swirled around him and tugged him inside. Thank you, he whispered to Izuku, and the smaller boy beamed, wrapping his ribbons around Todoroki's chest while the boy knelt down to untie his shoes. Once he was in his slippers, he had his own pair at the Aizawa household. Izuku was tugging him along to his room, before Aizawa yelled, "Leave your door open. Prepare to be scarred for life." Izuku sang back, and Aizawa made a choking noise. "Shut you door, don't lock it." Izuku giggled and closed the door, turning and squeaking when Todoroki instantly pressed him against the wall, arms caging him in from each side. "You have no idea how much self-control I use today," Todoroki whispered, leaning closer until they were sharing one breath. "You drive me insane." "You're just going to have to show me," Izuku whispered back, dragging his hands down Todoroki's toned chest as his ribbons did the same thing on his back. He could make people feel his ribbons if he wanted to, but so far only Aizawa, Namuri, Yamada, and Todoroki have felt them. They said it feels like cold silk running across their skin, and Izuku agrees. "If I show you," Todoroki said, pressing a kiss behind Izuku's ear and sending goosebumps running down his shoulder and arm. "We'll get a ton of complaints for sound." Izuku's skin lit up bright green at the image his brain supplied to him, and he muffled a squeak into Todoroki's shoulder as the boy peppered kisses up and down his neck. "You're so sensitive," Todoroki breathed, exhaling hot air down Midoriya's shoulders and watching the goosebumps raise as the boy shivered under him. "I can't wait to find where your sound becomes the loudest." "Shudo," Izuku whispered, an admonishment. "You can't do that." "Oh, I will," Todoroki said, leaning back to look into Izuku's green eyes. "After you take my last name and fully become mine." Izuku shone brighter than the sun as he hid his face in his boyfriend's chest, the boy's chuckles vibrating against his face. He hated that he glowed every time he was embarrassed, hated that he wouldn't be able to hide it like others could when they flushed like a normal person. "If you're gonna tease me, you can't kiss me." He squeaked when Todoroki's hands were suddenly on his thighs, using them as leverage to hoist Izuku up the wall, and hold him there firmly. Izuku's legs instinctively wrapped around his waist, and his arms went around the taller boy's neck. Todoroki smirked when Izuku looked down at their position and cried out, covering his face with his hands as he acted like a light bulb. "Ah," Todoroki cooed, leaning closer to Izuku's glowing face. "What's wrong?" He pressed a kiss against Izuku's hand, eliciting another squeak from the boy. A sudden soft thud came from behind the door. "You two better not be doing what I think you're doing." Aizawa yelled, and Izuku slid from Todoroki's grasp, flinging the door open as he snatched the pillow laying against the wall. Izuku's glow had gone down, but it was still there, like a faint blush, and he ran into the living room, chucking the pillow at the unsuspecting parent, who got nailed across the head and fell onto the couch without complaint. "An early death," Aizawa said, closing his eyes. "Okay. I'm ready." "Nah," Izuku said sassily. "I'll just burn your coffee." Aizawa's eyes flung open as he jerked off the couch, chasing his son into the kitchen, where the coffee bag danced out of his grip. "DMN your stupid quirk," he hissed, as Izuku crossed his legs, sitting peacefully on his invisible ribbon floating him above the table, the coffee bag innocently held in his hand. Izuku's hand lit up with green flames, and Aizawa cursed loudly, while Todoroki watched this entire scene with wide eyes. "I'll buy you Katsudon." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Foolish mortal. I cannot be so easily swayed with. From that expensive place at the mall." The coffee bag was safely transported to Aizawa's waiting hand. Before Todoroki could comprehend what was even happening, his and Aizawa's phone went off at the same time. Todoroki sighed, knowing it was from his father before he even pulled it out. "I gotta go," he said when Aizawa pulled out his phone. Aizawa nodded goodbye as Izuku walked him to the door. "I'll see you tomorrow," Izuku said, before standing on his tiptoes to press a kiss to Todoroki's lips. "Bye-bye." He closed the door on a playfully indignant boyfriend, and skipped his way back to the kitchen, where Aizawa was hanging up the phone with wide eyes. "What?" Izuku asked. "What is it?" Aizawa turned to him, blinking rapidly. Hisashi adopted a boy. Shinso Hitoshi would count his blessed stars that present Mike was doing a patrol when his father finally lost it. He and his father had a complicated relationship. He wasn't abusive, and he wasn't neglecting him, at least Shinso didn't think so. He just didn't want anything to do with him. He clothed him, fed him, but they were strangers living in the same house. Shinso was Shinso and his father was whatever his last name was. Shinso got his mother's last name. They ate at different times, and anytime Shinso wanted to get a snack, he would have to tell him, and he'd write it down on a notepad to keep track of what he owed him. He said it was something all children did for their parents, as a way of responsibility, and Shinso never questioned him. Questioning his father was something that he learned to never do, because if it was wrong, he would see that and stop. Like when Shinso first manifested his quirk, his father had told him they were going to try to put him on a medicine that would change his quirk. He was excited, because he didn't want a quirk that reminded his father of his mother. His father had pulled out a needle, and Shinsu's quirk was suppressed for 3 weeks before his body couldn't handle the substance, and he got sick. Shinso would cough it up every time his father gave it to him, bruises formed on his face, and he would cry blood. Even though his father hated Shinsu's quirk, he didn't hate his child, and he stopped injected him. Every time he accidentally used it, they drifted further and further apart, as he only saw the villain he drunkenly had a night with, and was left with the child. He didn't hate Shinso, and that's why he still had a roof over his head, because a small part of him knew he wasn't his mother. Shinso didn't know what made him snap. It was probably because he had actually looked Shinso in the eyes for the first time since he was almost 7, and his eyes had dilated, fear etching into his face as he stumbled back. "Why are you here?" he had whispered, and Shinso had warily stepped back, because even if he didn't like him, he never spoke like that. "I'm your..." "No you're not," he had screamed, before grabbing the pair of scissors he was using to make his quilt, and Shinso had paled. His father's quirk, control, wasn't like telekinesis, where he could control anything he wanted. He had to hold the object for 10 seconds straight and it would glow a dull blue. His quirk didn't work on living beings. His mother's quirk was called Obey, something he learned when the pro-hero Eraserhead took her down, which allowed her to touch you for a split second, and you had to obey whatever she told you to do. Shinsu's was a combination of the two, although touching people and controlling them gave him a headache, so he opted to just asking questions. As soon as the scissors started glowing blue, he had fallen backwards as his father threw them, because holy fing shit his dad was trying to kill him. How the hell is he supposed to comprehend this? What the f? He had dashed towards the door, throwing himself at it with all his strength and had succeeded in busting it down. He had fallen out of the house with a loud cry as the scissors embedded itself into his thigh, sending tears straight into his eyes. The burning pain he had felt was like nothing the movies had played it off to be, where the main character could pull the scissors out with little effort and be okay. He wanted to curl around his leg and scream, because scissors shouldn't burn, they shouldn't feel like those horrible suppressants that felt like fire being injected into his veins. "Stay away!" He jerked to his feet despite the burning hot pain racing up his hip, and stumbled away, crashing down the stairs and letting out a scream as the scissors ripped through his thigh and left a giant, bloody cut that made his head spin. He jerked away as the scissors lifted into the air, but before he could worry about his head being its next target, someone snatched them out of the air, and the blue tinge instantly went away. He sobbed and curled around his bleeding leg, pressing a hand against it as the realization kicked in. His father tried to kill him. He tried to stab him to death with scissors. Shinso thought his father didn't hate him, but it appears as though he was wrong. "Hey, little listener. I called the cops and an ambulance. The man is subdued. Do you think you can tell me what happened?" Shinso prided himself in his ability to hold his emotions back, but with Present Mike standing beside him, his walls busted down as he sobbed, telling the man everything, about his quirk being suppressed, how his father wanted nothing to do with him, how he snapped after looking him in the eyes for the first time, how he tried to stab him to death with scissors. "Okay, little listener. The ambulance is almost here. Do you have another guardian? A relative that can maybe take you in?" Present Mike had taken off his leather jacket and wrapped it around Shinsu's leg, stopping the bleeding but not the throbbing, burning pain he felt. Shinso sniffed and shook his head. "They all think I'm like my mother." Present Mike hummed. "Which villain is your mother?" Shinso looked up at him with shocked eyes, and Present Mike gave him a sad smile. "What you went through when you were younger is called villain webbing. It's extremely illegal, and unfortunately very common amongst villain children. My best friend adopted a boy who had been webbed since he was 4 to 14. Shinsu's eyes went wide. "Someone went through the same thing he did, and they were still alive? Are you sure you don't have any relatives? You're in Yui, right?" "I'm sure," Shinso whispered, his head starting to spin. "They would never take me in, and I'm in general education. My quirk didn't work on the robots." Present Mike hissed. "I knew they needed to change that." He looked back to Shinso. "Are you going to tell me who your mother is, so we can file a report?" She's Siren. Present Mike nodded his head, before the ambulance pulled around the corner, and Shinso was quickly loaded into the vehicle, where they laid him down and began asking questions. Except, Shinso was comfortable on the blue bed, it was soft and warm, and he had been feeling dizzy from the pain in his thigh, so when he closed his eyes, he was out like a light. Shinso admits it, the one day he lived with Yamada Hisashi, he felt safer than the 15 years he lived with his biological father. He couldn't explain the feeling, because he's never experienced it before, but he guessed that was what safety was supposed to feel like. To be able to fall asleep without worrying about if you'll wake up in the morning, to be able to go to the bathroom and not worry about someone jumping out at you with scissors. Not with Yamada. Yamada was safety, a blanket he had never been given, and others took for granted. Yamada's apartment was warm, not in the way that said he had a heater, but in a way that said someone lived here, and they didn't have a problem sharing out of the goodness of their heart. Shinsu's injury from his father had been treated by Recovery Girl herself, since he was a student of Yui, and Yamada had called ahead to ask if it was okay. Watching your slit-open thigh stitch itself back together was the weirdest thing ever, like watching yourself get cut in slow motion, just minus the pain, blood, and screaming. Okay, Yamada had said, sitting down at a table in the break room, and Shinso slowly sat down in the chair across from him. You have nowhere to go, correct? Shinso had nodded slowly. We have two options. Shinso had felt a weird emotion in his chest when Yamada said we. You can go to an orphanage, or I can adopt you. Wait, what? Shinso had said, stunned. He had been almost killed by his father, Recovery Girl stitched him back together, and now present Mike wanted to adopt him? He had wondered if he even woke up that morning. I know this is extremely fast, especially since you just came from an unqualified parent, and you don't fully understand just what. No, Shinso had said, waving his hands to cut him off. You want to adopt me? Even though my mother is Siren? The drag trafficker, killer, villain Siren? Yamada had smiled softly, and leaned forwards, his hands on the break table as a few people walked by. Who you were born to does not make you who you are. You are your own person. He had leaned back once two people left, and looked to the side as tears welled up in Shinsu's eyes. Besides, my best friend adopted the son of Holocaust, and he's him absolute joy. Why would you be any different? Holocaust? Shinso had breathed, wiping his tears away, because that boy must have had it hard. Yamada had nodded sadly, eyes off in the distance, before he had turned to face Shinso. So? Are you okay with me adopting you? Because the orphanage won't let you. I'm okay with it, Shinso had laughed, tears falling down his face as he smiled at the hero his hero. I'm really on board with it. Yamada had smiled softly, and stood from the seat. Alright little listener, let's get on over to Tsukachi. An hour after that, he was no longer Shinso, the name that had brought him hatred and scorn, he was Yamada, the son of the pro-hero present Mike, and he was happier than he could ever hope to be. Do you need anything from your house? Yamada had asked, glancing at his son from the corner of his eyes. They were driving back from Tsukachi's office, where Yamada had given his last name to a child who has never experienced a loving family before. Shinso had shifted, his bright smile dimming slightly as he thought back to his unhappy house. I have my bed, my dresser and clothes, oh, my toothbrush. Yamada had started laughing, because all of these things were replaceable. Okay little listener, we're buying you new things. Shinso had turned towards him, eyes wide, completely startled. What? Why? Don't waste your money on me, I won't be able to pay you back, and then. Wait, Yamada had said, waving one of his hands, and making Shinso dart his eyes over to the road. You're worried about paying me back? Yeah? I don't have that much money because Yui's uniform is expensive, so I won't be able to. Kid, Yamada had said, putting his hand back on the steering wheel, and Shinso had shifted nervously at his tone. You never have to pay me back for something I buy for you. I have plenty of money, and buying you clothes that fit you, small trinkets you like, and anything that makes you smile will make me happy. Shinso had felt a strong emotion he didn't understand jab him in the chest, and he had pressed his hand to it as tears spilled from his eyes, the emotion filling his limbs and making them tingle. Really? He had whispered, and Yamada had glanced at him with a small smile, before reaching over and ruffling his hair softly. Really? Now, what do you want in your room? Shinso had wiped his eyes vainly as another strong feeling brought tears streaming right back down his cheeks. Despite the tears, the other feeling in his chest had put a smile on his lips, and he had turned it towards Yamada. Kittens. Kitten blankets and pillows. Yamada had smiled fondly, and nodded. Cat stuff it is. Oh, Shinso had thought as he turned to face the front, laughing when Yamada played an American song and began singing off-key, this is what happiness feels like. Is everything clean? Izuku tittered, feet not even touching the ground as his ribbons propelled him everywhere. It has to be nice, meeting my new brother. He's not your brother, he'd be more like a cousin, Aizawa sighed from the couch. Yamada had said he was bringing his son over, and Izuku had gone into spring cleaning mode, even though Aizawa was big on everything being neat and Izuku couldn't stand to see dust anywhere. Oh, he'll be my brother, Izuku muttered, floating up to above the counters, ignoring the fact that no one would be able to see up there, and wiped a finger along the wood. He nodded when it came back dust-free. When you finally open your eyes and realize you loved Zashi. What was that? Nothing. Izuku called back, lowering to the floor before his ribbon yanked him towards the couch, swirling around Aizawa's legs. Dad. Change your socks. We just did laundry. Aizawa's head lolled backwards as he groaned, and Izuku's ribbon swirled faster. I just sat down. Izuku floated up and over the couch until he was face to face with Aizawa, and the man closed his eyes, before exhaling through his nose. Fine. He threw his hands up and stalked to his room, muttering about annoying fairies bossing him around. Izuku scoffed slightly, crossing his arms with a pout. Fairy, yeah right? He noticed he was floating off the ground, and he started glowing as he flailed his arms and dropped to the ground, his ribbons curling and forming their pretty blue swirls on his skin. He gently rubbed a finger over them, and they lit up before dimming. Izuku made to walk to his room, but paused, staring at his loose black t-shirt. Yamada said the boy he adopted had been webbed as well, except it was just for a small amount of time when he was younger. Even if that boy was webbed for a week, that kind of trauma stays. So, should he put on a white shirt, show the boy that he knew exactly how it felt, to have no control over something you are? He bit his lip and shifted, rubbing his arm nervously, having a mental battle, and that was how Aizawa found him, finally wearing clean socks. What's wrong? He asked, ruffling his hair and plopping back down on the couch, snatching the remote. Izuku plucked at his dark shirt. Should I wear white? Aizawa froze, because he knew Izuku hated white, and slowly turned to look at his nervous son. He put the remote down and leaned forwards, linking his hands together. Why do you think you should wear white? Izuku uncertainly rolled his shoulders, conflicting emotions flickering on his face. 2. Show him that I know how it feels. Aizawa sat back, eyebrows furrowed, and tilted his head. If you want to, but nobody's forcing you to. Izuku jolted at the reminder. Old habits really do die hard. Every time Inko had someone over, he was forced to wear white so she could gain sympathy over her sick baby. Even though Aizawa never did that, never forced his web to show, it was so ingrained into who he was, he forgot he could be himself. Izuku beamed brightly. Thanks, Dad. He turned on his heel and bounced back to his room, humming a happy tune lightly. He would wear a sweatshirt, because Inko would never let him cover up anything, but Inko's not here right now. It felt like he was giving her a giant middle finger, and he very much enjoyed that feeling. Aizawa smiled softly as his son's humming faded into his bedroom. He had been so worried about adopting a child, especially a web child, because he didn't think he had the maturity or mental ability to properly raise them. He was too sarcastic, and his sleeping schedule was trash, but adopting Izuku was the best thing he had ever done. The boy was helpful for one, helped around the house and didn't throw fits about it like all of his students did, and he was grateful for that. Izuku never bothered him, not in a way that the boy stayed away, or kept his mouth shut, but the none of Izuku's problems irritated him. He could listen to his son try and explain a certain emotion he was feeling, and help him identify it, and it didn't annoy him. He didn't know if that was because Izuku was his son, or if the boy just wasn't irritating. Before he could fall into his brain too much, the doorbell rang, and he pulled himself off of his comfortable couch to trudge all the way to the door. He didn't know why Yamada rang the doorbell, he had an extra key. Aizawa swears, if lost it. He took a deep breath, because there was no proof Yamada lost the key, yet, and opened the door, instantly meeting Yamada's beam. Hey Shota. He chirped, before stepping to the side to reveal a boy with purple hair, dark eye bags and that was straight up awe. This is Eraserhead. The boy squeaked, and Aizawa blinked in shock. This boy recognized him with one look, and he wasn't even wearing his capture weapon. Granted, Izuku did the same thing when they first met on the roof, but what was it with these children that made him stand out to them more than normal heroes? Oh gosh how wait, he started visibly malfunctioning, and Aizawa was starting to worry, even if he was a little bit amused. Come on in, and you can finish mentally breaking inside, Aizawa said, and the boy's face flushed a dark red, but he pretended he didn't notice. They both stepped in, but before they got very far, Izuku came bounding out from his room, a green hoodie on as he skidded to a stop in front of the taller boy. Hi! Izuku chirped happily, a blinding smile on face as he shook the boy's hand. I'm Aizawa Izuku, nice to meet you. What's your name? What's your quirk? How old are you? What school do you go to? What profession are you aiming for? Who's your parent? Are you happy with Zashi? Because if not, I'll. Aizawa closed the door and snatched his tiny son around the waist, ignoring his indignant squawk as the hero walked the boy to the table and deposited him on a chair. Stay, he said, pointing at the chair, and the boy crossed his arms with a pout. Aizawa rolled his eyes and waved them in, holding his hand out for the still stunned boy. Aizawa Shota, otherwise known as Eraserhead. Nice to meet you, kid. The boy slowly took his hand, shaking it with an odd look, before holding his hand to his chest like he couldn't believe he just did that. He glanced at Yamada, who nodded in encouragement. He took a steady breath, and tried again. Why Yamada Hitoshi, my mother was Siren. Aizawa glanced up, trying to remember Siren, before he nodded when her face flitted across his brain. Glad to see you're no longer with her. Come on, take a seat, do you want anything to drink? We can make coffee or tea. Hitoshi could do nothing but think, what the hell? Because, Aizawa had clearly told Izuku to stay in his seat, and by that he meant stay at the table, but this boy just Shinso can't even. Izuku was sitting in the chair all right. Except the chair was floating in the air, hovering around Aizawa's shoulder as the boy hummed softly to himself. The underground hero whirled around, and dropped his face into his hands, pinching the bridge of his nose like this was a common occurrence. I can't even tell you didn't, ugh, you're so lucky Namiri loves you so much. The boy stuck his tongue out, and Hitoshi blinked, startled. Could he really be allowed to act like that? None of the heroes seemed to act negatively to the boy's antics, so Hitoshi wondered if he could be like that. Carefree and so happy? Was he safe to be himself, and not have to worry about being scorned for who he was? Izuku floated off of the chair and settled softly on the floor in front of Hitoshi, while the chair drifted to the kitchen and settled down beside the table. Come here, Izuku said, beckoning towards himself. I want to show you something. Hitoshi followed the boy into the bathroom a bit hesitantly, but none of the heroes took any notice, just chatting as they made coffee, so he determined that he had nothing to fear. He slipped into the bathroom and the door closed behind him, the boy sitting on the counter. You were webbed for a few weeks when you were young, right? Izuku asked, kicking his feet slightly, and Hitoshi nodded slowly. I was webbed up until 10 months ago, and I want to show you the scarring I have. Wait, scarring? Hitoshi asked incredulously. He didn't know you could scar from injections, but the more he thought back to when he was younger, the more it made sense. The burning feeling when the liquid was injected, and the weird feeling in your chest, like a tightness that would leave you breathless no matter how much you breathed deeply, spoke levels of how much that substance didn't belong in your body. Izuku tilted his head to the side, some of his hair falling into his eyes. Do you want to see? Hitoshi thought about it, eyes to the floor, before slowly nodding his head, meeting green eyes. He wanted to see what he was lucky enough to avoid, see what could have happened to him if his father had been a little more heartless. Izuku's sweatshirt slipped off of him when he raised his hands into the air, and Hitoshi was confused, because wasn't Holocaust's quirk fire breathing? Izuku's sweatshirt folded itself on the counter as he grabbed his black t-shirt underneath, and pulled it off with one swift movement, making Hitoshi flinch and cover his mouth in horror. Horrible black veins were spread across his chest, evidence of the cage Hitoshi only felt for 3 weeks, and all of the skin around it was dark purple, the middle part almost black. He looked into the mirror and saw the same thing was on Izuku's back, twisting, dark, and extremely painful looking. This is what happens, Izuku whispered softly, leaning closer as Hitoshi fought back tears. When a mother cares more for her image than her son's well-being. I'm so sorry, Hitoshi choked out, because here he was, thinking he had it so hard as the son of a semi-infamous villain, and being tormented by everyone around him because they all thought he'd end up like his mother. But here was this boy, who had been tormented not only everyone around him, but by his own mother because she couldn't see past his quirk. The small boy shrugged, and put his t-shirt back on, the sweatshirt sliding back over his head as he raised his arms into the air. Don't sweat it. Once you're adopted by someone who actually cares, your pain becomes nothing as it's healed by happiness and actual therapy. Really? The boy nodded and pushed himself off of the countertop. Yep. Zashi is a really good guy, he'll make you smile and laugh. He works 3 jobs, but he'll always make time for you, he did for me. Izuku leaned in close. With a mischievous smile. We'll be brothers pretty soon too, because Zashi and Dad like each other, they just won't admit it. Hitoshi's eyes widened. They're gay? Instantly, Izuku leaned back, his eyes glowing a toxic green as Hitoshi flinched away. That better not be a problem. The boy said, and Hitoshi stared at his smoke curling from his lips, before what he said registered in his mind. No. He tossed his hands out, trying to calm the boy down. It's just. My dad wasn't okay with any of that, but it doesn't bother me. Izuku's glowing eyes returned to their normal human color, and stared at Hitoshi, searching for lies, before grinning. Everyone in this household is gay. How fun. Hitoshi blinked. Really? Izuku nodded, before putting his hands on his hips, sticking his tongue out at the taller boy. I'm dating Endeavor's son, so hands off, mister. Hitoshi laughed, and that quickly turned to tears, elation pushing everything out of the way so it could take over his chest. The smaller boy let him cry it out, a small smile on his face, because he understood what it felt like to have someone accept you for who you are. You're going to be really happy, Izuku whispered, patting Hitoshi on the head, and Hitoshi let go of all of his regret and pain, letting it drain away with the tears that ran down his face. Every tear that dropped down to the ground was one of his terrible memories, being pushed around, called names, being beaten up, teased, ignored, neglected, avoided, everything. He let all of it go away, and they fell away like insignificant teardrops, to be painful in the moment, but be less than even a memory in time. All of Shinso Hitoshi's pain was left behind in those tears, the same tears that Izuku picked up with his quirk and tossed down the drain, allowing Yamada Hitoshi to start with a blank slate, to start over with a family who will actually love him, cherish him for who he was. As Izuku pulled him out of the bathroom, he promised himself that we would be happy. Yamada Hitoshi would be happy, because he had people who supported him, and they would be by his side, forever. Izuku was in the locker rooms again, only this time, he wasn't planning on. Okay, let him try again. He had an idea so that he didn't have to change in front of the students and have Mineta say something degrading about his web. It came to him in a dream. That sounds shitty. Okay, third attempt. Izuku had fallen asleep in class like the responsible boy he was, and Midnight left him alone because she was biased and he was the top student. The point is, in his dream, he had been in a giant room that was made of mirrors, like an idol training room, and his reflection had spoken to him, which was kind of creepy, and he had tried forcing himself awake, but he found he couldn't. Which was even creepier, until his reflection set itself on fire, and he had accepted his death in the form of a nightmare. He didn't die though, obviously. His reflection had just morphed that fire into clothing that would serve as his hero costume. He didn't know how to feel about it, using his flames instead of the design team, but here he was, ready to set himself on fire in the locker room and create the clothing. Aizawa-kun? He jolted from his lamenting, and turned around to meet Kirishima's red eyes. You don't have to worry about, he shifted, his own costume case in hand, before gesturing to Izuku's chest. That. No one will say anything. Izuku smiled gratefully, because honestly, Kirishima was a great guy. Thank you. That wasn't the problem though. I have an idea, I just don't wanna burn down the building. Todoroki leaned over his face right next to Izuku's. Who's getting grounded? Izuku playfully stuck his tongue out, and Todoroki's eyes suddenly burned with want, but he turned back to his locker, muttering about his punishment as he took his uniform off. Izuku hadn't been feeling the inspiration when submitting a hero costume, so he literally just asked for a sweatshirt from his closet and leggings. The design team hadn't been impressed, but they had complied. The costume his brain? Quirk? Reflection? Anyways, the costume that he had seen in his dream was simple, but he liked it. He liked how everyone would be going with flashy, bright colors, while he would take after his dad, darker colors and a mysterious air. Did he want to be an underground hero? He didn't know yet. With his quirk, it probably wouldn't work very well. Then again, the only limit he had was his imagination. And his knowledge. He took a deep breath and pulled open the container's lid, his green flames lighting up his body and immediately stopping all chatter. Izuku, Todoroki warned, but Izuku waved him off. I know what I'm doing. He forced those flames to condense, and he closed his eyes, picturing the outfit his reflection had been wearing, simple, but still pleasing, to his eyes at least. Green fire formed black, light, ankle-high combat boots, before slowly making its way up, his bottoms a black, slim-fitted material that was actually pretty thick. His fire then went and formed a fireproof, 3/4 sleeved shirt that hugged him, but didn't suffocate him. The sleeves were black, and the torso itself was a dark green, which almost matched the shade of his hair. He had thick, white tape wrapped around both of his knees and over his right shin, the same tape covering his elbows, and they would serve as pads until he became more creative. His fire finally receded back into his skin, and he slowly twisted to the side, making sure he had the proportions correct. He nodded in approval, before curling his hand out and creating something his reflection said would help in the future, and the flame solidified into a dog tag-looking necklace he immediately tied around his neck. It would apparently store away large amounts of his fire into small, compacted areas no bigger than a millimeter, and with his 2-inch tag, that put him roughly at about 50.8 millimeters. He was actually pretty excited to test it out. Whoa, he turned to see Kirishima staring at him, and he lit up when he realized the rest of the class was staring at him. What? You just set yourself on fire, and created a costume. Ojiro deadpanned, and Izuku tilted his head, his glow receding slightly. Yes. All of the boys were incredulously staring at him, and he felt his skin heat up, so he desperately tried to push away his embarrassment. It's not very flashy. How will you get a woman wearing something like that? Izuku turned to Mineta, his patience wearing thin. Some people are naturally handsome, and don't need to use clothing to make them look better. He turned back to his locker, closing it as quickly as he could without slamming it. Of course, you wouldn't understand that. If I had a face like yours, I'd sue my parents. But Izuku turned and held a hand up, his smile melting away. Save your breath. You'll need it to blow up your next date. He turned and walked out of the locker room as if he wasn't affected by what he had done, but as soon as he was out of their line of sight and hearing, he slid down the floor with a barely suppressed squeal. Oh God, he groaned, slumping over onto his side. Just kill me now. I can't believe I did that. He rolled onto his stomach and buried his head under his arms, hoping he could burrow into the ground and forget everything, but a door opened in that moment and he got nailed in the elbow. Ow! He deadpanned, rolling over and staring up into Yaoyorozu's confused face. What are you doing on the floor? She asked, sounding confused, and he groaned at the reminder, slumping back over. Please, cannon me into the sun, I yearn for death. Why? Izuku's ribbons lit up on his arms, and the one on his left arm burst free, curling around him and lifting him off the floor. Do you want all of the tea? Yaoyorozu's eyes lit up, and she became very excited as she walked beside Izuku's floating body. Oh, I do love tea. I have many, many recommendations if you wish to hear them. Izumi chuckled, doing a small twirl in the air. Of course. Do you happen to have a kind of tea that makes you sleep better? Yaoyorozu nodded, her ponytail bouncing rapidly. It's chamomile tea. It is the most well-known tea that is specifically made to help you fall asleep. Izuku found he liked talking to Yaoyorozu a lot. How bubbly and excited she became when she had knowledge that would help Izuku out with any of his problems. Most people probably wrote her off because of her mature appearance, thinking she would be a stickler for rules just like Ida, but they seemed to forget that she was still just a teenager. From the sounds of some of her imported tea sets, a very rich teenager, but she didn't seem to be revealing her wealthy status out of malice, it just seemed like she got so excited she forgot not everyone lived like her. Aizawa-kun. Izuku's fine, Yaoyorozu-san. I know it's slightly confusing with my dad as our homeroom teacher. The girl blinked, before beaming. Okay. You can call me Momo, then. Izuku smiled, because this girl was like a radiant little bean, easily excitable and always joyous. He found himself quickly attaching to her. Okay Momo, what's your question? The girl hummed, tapping her chin as they walked down the tunnel, before she went, If you don't mind me inquiring, why do you ask about teas that help one sleep? Izuku grinned, spinning slightly as he floated above the ground. Does it look like my dad sleeps? Yaoyorozu blinked, before laughing. I suppose not. Oh, why do you float? Can you not walk? Izuku hummed, dropping to his feet. I can walk, I just prefer using my quirk, it's so much easier. Yaoyorozu looked shocked. You can use it, just, all the time? Without tiring? Izuku nodded, slipping beside her as he tunnel got brighter. Yep. Villain's web, remember? I haven't used my quirk in almost 10 years, so it's somehow extremely strong. The girl winced at the reminder, and they both came out into the bright light, wincing as their eyes adjusted to the change. They both held back a squeal at the sight of All Might, and they stood side by side in shock, all of the other students slowly filing in behind them. Todoroki slipped up beside him, and Izuku actually couldn't look at his outfit, because was basically a giant popsicle covering his fire, and Izuku disapproves. Todoroki was being pouty because Izuku has not allowed the taller boy to kiss him, not even a cheek peck, because his costume was just plain hideous. It was his punishment. All Might went on to explain the exercise, but Izuku was already thinking of strategies as the students clamored for questions. The villains had to guard the bomb, and the heroes had to go in and try and apprehend the villains, or touch the bomb and they win. Izuku raised his hand, and had to bite back a squeal as All Might called on him. So heroes can get to the bomb using any means necessary, and villains can protect using any means necessary? All Might nodded. That is correct. And, does the bomb have to stay in the building? All Might paused, startled. Yes. If it touches the ground away from the building, it's an automatic loss. Alright. Izuku could do that. The way All Might worded that rule had a loophole, and he could use to his advantage. Now, all that he was depending on was his partner, so he could begin formulating a plan, and he needed to know what he was. His necklace glinted in the light, and he picked it up, studying it curiously, before putting the edge to his lips, calling the smallest stream of his fire from his chest, and he felt it heat up his throat as it climbed his esophagus, where he exhaled it into the necklace, feeling like an idiot. Except the necklace didn't melt, or break, it just lit up like Izuku's throat, glowing a pale green as his fire was injected into the necklace, and that was cool. He didn't know how he looked with a glowing dog tag in his mouth, but if it worked later, it worked. He dropped the necklace from his mouth when his name was called, and the metal was warm, not in a burning way, but in a soothing way, like someone had pressed it between their fingers to try and warm it up. He was a hero, and he was paired with Uraraka Ochako, who he was pretty sure was the Infinity Girl. That was good, her quirk would be easy to copy, and make a clone of, but he already had a plan. He could honestly probably finish this exercise by himself. He was up against Bakugou and Ida. Oh god. The Infinity Girl bounced up beside him, a bright grin on her face. Uraraka Ochako, pleased to make your acquaintance. Her smile was infectious, and he was grinning as he shook her hand. Aizawa Izuku, and the pleasure is all mine. So, Aizawa-kun, she said conversationally, sliding to stand by his side. You got a plan? Izuku hummed, because he liked this girl. She was very bubbly in the way Yaoyorozu was, and he knew he would quickly make friends with her. Wow, 2 friends in one day? New record. I do, but I have to think of how to add you in there. She tilted her head to the side as they made their way to the screening room, the first pair already on the timer to start their exercise. What do you mean? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, not really knowing how to explain it. Well, you saw my quirk. And, don't need my help. Izuku cringed, but the girl didn't seem offended. She looked excited, and Izuku couldn't imagine why. That's fine. Just do your overpowered move and win, but I want to touch the bomb. Izuku blinked, before grinning. I can do that. She nodded happily, tossing out a playful punch with a smirk. We have a plan. Izuku had to squash down the urge to hug her to his chest and run, because this girl was so adorable. They watched all of the battles in silent awe, and Izuku noted down all of the students' quirks, their first reaction to adrenaline, and how he could use it against them. It was like he could write a mini book about them, and it would stick in his brain, because when he thought back to the first person he analyzed, his mental notes about them popped up in his brain. When it was his and Uraraka's turn, they stood outside the building that Izuku scanned carefully, taking notes of the structure and the easiest way to take it down. It's not too heavy, right Aizawa-kun? You can call me Izuku if you want, he said distractedly, crouching down like he could get a better angle from the distance away they were. And no, I'm just trying to figure out where they are. Uraraka came up beside him, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Well, what do we know about Ida-san and, Bakugou-san? Don't call him that, Izuku said instantly, standing up straight and turning towards the girl, setting his hands on her shoulders. He doesn't deserve your respect. He turned and stared down at the blueprints, slipping his fire out of his chest and into his hand as he sat, recreating the layout in a 3D form, where he then floated it into the air with his ribbon. Oh. Do you guys have a history? Izuku nonchalantly hummed, tilting the model slowly, and Uraraka sat down beside him. Is it about what he said on the first day? About you putting your mother in jail? Izuku sighed, dropping his hand and allowing the flames to disperse, seeping back into his skin as he turned to look at her. Do you want my tragic backstory, Uraraka-san? The girl blinked, slightly startled, but she slowly nodded her head. Izuku turned to look back at the building, because they had plenty of time, and took a deep breath. Do you know what the villain's web is? No, but our classmates have mentioned it. Izuku looked down to the ground, his arm glowing blue as a ribbon shot out and wrapped around a stick, and he began trailing it in the dirt, tracing the lines on his back that he knew by heart. The villain's web is something that only happens to spawns of villains. Uraraka stilled at this, but Izuku continued, because all of them would find out eventually, and he didn't want to start anything based on lies. It's when the child is injected with quirk suppressants, to make sure that the child never gets a quirk. My mother had been doing it to me for almost 10 years, and it's the worst form of child abuse. She's in jail because of it, and that's what Bakugou's mad about. But he's a rotten person, thinking everything belongs to him and everyone owes him something, so I don't pay him any mind. He doesn't deserve your respect or awe, nothing that could inflate his atrocious ego. Uraraka was silent for a little, digesting the news. What did he do to you? He bullied me, shoved me around, called me names, used his quirk on me, suicide baited me, and overall hated me because I didn't use something I physically couldn't use. He's just not a good person. Uraraka was silent again, before her next question was whispered. Who are you the son of? Holocaust. All Might started the exercise then, and Izuku didn't bother standing, his arms shining blue as his ribbons came to life, cutting through the air and sliding underneath the building, wrapping around the metal and letting him know they could carry it. He flicked a finger up, because he felt like showing off to the students in the viewing room, and the entire building yanked up into the air as if it didn't weigh a pound. Despite who my father was, Izuku whispered, still not looking at Uraraka. I am my own person, and I don't want to be shadowed by his evil deeds. I'm going to be a hero, so I can help the children who were wrong just like me. The building shot up high in the air with another flick of his finger, and he stared up at it as he reached his hand out, making his ribbon split in half so he had four, two wrapping around the building and the two others wrapping around the villains and the bomb. Izuku turned to Uraraka them, her wide, astonished eyes locked on the building falling from the sky, before she pried her eyes away, meeting Izuku's. Uraraka-san, he whispered, his voice sounding broken. Please don't hate me for something I can't control. Her face contorted guiltily at the evident pain in his voice, before she flinched when the building stopped falling in mid-air, like someone had pressed the pause button, and his ribbons were swirling around it happily, like they were enjoying being able to use more of their strength. His other two ribbons carried the two indignant teenagers out of the building, the bomb right behind them, and he hovered the bomb right in front of an astounded Uraraka. Uraraka-san, he whispered, and she reluctantly peeled her eyes away. Can we be friends? Uraraka hesitated, but she smiled, putting her hand on He-Bomb, and All Might called the hero's win. I'd love to be friends, Izuku. You can call me Ochako? Izuku grinned, and he lowered the building to the ground, gently sending his fire out on a ribbon to meld the building back to the ground, before he sent the bomb back, and gently placed the teenagers down. Ida-san, he said guiltily, seeing the way the boy was visibly frustrated at himself. I'm sorry, please don't be upset. Not at all, Aizawa-kun. Ida said, and they began walking to the screening room together. It has just reminded me that we are in two different leagues. Ida-kun. That's not what I was trying to do. Izuku groaned, tugging at his hair. I didn't even think. Tell Izuku whatever you want, but being sucker punched is such a cowardly, bitchy move. You fucking looking down on me, you fucking shitty but fake? Izuku stood up straight, ignoring the throbbing from Bakugou's gauntlet sneak attack. What? Bakugou was shaking, clenching his hands as he glared at Izuku from beneath his fringe. You motherfucking fake, you're looking down on me. Izuku blinked, slowly shifting to stand in front of Uraraka. I'm not? Don't lie you shitty bstrd. Bakugou screamed, lurching forwards as he held his gauntlet up. You know what this does? I'll show you, I'll fucking show you we're on two different levels. Izuku's eyes went wide as Bakugou pulled the pin on his gauntlet, ignoring All Might shouting for him to stop. Izuku instantly shot a ribbon out at Ida, shoving him as far away as possible while making it condense like a shield, so he wouldn't be cooked alive by the fire. He then swiftly turned around and wrapped another ribbon around Uraraka, sending her away as well, and by the time he was sure they would both be safe, he felt it begin as a slight heat. That slight heat quickly turned to a burning, agonizingly hot feeling as he was engulfed, the flames burning at everything, and he got out a cry before his fire burst from his chest, curling around him protectively. It began eating Bakugou's fire at an alarming pace, consuming it just as quickly as Bakugou's explosion had consumed Izuku. It was angry, he could feel it, the twisting, thrashing feeling of his flames as he fell to his knees, panting as he squeezed his eyes together, trying to control the angry inferno of his fire as pain stung at his back. He froze when a cool feeling seeped into his burns, and he was up on his feet in an instant, whirling around, but saw nothing but his green flames. But still, that didn't stop the cool feeling that was relief against his burning back, and slowly, the stinging pain of fire was gone, only a memory to prove it had ever happened. He felt nothing but astonishment as he slowly turned, feeling nothing of his original pain. Well, Izuku thought, I can heal myself. That's new. And the shirt isn't fireproof, what a rip-off. He inhaled deeply, and called his fire into his body, feeling it swirl around him like his ribbons, and it slowly sunk into his chest, getting smaller and smaller until he was staring at the blackened ground, scorched from the heat of his flames. He looked up and saw Uraraka and Ida in his protective, bubble-feeling ribbon, and he called them back, where they instantly unwrapped from the horrified teenagers and sunk into his skin, shining a bright blue. He then turned around and met Bakugou's stunned eyes. We are on two different levels, Bakugou. Izuku said, hearing Uraraka inhale sharply at the sight of his back, his ugly, scarred back. What? You should have dodged that, Bakugou whispered, staring down at his gauntlets. Why didn't you dodge it? Because, he turned away from Bakugou, hearing the boy's choked gasp at his exposed back. I'm not like you. I would never leave someone behind. The entire Yui staff had wanted to expel Bakugou Katsuki and throw him into the depths of hell, jail, but All Might stuck his neck out for him, saying some utter bullshit about how it was his fault for not being more clear that the exercise was done. If half of the staff had to be held back by Cementos and Vlad King, because both men were pretty sure murdering the number one hero was illegal, Nizu didn't say anything about it. Nizu decided the boy would be suspended, not to come back until after the sports festival, but one more mishap like that and he would be expelled, sent right back to jail. As he was in suspension, he would be doing mandatory anger management lessons, and no less than 30 hours of community service a week. All Might had asked if that was a little too harsh, considering boys would be boys, and if Midnight hadn't tackled Eraserhead to the ground, Endeavor would have become the number one hero that day. Aizawa didn't even care if Vlad King teased him for being a protective father, because he wasn't above kicking Ken in the family jewels and running. He wasn't, and hiding in the vents was his forte, something he used to do in high school, and he wasn't going to stop now. Not when Vlad King was roaring for Aizawa to get his gangly twig but out here so I can beat it. Ladies and gentlemen, was Aizawa Shota, the hardened, emotionless, underground pro-hero Eraserhead, a super softie when it came to his son? Yes he was. Baby Aizawa, hey, Aizawa heard Vlad King say, and the boy hummed, because classes had let out and the students had walked around screeching like a banshee as if he wasn't there. Can you find your father for me? Shitty cheater, Aizawa thought, before mentally begging Izuku to not expose him. Why? Ken cleared his throat. Because I need to speak with him. But Dad's usually sleeping in his sleeping bag around this time, or he's in the lounge trying to not flirt with Zashi. Aizawa choked on his breath. If you're looking for him, then that means he did something that made you mad, and now you want revenge. How are you so observant? Your legs are shaking, and you look like you just cried. Ken was silent, before Izuku's laughter trailed out of the hallway, and the man was yelling, "Curse you shitty Aizawas." Aizawa muffled his laughter, because it seemed his son would live up to the Aizawa name just fine. Hitoshi! The boy whirled around, eyes startled, and got an armful of a bubbly boy. Hitoshi! Miss me? Hitoshi smiled, squishing the boy against his chest. Yes. Who are you running from? Izuku pulled away with an offended gasp, crossing his arms and turning away from Hitoshi as they made their way to the teacher's lounge. Running from PPFT. I can't just visit my brother in peace. You look like you just ran, Hitoshi pointed out, and Izuku huffed, before tugging the taller boy towards the lounge quicker. Okay, I just ran. I'm running from my boyfriend. Hitoshi blinked. Oh? Why? Because his hero costume is shit and I'm mad at him for it. Izuku deadpanned, and he pulled open the door to the lounge. The party is here. Tater tot. Namuri squealed, darting over to the boy and snatching him up, squeezing him to her chest as she made incoherent high-pitched noises. Hitoshi successfully snuck away, snickering as he plopped down onto Yamada's chair, sinking down into it with a sigh. It wasn't that his classmates were rude to him, or picked on him, or ignored him, it's just that none of them wanted to expand that kindness and allow him to sit at their table, so he was always that loner in the dark corner, until one day a kind man said he could sit in the teacher's lounge, because he was his son. So Hitoshi ate his lunch in the teacher's lounge, making respectful friends with the teachers and maybe sort of getting in their good books, so he could beg one of them for a picture. Whenever he slowly approached one of them, quietly asking for a picture, they seemed amused, or flattered, because although he had been a student before, he was now present Mick's son, and he wanted their picture. Even if he was a high schooler, the teachers found him adorable, something Izuku took in stride while Hitoshi just seemed flustered by. Izuku bounced up to Yamada's desk, and kneeled down in front of it, putting his hands together like he was praying and bowing his head. Oh, Yamada-sama, please, hurry up and marry my father, because he has a major yen for you. Hitoshi gagged, throwing himself out of the chair and collapsing to the floor, army crawling away as he hummed a theme song to an old movie, scanning the ground like he was in a game, before falling flat to the floor when 13 almost stepped on him. Oh, gosh, what are you doing? He asked, stepping over Hitoshi as he shook his head, although Izuku could hear the amusement in his tone. As soon as he was out of harm's way, Shinso continued crawling, and Izuku could now see where he was going. He had to muffle his laughter as he joined Hitoshi in his crawling, both of them not being very inconspicuous as they hummed the theme song together, making their endless journey to the snack bar with coffee and donuts. Like the party pooper he was, Ken snatched the last donuts on a plate and shook his head playfully at the two duped boys on the floor, walking back to his desk. Sorry boys, professionals only. He's just mad that my dad kicked him in the ball, Izuku huffed, puffing his cheeks out before sending a ribbon over at Ken, snatching the two donuts while his head was turned, and Cementos had a small smile on his face as Hitoshi made the sound of a crowd going wild, the donuts being safely deposited in their hands. Regroup at HQ. Izuku shrieked when Vlad King whirled around, staring at the donuts in their hands, and the two boys scattered, darting off in two different directions as Ken snarled at them, yelling about this being his donuts. Izuku just curled a ribbon around himself, going up in the air and creating a little rug out of fire, where he sat peacefully and ate his donut, before having mercy on Hitoshi and sending a ribbon down to pull him onto the rug. The two boys smiled down smugly at Ken as the carpet Izuku created floated around on his ribbon, the teachers trying extremely hard to hide their laughter as the boys broke out in an old Disney song, the carpet zooming around the room like it had a mind of its own. When things had quieted down, and the two boys were standing in front of the snack bar again, Hitoshi filling up his coffee cup, an alarm suddenly went off, and Izuku felt his veins turn to ice. Security breach 3, security breath 3, all students please exit the facility in a calm and orderly fashion. The alarm continued as all of the heroes were suddenly on their feet, running out of the room and splitting up to go in different directions. Wait! Izuku cried, grabbing 13's sleeve before he could run away. What's happening? 13 turned to him and placed his hand over his. Someone broke onto the campus. Stay here, we'll be right back. He was gone, and Izuku closed the door, turning to look at Hitoshi, because who broke onto the campus? When they found out it was the press, both of them were storming out of the lounge, fury coming off of them in waves, before they were carried away from the reporters under Ken's arms, like two kids caught being naughty. This isn't going to affect the USJ field trip, right? Izuku asked Hitoshi when they were deposited into the lounge, like he had an answer, and the boy just shrugged, confusion on his face. When the door slid open, they both looked to it as a skinny, gangly man walked in, before freezing at the sight of them. Oh, Hitoshi said. Are you a new teacher? The man shifted, uneasily scanning the room. Yeah. Who are you two? I'm Aizawa's son. Izuku said, and the man blinked. Yamada's son. Hitoshi said after him, and the man looked between them, confused. But they're both 30, and you guys are like 15. Adoption. They said in unison, and the man nodded, grimacing like he knew he was stupid. So, who are you? Hitoshi asked, spinning in the chair, because Izuku was sitting on the desk. The man froze, and Izuku's eyes narrowed, his ribbons shooting out of his arms to swirl around the man, where they began vibrating excitedly. They came back to him, and he looked down to them even if he couldn't see them, and they curled back into his arms, telling him. That's All Might. Oh, sheet, he said, because he was pretty sure this was what his dad said the entire staff was keeping from them, but they couldn't ask about it. He turned to Hitoshi. Forget you saw him. Hitoshi looked confused, and the man paled drastically. Why? Remember the secret our parents had to keep from us? Higoshi's eyes lit up in understanding. He's a part of it, so let's pretend we didn't see him. You know who I am. Izuku turned to look back at the man, and now that he knew who he was, the resemblance was there, if you knew what you were looking for. He nodded, and the man sighed, walking further into the room. Well, I guess there's no hiding it from you now. Hitoshi looked back and forwards between Izuku and All Might in confusion. What am I missing? All Might pulled up a chair, and sat down in front of them. My name is Yagi Tashinori, but other people know me as All Might. Hitoshi didn't squeal like a little girl, because he has a deep voice, and it can't hit high notes, okay? He didn't squeal. Really? He breathed, scanning Yagi up and down, like he was trying to figure out why the hell he looked like that. Did you like? Are you a transformer? Izuku elbowed him, rolling his eyes. Wrong movie. Oh. Are you? Izuku leaned over and slapped a hand over Hitoshi's mouth. Shush. You make me cringe. Izuku yanked his hand away with a shriek, and Hitoshi jerked out of the chair when Izuku tried to wipe his hand on his shoulder, but he didn't get far, because Izuku sent a ribbon out and it held Hitoshi in place, where Izuku walked up to him and swiped his against his shoulders and back, wiping his saliva off. Oh, All Might-san, this doesn't affect the USJ field trip, does it? Izuku asked as Hitoshi plopped down in his father's seat. All Might blinked, because the students weren't being told until later today, and he wanted to slap himself when he remembered that these were Hiro's children. No, I don't believe it does. All Might said, before Hitoshi slumped over the desk. I wish I could go, he groaned, and Izuku grinned, slapping his shoulder. Just place high on the sports festival, and you'll be transferred. You can train with me, if you want. Sounds like a plan, Hitoshi said, giving him a thumbs up, and Yagi understood why the teachers loved them so much, because they just seemed so fragile, so innocent, and if he knew what would happen, what he would learn, he would take that thought back in an instant. Izuku, come on. I'm not doing this again. Hudisho CMMFY. I don't care. Get up, we have the field trip today, remember? I'm burning your present Mike hoodie. You wouldn't. 5, 4, 3. Izuku jumped out of the bed, shoving his exasperated dad out of the room as he rapid-fire spoke about everything he had to do to get ready, and how it was best to just leave him alone so he could start the day. He was a whirlwind as he got ready, literally, his ribbons racing to get clothing onto him, forgetting that he had to get out of his original clothing in the first place, and he ended up a tangle on the floor. He quickly righted himself, finished getting ready, and met his dad at the door, grabbing a granola bar on the way out. Burning my Zashi hoodie. Izuku muttered, crossing his arms as he sunk low into the seat. I'll burn your coffee. You're not doing that again. Aizawa said, showing his card to the little scanner that let the pass through the gates. It was very hard for me to concentrate that day. That's what you get, Izuku pouted. Trying to kill my boyfriend like that. Aizawa rolled his eyes, and in the lounge, Izuku slumped onto his chair as he ran through everything they would be doing with 13, before All Might came in his civilian form, and Aizawa let out the largest sigh at the sight. You ran out of time. Yagi cleared his throat, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. I'm sorry. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Whatever. Izuku, come on, we're leaving. Izuku groaned, but he pulled himself to his feet, and ambled over to his dad, who ruffled his hair and smiled softly. They made their way to the bus, Ida trying to load them up like it was a standard bus, and Izuku patted his shoulder comfortingly when he realized it wasn't the way he was thinking it was. The bus had been moving for almost 10 minutes, and Ida's hand went up. Aizawa-sensei, where is Bakugou-kun? He was suspended. Aizawa deadpanned, and he class-gaped at him as he tilted his head to look at them. Bullying is not tolerated. At all. The class nodded slowly, and Aizawa put his capture weapon over his face, meaning he was going to take a nap. Aizawa-kun, so you said, and Izuku hummed. If I may ask, why is your quirk so different from your father's? That got the entire class's attention, Todoroki pouting where he was banished to the other side of the bus because of his hero costume. That's because I'm adopted, Tsuyu-san. Izuku said, dropping the necklace from his mouth, because his fire had been welling up and he had decided he could store some away. Please call me Azui. Izuku nodded. And why were you adopted? Izuku, you don't have to say anything. Aizawa said, pulling his weapon off of his face, but Izuku waved him off. It's okay, Dad. I don't want to gain trust under lies. What lies? Ashido asked, Todoroki, Ida, and Yaoyorozu looking startled when Uraraka winced in understanding. Izuku turned to all of them. You've all seen my back, right? At their nod, he decided to make this as quick as possible, because it feels like he's telling everyone. My mom had been injecting me with quirk suppressants for almost 10 years because my father is the mass murderer Holocaust, and she didn't want me to have his quirk. Dad adopted me because it's extremely illegal and it was killing me. He met all of the shocked faces, and shrugged. Here we are. It was silent, and the bus mercifully slid to a stop, Izuku getting off right after his dad, sticking close to him in case some of the students decided to lash out. They made their way into the building, all of the students gasping and exclaiming at the size of it, but Izuku wasn't listening. His arms were glowing blue, his ribbons aching to finally explore without a leash, and he smiled softly, letting them spring out of his arms and whirl around the place. He paused when he noticed that they were shimmering a light blue, like glitter was dumped into streaks of water. It was really, really pretty, and they expanded to their normal size, Izuku grinning when he realized that they were getting much, much bigger. Blue whales got nothing on my quirk, Izuku thought, chuckling to himself. 13 went on a lecture about the dangers of a quirk, and Izuku felt his chest squeeze when a few students side-eyed him, because he wasn't his father. Sure, he was the biological son of Holocaust, but he was an Aizawa, and they would have to rip that name from his cold, dead hands. His quirk suddenly sent a wavelength his way, and he whirled around, 13 casting him a glance as he stared down at the plaza, where his ribbons were swirling around a specific place in the air, and he stepped closer, because he couldn't see anything, so what could be there? Hey Dad, he called, and Aizawa turned around, 13 pausing to look at him as well. I'm the only one here with a... The feeling he got in the next instant was hard for him to explain. It came from his quirk, a feeling that at first felt like stretching a rubber band too fast, and his had enough time to widen his eyes before that rubber band feeling snapped, and pain raced up his body from his arms as he felt his very quirk ripped to shreds, making him stumble back with a shriek, clawing at his arms like he could stop the feeling of them being shredded by something he couldn't see. He fell to his knees as Aizawa raced over to him, before looking down at the villains climbing out of a portal, and he hissed under his breath. "Is this like the entrance exam?" Kirishima asked, stepping forwards. "Has it already started?" "Shut up!" Izuku spat, not seeing the way the boy stumbled back with wide eyes, because Aizawa was panicking and therefore he was panicking. His dad was good at keeping his cool, and for him to be panicking, it meant shit wasn't good. Eraserhead. Number 13. "But where is All Might?" The man with a hand over his face said, reaching up to begin scratching his neck. The form said All Might should be here. Along with Holocaust Sun. Izuku fell back at that, horror making his ribbons shine at his sudden urge to run, because they were looking for him. They were looking for him, but why? What did he do? I wonder. Will he show up if we kill some kids? The man lowered his hand, insanity creeping along his words. While you're at it, wheedle out Holocaust Sun. Don't kill him. 13. Evacuate and protect the students. Aizawa said, putting his goggles over his eyes, before turning and putting his hands over Izuku's shoulders, the boy rapidly shaking his head, because he knew his dad wasn't made for large amount of enemies, and his dad was going to leave him to the villains that wanted to. Izuku, you need to calm down, okay? Everything is going to be okay. They're not getting you, I promise. Aizawa's face wavered, and he pressed his son to his chest, whispering for him to be safe, before he was throwing himself head first into the mass of villains, trying to ignore the way Izuku cried out, reaching out for him before 13 grabbed him and began tugging him away. Dad! He screeched, because he knew his dad wouldn't last long, wouldn't be able to fight, and Izuku would be alone. He would be alone in the world, and then the villains would get him, they'd get him and they'd make him a villain, they'd force him to be something he wasn't, just like his mom, but he didn't want that, he would rather die than be a villain or be something he wasn't. He was pressed to someone's chest and he instantly recognized Todoroki's minty scent, where he burrowed his face into his neck and inhaled deeply, trying to steady his breathing, because he didn't like this feeling that made everything feel like it was happening too fast, like he had no control over anything and everything would go to shit. This is called panic, Izuku, Todoroki said, his own voice shaky, and all of the students clumped closer, not knowing what to do. It's not a nice feeling, is it? Izuku frantically shook his head, before he realized the mist guy was behind them, and he whirled around in time to see 13 begin to disintegrate, his quirk being used against him, and Izuku cried out when the hero's body hit the ground. Greetings, children, the misty man said, his voice polite and measured. We are the League of Villains, and I cannot allow you to leave. Will you do me a favor and tell me which one of you is a villain? Izuku violently flinched back at that, and the man's yellow eyes turned towards him, and if mist couldn't glint maliciously, it could now. Greetings, young Akatani. You're coming with us. Izuku felt more than saw the purple warp swallow him, and in that instant, the world slowed down, because he was trapped. He was trapped inside this dark, damp place, and he couldn't move, couldn't escape, so he did what he does best to cages that tried to lock him away. He obliterated the container in his chest in order to let all of his flames roar out, the portal behind him instantly closing at the sight of his flames, to ensure the other villain wouldn't be hurt. They grew larger and larger in size as they screamed, lashing out against the walls keeping them trapped, and he didn't realize he was screaming along with his fire until his ribbons were lashing out as well, tearing, ripping, shredding, throwing themselves against the bars violently. He felt something wet drip onto his face, and if he was coherent, he would have noticed the red color and metallic scent, but he wasn't, he was trapped, screaming his lungs out to escape, because it seemed like he could never escape a cage for too long. You can't keep me in here. He screamed, and his flames lashed out with the coiling from his ribbons, and they smashed against the warp, planning on tearing up open. He was doused in more of the liquid, but he ignored it, making his flames burn brighter, hotter, because he would get out the portal opened. If he was standing with the students, he would have seen himself disappear into the portal with a scream, but before the portal at the plaza could spit the boy out, it suddenly shut, and the suited man pressed a hand against his chest in discomfort, and the student's panic was subdued by confusion. Then the man began screaming, thrashing in a similar way Izuku had, clawing at his chest as his voice broke and jumped up an octave, the rough sound of someone in immense pain. The student stumbled back when the man's scream cut off with a choke, and he was spitting up blood, the red liquid coloring the ground before a portal opened, and a bloody, burning body fell out, half of the students losing their lunch when the mist man collapsed, unmoving. The body stood shakily, swaying on its feet, before slowly turning to the students. What happened? Izuku? Todoroki asked, and the boy nodded, before looking down at his clothing, his red clothing, and he screamed. Inko didn't want Izuku to end up like his father, he knew that, and that's why she webbed him. She took his quirk away, because when he has it and he panics, he does hurt people. He burns them with the fire his mother hated so much, and maybe, if this had happened a while ago and he was still insecure about himself, he would have thought that she was doing the right thing, that this power needed to be suppressed. Living with Aizawa made him see that people panic, and panicked people usually make bad decisions that can hurt people. Those incidents Aizawa had called panicked accidents, and that they happen sometimes. He said the best way to fix them was to step back, look at what really happened, and apologize if you're in the wrong. That was the mantra he repeated over and over again in his head, telling himself that he had been scared, and when people are scared, they panic and make mistakes, and that was what happened. He wasn't a bad person, he didn't kill anyone, he wasn't a villain, he wasn't a villain, he wasn't a villain. He scrambled over to the downed villain, ripping the metal bars apart with a franticness that tore his nails apart as he searched for a heartbeat, pressing his face against the man's chest and slumping over in relief when he felt one. That just means he was knocked out from the intense pain of being burned alive from the inside out, not that Izuku had killed him. Before he could do anything else, there was a loud sound of something smashing into the ground from behind him, and he whirled around, frantically searching for his dad, before his pupils dilated in pure horror as he took in the scene before him. The villains had been scattered, laying around in various states of unconsciousness, but there was a large, inhuman monster holding his father down, and it picked his head up before smashing it into the ground, over and over again until red blood was splattered everywhere, crack spiderwebbing from the force and making a path for the blood. He didn't hear 13 brokenly call out for him, or the way the students shouted in shock as he suddenly disappeared before their eyes in a swirl of fire, because he wasn't thinking about any of them. He was only thinking about his Aizawa, the person who pulled him from a very dark place in his life and gave him light, the person who broke his shackles of depression and replaced them with freedom, his dad, his savior, his hero. His ribbons were buzzing angrily as he slid to a stop in front of the monster, and they were swirling around him, his anger pushing his already burning fire to simmer right underneath his skin, and he shone like an emerald in the light, catching the villain's attention. The handsy guy stopped scratching his neck, peering at Izuku's blood-soaked body, and then up to where Izuku had left the students, hoping they were smart enough to get out and ask for help. "Kurojairi," the man said, before turning back to Izuku. "Blood? You're no hero, child. You're Holocaust son, aren't you? A killer. Just like him." He had a weird way of speaking, a slow, almost soft tone that still had insanity brushing the edges. "I'm not a killer. Your stupid cage is still alive, he's just incapacitated." Izuku snarled. "Why are you here?" The man looked over at Izuku's hero, then back at him. "To kill All Might. And bring you to your father. He's looking for you. That man is no father of mine." He centered his weight and threw his hands out, his ribbons roaring out in a way he hadn't felt in a long time, wrapping around the monster like a python as he gritted his teeth at the weight, before twisting and launching the monster away, where it flew across the joint, slamming into the red dome that held the fire zone. He dodged the villain lunging at him, feeling the necklace slap against his chest, and he put it into his mouth, ready to call his flames as he kept trying to duck away again, only to get tackled. He scked in a pained breath when the villain's hand landed on his arm and his cheek, forgetting that he had his necklace in mouth. He let that air out in a scream, his throat heating as black fire burst free, the man screeching and throwing himself off of Izuku, the boy coughing and rolling over, clutching his arm and cheek. He didn't know what that man had done, but his burning cheek was slick with blood, stinging like someone had slapped him with barbed wire. His arm felt the same way, each throb doubling in pain as he shoved himself to his feet, because he needed to make sure his dad was okay, because his dad was his safety, his sanctuary. "Nomu. Get him." Izuku blearily looked up, and got a flash of black before he was held in a strong grip, where the emotion Todoroki called panic welled up, because it was just like in that portal, a compressed space that seemed to get smaller and smaller, swallowing all of Izuku's light and making him scream, because he was trapped again and he could never ever get out. His ribbons lashed out violently, and he fell to his knees, losing the granola bar he had eaten as the Nomu's hand fell down with him. He scrambled away, horror making him tear up as he stared down at the arm laying on the ground, sitting innocently like it hadn't just been ripped off a body. He slowly looked up to see the Nomu's hand regrowing, a horrible sight to watch as muscle and skin expanded, twisting and squirming as it took the shape of a hand, red scarring the only sign that it had ever came off. you're really annoying." His ribbon lashed out at the sound of his voice, and the villain was flying backwards, not a sound as he collided with the ground, skidding and rolling, losing a ton of his hands along the way. Izuku pushed himself to his feet as he sent his ribbons out to wrap around the Nomu until it was mummified in Aoyama's blue, sparkly cape, if his cape was sheer. He solidified the ribbons as much as he could, making sure it wouldn't be able to move, and he ran to his dad, collapsing to his knees beside the bleeding man. He suddenly flashed back to the heroics training. His fire had healed him, so could it heal others too? "All right," he said shakily, speaking aloud so he doesn't make himself go crazy with the thoughts in his brain. "Listen here, fire, you're my fire," meaning you listen to what I say, not what anybody else says. People say fire can't heal, that all it does is burn and destroy, but I'm in charge, and you're going to heal. He didn't care if he had to rewrite his FING genes one by one. Aizawa had lost too much blood, and was on the brink of being lost forever. He would force his flames to heal, because they listen to him, not what society tells it to do. Society says fire is destructive, hot, and dangerous, but society, he would make his quirk do whatever he wanted. He gently placed his hand over Aizawa's elbow, his skin heating up with his flames, before he was thinking, No, you're my quirk, you're not going to burn, because I don't want you to, you're going to heal because I told you to, you're going to heal, you're going to heal, you're going to heal. He didn't hear any screaming, so he looked down and his eyes bulged out of his head, shock filtering into his body, because the fire was running along Aizawa's elbow, but it wasn't burning. It looked like it was dancing across his skin, and everywhere the flame touched, it sunk in, creating skin like he could create objects. Izuku sat back on his heels, shock and utter confusion washing everything away. So, his flames could heal him, and they would replace injuries and copy real skin for others? He could create skin in the same way he could create metal. What the actual he? Izuku's head snapped back with the blow, his body flinging backwards and painfully smashing into the ground, shoving blood from his mouth as he gasped violently, trying to get the world to stop spinning. "You're really starting to PSS me off." Izuku looked up to see Not-So-Handsy Man standing there, his chest heaving and blood running down his face. "Holocaust just said don't kill you, he didn't say you had to come back in one piece." The man's quirk was disintegrating. Izuku knew that now as the man's hand sunk into his thigh, pain racing up his body as his skin gave way, and he watched in shocked horror as his muscles began showing, and that was what snapped him out of his stupor, adrenaline rushing through his veins and making everything seem to slow down as he ripped the hand off of the man's face, seeing him look up in shock, and he pulled his other hand back, his knuckles colliding with the man's nastily dry face with a satisfying crunch. Not to brag or anything, but that man flew like 5 meters away. Izuku took the opportunity to wrap his other ribbon around his dad, and he turned around to send him to the stairs, before feeling exasperation when that stupid Kurogyri stood up. That exasperation turned to blindingly red fury when all of his classmates were warped away, but he could see the warps appear in the vicinity, so he could collect all of them with his ribbon. He sent the ribbon over to the stairs, solidifying it and wrapping Aizawa's injuries with his healing flames. Hopefully he would heal quickly. "Nomu, bring me the cheater." Izuku cried out, dropping to his knees as he felt the Nomu thrash against his hold, feeling like when Kurogyri's warp shredded his ribbons apart, but the Nomu didn't move, so he took it as a win. The villain turned towards the Nomu, visibly agitated. "Nomu, I said get the cheater." Izuku choked on a pained gasp as the Nomu tried moving, but he held his hands out, curling his finger and rooting his ribbons to the ground. That Nomu would not move. The man seemed to link the Nomu's unresponsive state with Izuku, because he whirled around, snarling at the sight of Izuku. "All you stupid Akatanis. You're so irritating." Izuku bared his teeth, and began curling his fingers closer together, adrenaline allowing him to ignore his stinging cheek, thigh, shoulder, and chest. "Too FING bad for you, I'm an Aizawa." As his fingers curled closer and closer, his ribbons got tighter and tighter, until they were shimmering like the sun setting against the sea, bright and pretty, but damaging if you looked at it too long. It led him to believe that the tighter he made his ribbons, the denser they got. Before the man could get any more set off at Izuku, Kurogyri warped right beside the man. "Shigaraki, all of the students have been warped away." The man Shigaraki grinned, turning to Izuku. "Warp him. Cut him in half." Kurogyri wavered, remembering the scorching feeling when the boy had spent not even a second in his quirk. "Shigaraki, do you believe that is wise? Holocaust said to keep him alive." "I know what he said." Shigaraki shrieked, scratching at his neck with fury. "But this brat is very irritating. He's always getting his way, and none of his injuries seem to damage his health. He has an endless supply of usage, so he's a hacker. I always kill hackers, because they don't make the game fun anymore." Kurogiri hesitated again, and Shigaraki screamed, "Just kill him already." Izuku's lower half sunk into a portal, and that same caged feeling wrapped around him, tying his legs together as they prepared to saw him in half, but he wouldn't let that happen. He let go of his flames as the portal was closing, shoving the fire down to his legs, and Kurogiri instantly screamed at the feeling, the portal disappearing as Izuku's boots were re-soaked in blood. He stomped down to get rid of the wet sock feeling as Shigaraki screamed angrily at Kurogiri, before spotting Shigaraki's hand, and he bent over to pick it up. He instantly dropped it with a curse, because that may look fake, gray, and unrealistic, but that sure as hell felt like a real hand. Shigaraki stilled, slowly turning to see Izuku pick the hand up again, gagging at the realist feeling to it. "Father?" Shigaraki whispered, and if Izuku had anything in his stomach, he wouldn't have been able to keep it down. "How dare you? Give me father back." Izuku held the hand up, waving it side to side and watching as Shigaraki's eyes followed it like a dog to a ball, or a cat to a laser, and he turned and chucked it, Shigaraki chasing after it like a fing dog, and his classmates. Right. He tried to split one of his ribbons to collect them, but that instantly allowed the Nomu to jolt, and he put the ribbon back in place hastily. Looks like he'd just have to hope that they would be able to handle themselves. His head was suddenly fuzzy, and he cursed as he realized the adrenaline rush was gone, his body throbbing as the ground rushed up to greet him, but it was weird, because he didn't feel himself hit the ground, he only heard it in a distant echo as his vision tripled, one looking normal, the other blue, and the other red. He blinked hazily as his head lolled, catching sight of a few students staring at him in horror, but he couldn't control his head, so it continued lolling until he was staring at Shigaraki slowly advancing, saying something, but everything was muffled, like his head was shoved underwater. He tried to make himself stand, try and say something snarky before Shigaraki actually fing killed him, and Shigaraki stepped on his stomach hard, making him convulse and spit out more blood. Last words? It was hazy, muffled as his ears rang like a bomb just went off, but it was there. Light travels faster than sound. Which is why people like you appear bright until they open their mouths. Shigaraki's face twisted in outright fury, and Izuku's thigh caved in underneath Shigaraki's hand, the pain mixing with Izuku's fuzzy brain and not even allowing him to scream. He just threw his head back and silently choked on black fire, not able to think through the haze of pain and agony. Shigaraki's hand was off of his thigh as the ground began shaking underneath him, and Izuku was wondering if Shigaraki was so heavy, the floor was shaking. Oh no! Was the ground shaking because it was crying? Was Shigaraki so heavy he made the floor cry? What a bad man, making the poor ground cry. A blur of white and yellow passed by him, and someone gently grabbed his shoulders, screaming at him, questions he didn't understand. How was he supposed to think when he had pain on his body, and when the bad man made the floor cry? "Are you okay? Aizawa-kun, hey!" Ooh, it was a boy. Izuku, hey, can you hear me? And a girl. "Aizawa-kun, are you breathing?" The boy again, although he didn't sound very okay. "Mineta, shut the F up." That girl didn't sound very happy. "You said a bad word," Izuku said singsongy, before scrunching his feature together and crying out when someone pressed their hand against his thigh. "Don't touch it." She still sounded really mad. "BB, but aren't we supposed to apply pressure?" "Ah. Scared." The boy sounded scared. "Not when his thigh is disintegrated. We need to wrap it. And then you apply pressure." Even though this girl sounded mad, Izuku liked the sound of her voice. How was I supposed to know? Now scared boy was getting mad. "Use your motherfucking brain, a-hole." This girl knew a lot of bad words. "Hey! What the F is happening? Another boy? Aizawa-kun? Another boy? Oh my god, is he okay? A girl? Izuku. A very nice sounding boy. That's Holocaust son, what if he was a part of the attack? Wow, there were a lot of boys." Izuku was too delirious to understand what was being said, but he turned his head over in time to see a boy with red and white hair punch someone in the face, the blonde boy falling over, but he had a weird piece of skin sticking out from his back, and Izuku was reminded of a lion, which made him smile. "How dare you? I'm going to fing murder you, you stupid piece of shit." The red and white-haired boy was tugged off of the blonde boy with a tail, by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 other boys. 5 boys held the red and white-haired boy in a hug, but he didn't seem very happy. He was thrashing his legs and swinging his arms, a very mad sound coming out of his mouth, the sound of someone who can never escape. Someone who's trapped in a cage that they can never get out of, that they Izuku was on his feet, the world swaying as anger made him snarl, and the cage holding Todoroki shattered, the boy running forwards and colliding with Izuku. Pain arced up his body and he still couldn't scream, so he threw his head back and spat out the black flames that seeped from his throat, holding Todoroki close so it didn't burn him. Sorry, he wheezed, looking at his frightened classmates. I don't like this emotion. Suddenly there were gunshots behind him, and he blearily leaned back, catching sight of Snipe with his gun out. He grinned and cheered weakly, before his thigh stabbed his brain with pain, and he hissed when it gave out, Todoroki scrambling to catch him, but letting go at Izuku's cry when his hand caught Izuku's disintegrated arm. Todoroki fell to his knees, and now that they were level, Izuku could see the panic and guilt blazing in the watery eyes, and he didn't like that. He pressed his hand against Todoroki's lips, the boy looking confused as he leaned forwards, pressing a kiss against the back of his hand, where their lips would have met if his hand wasn't there. He had coughed up blood and choked on his own fire, so he didn't want to filthy Todoroki's face. Todoroki's eyes watered, spilling over as he went to grab Izuku's shoulders, but Izuku felt his strength give out, and his hand slid down Todoroki's face as he slumped onto the floor, the blood loss getting to him as the rainbow greeted his vision. He was rolled onto his back, people screaming, but there was a bright light, a pretty bright light that reminded him of the ribbons he had left keeping the Nomu in place, but Todoroki's face hovered over the light and he focused on those eyes, those beautiful blue and gray eyes, gorgeous even as tears spilled from them. The light was fading away, looking like a faint halo around Todoroki's head, and he reached up, pressing his hand on the boy's temple, feeling bad as his hand smeared his blood over the boy's scar. He hated it, and Izuku understood that hatred. He was in no place to tell the boy he should love it because it was a part of him, when he hated his own scar. Todoroki's voice was dancing across his ears, but no matter how much he tried concentrating on the beautiful eyes he had fallen in love with, the light was getting brighter, shining wider and wider until he was convinced Todoroki was his angel. Shudo, the boy leaned into his hand, crying although Izuku couldn't see it. I love you. Izuku's hand slipped off of the boy's face, and Todoroki followed it with his eyes, before looking back to Izuku's face, his glassy eyes that stared up into the sky. Izuku? He whispered, pressing his hand down on the boy's chest, a cry coming out of his mouth when he didn't feel any movement. Izuku! Izuku, please! No! You can't! Todoroki sobbed, rocking back and forwards on his heels. He pressed his hands against Izuku's wrist, his cries coming out louder when he didn't feel a pulse. Izuku! He screamed when someone grabbed his arms, pulling him away from the boy who was laying in his back, staring up at the sky as the blood formed a puddle around him, medics rushing to get him onto the bed so they could race him to the hospital. Izuku! He screamed, thrashing against the person's grip, screaming as pure agony ripped his chest apart, kicking his legs and throwing his head from side to side, the definition of a frenzy. Izuku, no! You promised me! You promised me! Midnight was approaching him, Vlad King struggling to hold the screaming, thrashing boy still as steam rose off of his body, seconds away from losing control of his quirk. Midnight was crying, but she ripped her sleeve, and the pink mist wafting over to Ken and Todoroki. The latter was screaming, so he inhaled it quickly, sobbing as his body slowly slipped into an unconscious state, while Ken just held his breath, shaking from the agony the boy had been letting off in waves. Todoroki went slack, and the last thought in his head sent tears into his eyes for the last time. You promised me. You promised me you would never leave me. You're a liar. It was agony. The days that passed were spent in stunned silence, none of them able to cope with what they had witnessed. No one knew how to handle Todoroki, who snapped at everyone who mentioned Izuku and beat up 3 guys in one day. Everyone remembers that day, the day they slid the door open to leave and the entirety of the classes were blocking the exit. They had been quiet, still trying to understand the fact that someone could lose their life so easily, and the blonde boy had tore into them, screaming when none of them had had the energy to fight back. Then he had said something about if Class 1B had been the one to get attacked, they would have gotten out without any casualties or any injuries. He had had 2 boys back him up, and no one could do anything but watch in silence as Todoroki stormed up to him, broke his nose with one punch. He hadn't stopped there, and the blonde boy's 2 friends tried to back him up, but Todoroki was furious, steaming as he cried, but he knocked all 3 of them out without hassle. He had glared at everyone standing in the hall, all of them stunned at the sheer power the Son of Endeavor seemed to hold, and he had said, if another person says anything about my boyfriend, I will make you eat your FING words. Todoroki wasn't suspended even though the students had said he had outright bullied them, but Nizu actually called Tsukachi over to find out what really happened, and they kindly asked Todoroki to get therapy, since losing his boyfriend in front of his eyes seemed to be doing shit to him. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were the only ones who didn't leave him alone. the others just not knowing how to interact with him. They were the support pillars he relied heavily on, something that was a blessing and a curse. They kept him standing even on days he just wanted to collapse and cry, to lose himself in the waves of grief, even as people told him he really didn't lose anything. Izuku wasn't dead, but when he's lying on a bed not responding to anything anyone is saying, Todoroki sometimes felt like he was. He felt like he was looking at a corpse as he sat down beside Izuku's bed, his head in his hands as guilt ate him alive, ignoring anyone telling him he needed to leave. The only person he listened to was Aizawa, the man who was hurting just as much as him. If the man told him he needed to calm down, he did. If the man told him he should probably get some sleep, he tried to, because he knew the man was going through the same thing he was. Snapping at him wasn't fair. Endeavor even backed off, when Todoroki had snapped during training and that wasn't pretty. Endeavor was lucky he had money, or else he would be laying in a morgue somewhere. The class was dragging on, something Todoroki didn't really pay attention to as he emotionlessly took notes, wondering if this is how it feels to be webbed. To feel so lifeless and empty, not understanding what you were doing anymore, but knowing you had to continue. The bell rang, and he silently packed his things up, the entire class tiptoeing around him and side-eyeing him as he made his way to the door, face blank and shoulders tense. He remembers this feeling, it was how he lived his life before he met his. Todoroki cut that line of thinking off quickly, his chest already aching at the thought of the small boy, and he inhaled deeply, making his way to Recovery Girl's office. He does this every day, only eating if Aizawa tells him to eat, because why would he leave Izuku's side for something as pathetic as food? When he was younger, he had tried starving himself to death, trying to escape the twisted lie that was his family life, so he is pretty flexible with his eating schedule. He didn't react when the boy he now knew as Monoma stumbled out of his way, glaring at his back like Todoroki couldn't feel it, and that was what scared his classmates the most. Unless someone was speaking about Izuku, he was emotionless like the ice he produced. He stopped outside of Recovery Girl's office and put his hand on the handle, trying to slide it open. It wouldn't budge. He frowned and tugged again, before trying again with both hands. It wouldn't move. He knocked on the door. Recovery Girl? Are you in there? You don't usually lock. He heard the lock click, and the door slid to the left, revealing Aizawa who was crying. Todoroki's eyes went wide with horror, because even with all the bandaging, you could still see the tear tracks as the man put his hands on Todoroki's shoulders. You're excused from class. Todoroki was shoved inside the room, his horror growing, before his heart stopped, because there he was, laying down and looking like a smug FING sheet end. Todoroki's ribs would bruise from how hard he smashed into the bars for the bed, but he ignored it, the physical pain not even holding a flame to the emotions he was drowning in. He was sobbing as he climbed over the bars, shaking as the boy curled his arms around him, and he carefully laid down, putting his head on the boy's stomach and resting between his legs, sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. Shoo, Izuku was whispering, running his fingers through Todoroki's hair. It's okay. I'm sorry. The amount of relief crashing into his chest was bizarre, making him boneless as he went slack, all the tension draining from his body as he felt an almost calming emotion overcome him, knowing he didn't have to worry anymore, because Izuku was okay, he was alive and he was okay, and that was what mattered. Izuku, Todoroki sobbed, shifting his head to listen to the boy's heartbeat, assuring himself that the boy was really here. Izuku, 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 please, please, never do that to me, never ever. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered again, bending his left knee as he tried to get more comfortable. I promise you that won't happen again. Todoroki cried out all of the tears he had held in, listening to the steady heartbeat belonging to someone he thought he had lost, someone he hadn't been able to return to words to. Izuku, he sniffed, and the boy hummed, still running his fingers through the red and white locks. Todoroki gently pulled away, pushing himself to his elbows as he stared into the emerald eyes belonging to the boy he loved. I love you too. Izuku's eyes went wide, and he laughed wetly, pressing his forehead against Todoroki's as he sniffed, closing his eyes and enjoying the close comfort. Todoroki tried to lean in for a kiss, but Izuku pulled away. No, Todoroki groaned, trying to lean up as Izuku shoved his face away. I'll burn the costume. I'll burn it with my own flames. You can watch. Izuku hummed, moving his hands so they squished Todoroki's cheeks together. Really? Todoroki nodded eagerly, and Izuku smiled, leaning down, before pulling away again. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. My breath stinks. Todoroki made a noise that could only be described as a huff that got caught in his throat and blocked his airway, choking him as he shoved himself to his knees, crawling off of the bed and muttering as he stomped over to the cabinets, rummaging through them frantically, because it's been how long since he's kissed his boyfriend? There was toothpaste, but there were no toothbrushes. Anywhere. Nowhere. You planned this, didn't you? Todoroki huffed, spinning around to meet Izuku's grin, both of them ignoring the bell going off. Fine. I'm going to track down Momo. Oh. You should bring her. Todoroki paused halfway out the door, because he was determined, before shaking his head. No, because she won't appreciate being in the room when I teach you to kiss. He closed the door with a smirk as the boy began glowing, and he took off towards the class, because Yaoyorozu should already be inside. He sprinted like his life depended on it, almost taking out half of the kids his age, but he slid to a stop at his door and threw it open, the students inside jumping at the unexpected noise. He darted in and ran up to Yaoyorozu, everyone staring at him in shock, because he was never energetic. Momo! He put his hands over her shoulders and she blinked, startled as his classmates mirrored her expression. I need you to make me a toothbrush. Yaoyorozu stared at him, glancing around as if she expected it to be a prank, but his classmates were just as stunned as she was. What? Todoroki fell to his knees, pressing his hands together as he pleaded, please. Momo, please, make me a toothbrush. She looked extremely confused, but she held her hand out, and a standard, blue toothbrush began creating, and he was practically vibrating in excitement as it finished. He snatched it with a, thanks Momo. Love you, and he dashed out of the classroom, leaving all of the students to stare at each other in astonishment. Did that just happen? Jairu asked slowly, and Yaoyorozu gasped in shock, getting all of her classmates to turn to her in confusion as tears spilled from her eyes. What is it? Ashido asked, leaning over her desk as Yaoyorozu turned towards her, fanning her face as she tried to breathe. Izuku's awake. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, Todoroki chanted, and Izuku rolled his eyes, brushing his teeth at a slow speed just to irritate the boy. The sink wasn't too far away, and technically Izuku shouldn't be using his quirk right now, but you see the things he does to keep his insatiable boyfriend happy? He finished brushing his teeth, and floated back to the bed, Todoroki following like a puppy, and Izuku felt his skin glow, slightly embarrassed by the situation he was in. He laid down on the bed and snuggled under the covers, only to have Todoroki crawl over him, caging him in from above, and Izuku felt his skin heat brighter. You comfy? Todoroki asked, his voice deep in the way that said he wanted something, and Izuku squeaked out a, yes. Todoroki lowered himself down carefully, wary of Izuku's sore, healing injuries, and Izuku's breath hitched when he felt a new emotion pool in the bottom of his stomach, almost like a heat, but it wasn't his fire. He ignored the confusing emotion and focused on the warmth of the boy's body heat along his entire body, warming up everything as his fire raced underneath his skin, making him light up like the glow stick he hated being. Izuku, Todoroki whispered amusedly, gently tugging at the boy's hands which had moved to cover his face. Why are you hiding? I don't know, he squeaked, but I feel much safer like this. Todoroki's breathy laugh brushed against his hands. Okay, just move your hand so I can kiss you. Izuku doesn't know how Todoroki can say these things, no shame, but he moved his hand so it was only covering his eyes, feeling Todoroki's breath brush against his lips. Todoroki moved closer, and then his warm, soft lips were gently pressing against Izuku's, caressing him and warming him up. He inhaled Todoroki's minty scent, curling his fingers into the nape of Todoroki's neck, his back arching as he tried to pull the boy closer, because Todoroki's the heat was something he was addicted to, something he would love forever. One would think Izuku knows that heat, since he has fire running through his veins as well, but it was different, feeling someone else's flames in comparison to normal people, or his own flames. It was really hard to explain, but fire users have a different type of warmth than just body heat, and Todoroki's was like a drag to Izuku. No matter how many times he does it. Izuku will always glow brighter when Todoroki begins using his tongue, because it was like magic, warm and soothing with an addicting feeling that he loved. Namuri had told him horror stories about French kissing after he shared his first one with Todoroki, about how it could feel like you had a slimy eel wiggle its way into your mouth, and when you pulled away, all you wanted to do was wipe your lips and chug mouthwash. It didn't feel like that with Todoroki. He didn't feel the slimy feeling Namuri had described, all he could feel was the freezing heat. Todoroki's mouth wasn't one side hot, one side cold, it was more like depending on his mood, it would heat up or cool down. Whenever Todoroki kissed Izuku, his tongue would start with the heat that Izuku was obsessed with, and it would cool rapidly in his mouth whenever Todoroki used his ice to cool himself down? It didn't matter, it was addicting, the burning cold, and he could kiss Todoroki for the rest of his life and never tire of it. You're very wiggly, Todoroki murmured, pressing a kiss against Izuku's nose, before moving to his cheeks, then to his chin, and Izuku tilted his head to allow more access. I'm cold Shudo, Izuku whined, wiggling again as if to prove his point. I need you to warm me up. Todoroki choked on his breath, turning away as he coughed into his elbow, and Izuku pressed his hands against his boyfriend's chest, appreciating the muscles. Izuku, love, Todoroki said, turning back to the small boy. You can't say that. Izuku blinked. Love was new, but he liked it. It's something I don't understand yet? Todoroki nodded, leaning down and kissing Izuku's jaw, before he began making his way down, and Izuku giggled at the ticklish feeling, laughing and shrieking as Todoroki grinned and began tickling him. I give. He cried, and Todoroki raised his eyebrows, wiggling his fingers as he sat, straddling Izuku's waist to make sure the boy couldn't squirm off of the bed. For reals quit? Izuku nodded frantically, his hair bouncing slightly, and Todoroki smiled at the sight, leaning down and kissing the boy's petal-soft lips. Izuku reached up and curled his arms around Todoroki's shoulders, trying to bring the boy closer, and Todoroki grinned into the kiss, because that was something that would never change. Todoroki knew Izuku loved being pressed up against him, and anytime he asked why, the boy would glow in embarrassment, so it was a mystery to him. For example, if he was standing and Izuku was sitting, the boy's ribbons would force him to sit, so Izuku could crawl into his lap and caress his back, chest to chest. I mean, Todoroki wasn't complaining. Todoroki peppered kisses down the boy's neck as he giggled, and that was another thing. Izuku doesn't giggle until he peppers kisses anywhere on the boy, and it was adorable. He could press a kiss to the inside of Izuku's wrist, and the boy would smile, but if he began peppering them across his wrist, the boy would giggle a light, high-pitched, airy sound, and he loved it. Izuku jolted and yelped, putting his hands on Todoroki to shove him away, but the boy pulled away before he could, laying down on his chest and smirking smugly. Izuku removed his hand from his neck, and looked at it, as if he was checking for blood, and then he looked down at Todoroki, utter confusion on his face. What did you do? Todoroki shifted and pressed his cheek flat against Izuku's chest, closing his eyes and listening to the pattern of Izuku's heartbeat. Something your dad's gonna kill me for. Izuku still looked confused, touching the part of his neck that still stung slightly. Did you bite me? Todoroki smirked. Yeah. Why? It's called a love bite. He opened his eyes, and the shouldering emotions in them made Izuku's skin heat. It means you're mine. Izuku flashed back to their first date, when it was decided that he was Todoroki's, and his skin's glow started shining brighter as the seconds passed, Todoroki laughing as Izuku covered his face, a futile attempt since his hands were also glowing. Izuku, Todoroki whined, his voice suddenly right beside Izuku's ear, husky and deep. Don't hide from me, you're beautiful. For some reason, that sent a jolt of that weird emotion in his stomach up his body, and he shivered from the feeling, before rolling over and squealing into a pillow, not understanding what was happening to his body. Be careful. Todoroki shrieked, you're still healing. I know, Izuku's voice was muffled in the pillow, and Todoroki smiled fondly. I just wanna sleep. Todoroki hummed. Okay. Roll over so I can go to sleep too. Izuku rolled over, and Todoroki slotted himself between Izuku's legs, resting his head on the boy's stomach and gently placing his arms along Izuku's torso. Izuku rested his hands on the nape of Todoroki's neck, running his fingers through his hair, and the warmth they shared soothed them both, until the calm feeling pulled them under, and they both slipped into peaceful sleep. That was how they found them later, Namuri having to be shut up by Yamada's hand so she didn't wake the boys up with her squealing as she snapped a million pictures from a million angles. They really like each other, don't they? Hitoshi whispered, and Aizawa smiled softly, glad it couldn't really show through the bandages. They really do. Hurry up. Todoroki sighed, holding his hero costume over a trash can Yamada had supplied them with, and they stood in one of the practice gyms, safe for fire use. But what will I wear? Todoroki complained, stomping his foot playfully as he pouted at his boyfriend's exasperated look. Izuku had been allowed to get up on his own for 3 days now, a week after he had originally been on bed rest, and he complained that his body was tired often, meaning Todoroki was usually his piggyback ride to get back to the bed. One of those days, he had designed Todoroki's new hero costume, and he refused to show it to the boy until he burned the other one. Todoroki had gotten much better with using his flames, and they came to him upon his will after Izuku slapped him across the face when he said fire disgusted him. Yeah, first fight? Wasn't pretty. Point is, he can use his flames, he just doesn't use them when he's training with Endeavor. Todoroki felt the fire heat up under his skin, and it welled to the top as he forced it to go down to his palm, and his fire came to life, twisting in his palm as he pressed it to the costume, before turning to Izuku. Oh no, he said robotically. It isn't burning. Oh well. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You really want to go there? Todoroki gulped, and dropped his costume into the can, throwing his fire into it for real, and a perfect dumpster fire was started. He then turned towards a satisfied Izuku. "There, happy?" Izuku nodded. "Very." He turned around and began walking away, Todoroki smirking when he took in the boy's shape, whistling softly to himself as he ran to catch up. "I really bagged a good one. Looks, personality, skills, everything. Aizawa Izuku, you're mine forever." "Momo, Momo, 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 Momo," Izuku chanted, running around the amused girl who shook her head and rolled her eyes. Her parents had at first been very skeptical about him sleeping over, like all parents when their teenage daughter brings home a boy, but they had both started talking over each other, trying to explain that no, Izuku wasn't dating Momo, and he didn't like her like that, and he was gay. They allowed him over after that, and found very quickly he was a joy, very bright and bubbly, making Yaoyorozu smile and laugh more than usual. He had been very shocked to see Yaoyorozu's rich girl house, whose property had stretched out long on either side, the house being nothing short of a mansion, but none of the Yaoyorozus had been stuck up about it, so he had been slowly getting used to it. "Momo," Izuku whined, and the girl huffed, still amused. "Can I help you, Izuku?" Said boy pouted, sitting on the floor so Yaoyorozu could finish making her nighttime tea. "I'm lonely." Yaoyorozu laughed, shaking her head as she filled her cup. "Maybe you should have stayed with your boyfriend then." Izuku gasped, "What? No. His father would rip me apart. And besides, your bed is really comfortable." Yaoyorozu rolled her eyes, and Izuku popped up, following her to the bathroom so she could wash her face. "You only love me because of my bed?" Izuku pouted, sitting on the countertop as Yaoyorozu grabbed her face wash, closing the cabinet and turning the water on. "No. I love your clothes too." Yaoyorozu choked, laughing as she drank her tea. "My soft clothes, my soft bed, what's next?" "Your soft personality." Izuku nodded. "And body. You have a very squishy body." Yaoyorozu slapped him with her towel. "Don't say that. It could be taken the wrong way." Izuku tilted his head as Yaoyorozu downed the rest of her tea. "Oh. I'm sorry." She shook her head, shrugging, and finished washing her face, pulling out her toothbrush and handing Izuku his. That's right, he had his own toothbrush at the Yaoyorozu house. They finished brushing their teeth in slight silence, Izuku humming a song and bouncing along with the rhythm as the girl smiled. After they had finished, Izuku followed Yaoyorozu to her giant bedroom, and he tossed himself on her giant bed, rolling on it with a loud, satisfied sigh. "Izuku," Yaoyorozu laughed. "Stop it, you'll ruin the covers." "Oops," he smiled, his ribbons glowing as one shot out and carefully picked him up, depositing him on the floor before it buzzed around him excitedly. His ribbons loved soft things as well, and they were always out when Yaoyorozu opened her closet, because you could get lost in there. She pulled her closet open, and his ribbons immediately shot into the room, seen by the glittering blue streaks through them. Ever since the USJ, his ribbons sparkled slightly, something he noticed would go away only if he wanted them to, or if he was extremely sad. "What color do you want?" Yaoyorozu asked, grabbing 2 pairs of her soft hoodies, and Izuku's ribbon curled around them both, before deciding on the purple one. "The purple one." Izuku cheered, and she smiled, tossing it at him as he cooed at the soft texture. "Thank you." She nodded, and took her shirt off, making to get dressed, and Izuku turned around to get into his own hoodie. That was something that he was told was weird, the way Yaoyorozu had no problem showing skin or anything else, but he didn't understand what the problem was. If she wanted to let her skin breathe, who were they to tell her not to? Apparently, it was another thing he didn't understand. His sigh was loud and satisfied as the soft fabric brushed against his skin, and burrowed into Yaoyorozu's soft covers, curling up into a ball as the bed dipped on the other side. He rolled over as the lights turned off, and he grinned at Yaoyorozu, who was making herself comfortable. "Momo." She hummed, and he snickered. "Momo," he sang, and she huffed, turning to look at him. "What? Are you ready for the sports festival?" She hummed, rolling over to fully face him, and his ribbons finally came out of her closet, closing the door and swirling over to them, settling on the bed around Yaoyorozu like it was a cat. "Yeah. We've been training for a while, I think I'm ready. What about you?" "I'm going to pee my pants." Yaoyorozu shrieked, shoving the laughing boy off of her bed. "Don't pee on my satin covers." He laughed from his spot on the floor, head popping up so she could only see his eyes, and he sent fire into them, making them shine eerily. "Momo," he cooed, and the girl screeched, shoving the covers over her head as he pounced, tickling her as she squirmed, laughing and trying to roll away. The door opened, and Izuku jumped, his ribbon sending him into the roof of Yaoyorozu's canopy bed as her mother stepped in. "Momo, darling, what's going on?" Yaoyorozu pulled the covers off of her head, smiling sheepishly at her mother. Izuku was tickling me. Her mother blinked, scanning the room. Where is he? He leaned down, his head and shoulders peeking out from the fabric that hung around Yaoyorozu's canopy, and he waved at her. She smiled softly, walking further into the room and sitting down on the bed, patting the spot beside her. Izuku floated down, his ribbon swirling slowly like they were tired, and he settled into the spot Yaoyorozu's mother had patted, and the woman reached out, brushing his hair from his face before squeezing his cheeks. "You silly boy," she cooed, and Izuku pouted. "Sleep is very important." "But I'm so nervous," he whined, and Yaoyorozu's mom pulled him into a hug. "What if people hate me for who I am?" "No one is going to hate you," she assured, letting him go and pulling the covers back, where he slipped in silently. "They don't even need to know who your parents are, if you don't want to tell them." She tucked him in, before pressing a kiss to his and Yaoyorozu's foreheads. "Sleep well, children, you have an important day tomorrow." They chimed in their good nights, and Izuku rolled over, sticking his tongue out at Yaoyorozu. "Your mother tucked me in first." He got a pillow to the head, and he laughed, but still fell asleep quickly, swimming in luxury with Yaoyorozu beside him. "I'm gonna die." "You're not going to die," Yaoyorozu huffed, walking him to the locker room. "Just change, and I'll meet you in the waiting room." "Momo," he whined, and the girl pressed her finger to his forehead, pushing him away. "Hurry, before your boyfriend tracks you down." His eyes went wide, and he darted into the locker room, Yaoyorozu laughing from behind him, because if Todoroki caught him, alone, they'd really be late. He quickly changed, shoving his uniform into a random locker before dashing away, running to the waiting room 1A would be in for the sports festival. He skidded to a stop in front of the door, and took a deep breath, calming his breathing as he pulled the door open. He slipped in and closed the door behind him, his classmates chatting, trying to keep the nerves away before the event. He dropped into a random chair, tilting his head back as he closed his eyes, breathing deeply to calm himself down. No one would know, because his flames were different from his father's. His flames were his own and only his. No one would know, no one would know, no one would know. Something soft and warm pressed against his lips, and he opened his eyes to see Todoroki, smirking as he pulled away. "Gotcha." Izuku grinned, sitting up correctly as Todoroki brought a chair up beside his. "Hey." Todoroki rested his head on his elbow, smiling at his tiny boyfriend. "Have fun?" Izuku nodded happily. "Momo's chefs made katsudon." Todoroki grinned. "That's all that makes you happy?" He nodded. "Yeah, really." Todoroki huffed, slumping onto the table with a pout. "There I was, being so lonely while my boyfriend had a slumber party with someone else." Izuku leaned closer, pressing a kiss against Todoroki's cheek, and the boy smiled, burying his face into his arm. "Don't be sad, Shudo. I still love you." Todoroki sniffed, sitting up. "Good. Don't want to lose you to my best friend." Too late. They both turned as Yaoyorozu approached, and she tapped Izuku's side, the boy confusedly standing, and she took his seat, patting her lap for him to sit back down. He beamed, and sat down, making himself comfortable as Todoroki glowered at his traitorous best friend. "Comfy?" Todoroki hissed, and the boy nodded, not noticing his tone of jealousy. Then again, Izuku, making himself comfortable, was usually him squirming in a seat until he found a comfortable position. If Izuku squirmed in Todoroki's lap, well, use your imagination. "Class 1A, someone over the intercom said. Please make your way out onto the field." Izuku made a high-pitched screaming sound from the back of his throat, but he stood, Todoroki snatching him away from Yaoyorozu and sticking his tongue out at her. She crinkled his nose, reaching out and grabbing Izuku's arm, and he suddenly became the rope in tug-of-war. "Izuku!" Uraraka dashed over and snatched him, running like the wind as Yaoyorozu and Todoroki both cried out, and Izuku was laughing, using his ribbons to make himself lighter so Uraraka didn't tire before festival started. She slowed to a stop, setting the boy down as they waited for their class to be announced. Todoroki was pouting, and Yaoyorozu had her cheeks puffed out, but Uraraka just grinned smugly. Their class was called, and they exited the tunnel, stepping out into the blinding light and having their ears blown off by all of the people cheering. "That's a lot of people," Shiro whispered, and Izuku had to nod in agreement. When all of the classes were gathered, Midnight stepped up to the microphone. "This is usually when we have the student who took first place in the entrance exam have a speech, but certain circumstances have made us decide to have Principal Nizu's personally recommended student have the speech." Izuku paled drastically as the crowd began going wild, because it didn't go public that Nizu himself had recommended a student. The students around him tittered in confusion, and Midnight Kali, Aizawa Izuku. The students all turned to him in shock, and he blinked, before realized he was supposed to go up there. He began making his way to the steps, face pale because he didn't know how to come up with a speech. He didn't do speeches, what the actual F.U.E. Midnight stepped away from the microphone as he blinked at all of the people. An emotion made his stomach twist like dread, but it wasn't of the level Todoroki had called panic, so it was probably something less than it. He cleared his throat, and the crowd quieted down. I wasn't informed of this, he said nervously, rubbing the back of his neck, and the crowd actually laughed. He took a deep breath. Because he could do this, he would spout randomness and hope for the best. Everyone paints 1A to be better than the others because we had a near-death experience, but don't write off how hard the other classes have been working to be noticed. Everyone standing before me is determined to take home the win, and they will be putting their everything into making that dream a reality. Plus ultra, because the worst thing that can happen today is you get pantsed. The crowd laughed, before they were cheering, and Izuku was walking off of the stage glowing like he was made of emeralds. He stiffly made his way back to his classmates, and Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder. Not bad, Principal Nizu's personally recommended. I had no idea what I was saying. Izuku said shakily while Midnight was talking. I think I said something about pants. That you did, Kirishima laughed, and their attention was directed to a giant screen that was spinning a million colors. The screen stopped spinning, and Izuku was greeted with an obstacle course. Which he could literally just fly over, but what's the fun in that? A 4 kilometers race around the stadium. Midnight announced, and Izuku felt himself tire already. Everything is allowed, as long as you stay in bounds. Izuku nodded slightly. This would be awesome, he had this one in the bag. Ready students? They all stood in front of the hallway, and Izuku bumped shoulders with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, tapping Uraraka on the shoulder. Good luck guys. He said, and they all returned the words. Izuku coiled his ribbons behind him, building up tension like a snake, so he would be ready to shoot off like a bullet when the light changed. The light turned green, and his ribbon snapped, shooting him ahead of all of the students, the darkness of the tunnel passing like he had simply blinked, and he was skidding his feet on the ground, trying to slow to a pace he could actually run with. Whoa! Aizawa Izuku from the heroics course has blasted ahead of all of the other students, completely leaving them in the dust. That's Nizu's recommended right there. Izuku grinned, running ahead before he was greeted with glinting metal, and he frowned, scanning all of the robots in front of him. He could destroy all of them, or he could pull himself above and fly away. The first one sounded badass, so he would go with that. Todoroki Shudo also from heroics has frozen the students to the ground, breaking away, but a lot of students have avoided his ice, and are hot on his tail. Aizawa Izuku has come upon the second obstacle, Robo Inferno. The 0-pointers from the entrance exam, he's just destroying them all? Are these nothing for him? Izuku had sent his glittering ribbons to wrap around one of the 0-pointers and he had set it ablaze, curling his fingers in to crush the metal like it was nothing more than a soda can, and he dashed between the opening, baring his teeth in a grin as the robots closed behind him. He then turned and blasted the computer-sized 0-pointer into another robot, and it busted through like the metal was nothing more than tissue paper. That robot began falling, and Izuku gave himself another boost with his ribbons as that falling robot was frozen by his boyfriend's ice. He was sprinting now, but it didn't matter, because he had his fire-filled necklace, something he had begged and begged to have, and Nizu only complied because he made it. He turned away from the disappearing robots quickly freezing over, leaving that obstacle in the dust as he ran, hearing Yamada call his name over the speakers, and he was listening again. Aizawa Izuku has come upon the third obstacle. He slowed to a jog, staring at the abyss that was in front of him. The fall. Make your way across the chasm without falling, or else you're in for a bad day, and you'll be disqualified. Izuku grinned. Time to show the world what he could do with his flames as well. He called his flames, jogging a bit quicker as his flames curled around his body, and he forced them into the hands that he threw out, and created a skateboard. It looked like a skateboard without the wheels, and he instead created an engine for looks, and he tossed it into the chasm, jumping off of the cliff and landing on it, before he sent his fire through the engine and used his ribbons to literally fly him to the other side. Todoroki Shudo has passed the second obstacle, leaving the robots frozen off balance, and now Aizawa Izuku has jumped into the chasm, but he's flying across it on a skateboard. What is this boy's quirk? Izuku's dad's voice came over the speakers as he landed on the other side, running as his skateboard melted into fire, curling back into his body and chest. Aizawa-kun's quirk is one of the rare quirks that has 2 parts in one. He can control fire, and he has a strong form of telekinesis. As you can see, Aizawa-kun can create things with his quirk as well, and is only limited by his knowledge. Sounds like there was a reason Principal Nizu recommended him. Look at him go. You're a teacher, Aizawa deadpanned. You know why Principal Nizu recommended him. Izuku laughed, stumbling a bit as his aching lungs throbbed. He came up into a stretch of dirt, the tunnel up ahead, and decided he would step on one of the bombs, so he could just fly the rest of the way, because his legs were done with running. He didn't slow as Yamada screamed that Todoroki had come upon the third obstacle, before changing and saying he was on the last obstacle. He stepped onto one of the bombs, and it exploded in a cloud of pink, where he then wrapped his ribbons around himself and launched himself away, staring down at the smoke like he had never seen it before. The land mines. Not real bombs, but they're flashy enough to give you a scare. He rolled his eyes, and began gliding away, turning to face the tunnel as he quickly sped towards the entrance, while Yamada screamed about how strong his quirk was. As soon as Izuku touched the ground in front of the entrance, he turned around, locking eyes with his amused but miffed boyfriend. Heroic's Todoroki Shudo has come across the last obstacle. Will he catch up to Principal Nizu's Aizawa Izuku? Izuku rolled his eyes, before he winked at his vexed boyfriend, blowing the stunned boy a kiss as he turned around and ran through the tunnel. The first one to cross the finish line, Heroic's course, Principal Nizu's recommended, Aizawa Izuku. Chill it on the recommended, Zashi, Izuku grinned, smiling into the camera. They heard it the first time. He grinned when Todoroki crossed, sticking his tongue out at the boy who shook his head, unable to do anything about it. They weren't ready to go public at all, the number 2 hero Endeavor's son and Principal Nizu's personally recommended student? The media would have a field day. He waited for everyone else to finish, squealing happily when he saw Yaoyorozu, but the girl looked exhausted, disgusted with herself. She turned around, and Izuku felt his chest well with anger at the sight of Mineta sticking to her suit. He stalked up to them, ripping the boy off of her with a polite smile, before he stuck his foot out and dropped the boy, his shoe smashing into Mineta's not-so-happy place anymore. Momo! He cried, holding out his hand. Want me to make you another uniform? The girl shook her head, smiling softly, and ruffling his hair. Nah, I'll just go request another one. Thanks for the offer, and congratulations on getting first, Nizu's personally recommended. He groaned, Yaoyorozu laughing as she walked away, and he pouted, waiting for Uraraka. When she finally crossed, Izuku happily squeaked, pulling the girl into a hug as he spun her around, before feeling guilty when he realized all of the students seemed exhausted. Good job, Ochako, he said, pulling her to sit down beside him. How do you feel? Like I could sleep for 1,000,000 years. She groaned, before turning to look at him. Congrats on getting first, Mr. Favorite. Izuku huffed, crossing his arms and pouting as she laughed. I'm sorry, it was just amazing to hear you progress so quickly, knowing what was coming up because you were just so ahead. Izuku smiled softly, before standing and pulling her to her reluctant feet. Midnight Sensei is going to call the next round. Uraraka groaned, and Izuku laughed as he pulled her to stand closer to the wheel, his ribbons popping from his arms as they swirled between all of the students, who stared at it in confusion. They completed their journey when they wrapped around Todoroki, the boy smiling as his chest began glittering, the ribbons wrapped around him in a hug. Congratulations to the top 42 students who passed, you deserve to advance to the next round. Midnight pointed at the screen, which began spinning again, before stopping on the next round. The cavalry battle. Izuku nodded, already wondering who he could partner up with while Midnight explained the rules, until he heard her say something about the points going up, and he paled. The first place band is worth 1,000,000 points. Sheet. He could feel everyone's eyes on him, hungry as they realized all they had to do was take him down and they won. There went his plans of teaming up. They had 15 minutes to come up with a team, and he turned slowly, Uraraka already giving him a thumbs up. Let's team up, Izuku. Oh thank God, he practically cried, hugging the girl who squeaked when he spun her around. Thank you. Uraraka rubbed the back of her neck. I think it's better to team up with people you know, right? Izuku nodded, before he remembered that he did know people. I might know someone else, hold on. He dashed around all of the students, searching for purple hair as they all shifted away from him, and he came upon his brother, standing in a lonely circle. Hitoshi! He cried, and the boy jerked out of his daze. Please team up with me. The boy looked like he was seconds from crying, but he sobered up in an instant. I don't know, Izuku. You're worth 1,000,000 points. We will win. He fell to his knees and clapped his hands together, Hitoshi scanning all of the students as his face flushed. Please team up with me. Okay. Okay. Hitoshi hissed. Get off of the floor. Izuku smugly stood, before he brought Hitoshi over to where he had accidentally left Uraraka. She waved upon seeing him, and walked over. Uraraka Ochako, nice to meet you, she said, smiling and holding out her hand to a stunned Hitoshi. He took her hand, shaking it. Yamada Hitoshi, nice to meet you too. She oohed. You and Izuku are hero children. Ah, no wonder Izuku was desperate to have you on his team. Izuku nudged her. Shush, you. She stuck her tongue out, and Izuku grinned. By the way, she said, turning towards Hitoshi. What's your quirk, so we can plan? Hitoshi froze, words soft and slow as he spoke, brainwashing. Uraraka oohed again. That's super cool. Mine's called zero gravity, so if I touch something with all 5 of my fingers, I can make them float. She turned towards Izuku, not noticing Hitoshi's shocked expression. Who's going to be the rider? Izuku hummed, thinking, before he told them the plan. 15 minutes are up. Midnight called, and the timer turned on for the actual battle to begin. Ready? Start. Izuku's ribbon sprung out of his arms, curling around his team and glittering as he condensed them, making them get brighter and brighter until they were encased in a bright bubble of blue. Wow, Uraraka said, peering at all of the students from atop Hitoshi and Izuku's shoulders. And nothing can get through here? Izuku shook his head, breathing heavily from the distance he had covered with his quirk, just to make sure he wasn't being too cocky. Nah, this is how I kept the Nomu in place. Uraraka flinched, and Hitoshi looked at him, wondering just how bad the USJ really was. Students tried. They tried banging against Izuku's ribbons, tried using their quirks, tried everything to get through, but nothing prevailed. You could see how none of Izuku's classmates were trying, instead going after the headbands belonging to the students who were getting frustrated, sitting ducks easily distracted. What did they expect? Hitoshi yawned. Trying to beat Principal Nizu's student like that. Izuku groaned again, dropping his head as Uraraka laughed. The time ran out, and Izuku removed the ribbons, all of the crowd screaming and the students' frustration rushing in and making the 3 of them wince. They had been singing 100 bottles of milk on the wall in the ribbons, substituting milk for sake because why not? Told you we would win, Izuku smirked, their team name taking up the first place spot. Hitoshi shook himself, getting rid of his odd face. I know, he said, crossing his arms. That's why I joined your team. Izuku teased. That's what happened. Shut up, Hitoshi said, and Uraraka laughed. They all made their way to eat for the noonday lunch, but Todoroki pulled Izuku aside, taking him to a secluded hallway for some reason. Shudo? Why'd you bring me here? Izuku asked, confusion on his face as he stared at the other teenager, who was leaning against the wall. Todoroki sighed, closing his eyes. It's Todoroki. Izuku blinked. What? Todoroki pointedly stared at the ground. I'm Todoroki, and you're Aizawa. Izuku felt an emotion he didn't understand creeping up beside his confusion. What do you mean? The words that fell from Todoroki's lips made Izuku freeze, his eyes widening as his pupils dilated, his brain automatically trying to deny it, telling him he heard wrong, that Todoroki would never say that he was hearing things. What? He said shakily, his ribbons shining as they reacted to the rush of emotions going through his chest, the burning, twisted feeling of an emotion he'd never felt before, and he instantly hated it. The words fell from Todoroki's lips again, curling around Izuku, replaying in his head over and over again, pounding against his skull, and he stared into Todoroki's eyes, begging to find any trace of lies, that Todoroki was lying to him for some reason, that this was just a cruel prank. Todoroki's eyes were dull, blank and dead in the way they were when they first met, the look of someone who could never escape, and Izuku felt his heart rip from his chest and fall into his stomach, squeezing its way down his leg where it popped out of his shoe and shattered into a million pieces, because Todoroki repeated the words, as if they weren't already ingrained into his very soul. I was just using you. Izuku ran. He ran and ran and ran, tears were blurring his vision, making things disappear from his path as they welled up, and he stumbled, tripping on his shoelace as he hit the ground hard. He couldn't believe this was happening. He didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to think anymore. He didn't want to. He pushed himself to his feet, sobs racking his body as he stumbled. He needed to find someone, Hitoshi, Momo, Ochako, his dad. He smashed into someone's chest, and he stumbled back, looking into Kirishima's startled red eyes. Aiza, his eyes bulged. Whoa! Dude, are you okay? He wrenched himself out of the redhead's grip, sobbing as he slammed into the wall, and he cried out, hugging himself as he stumbled away, the agony tearing his chest apart and making everything swirl, because he couldn't believe it. Aizawa-kun, Kirishima said, gently grabbing his arm, and he screamed, pulling away because that gentle hand reminded him of the boy he had left in the tunnel, his face stinging from the wrath of Izuku. What did I ever do to you? He screamed, hugging himself as his legs gave out, and he wailed, rocking back and forwards as Kirishima kneeled beside him, eyes frantic. Aizawa-kun, hey, look at me, Izuku tried locking eyes with the red ones, but his eyes were blurry, and they kept darting around, catching on anything white or red, white and red, white and red-like. Kikirishima, he choked, lurching forwards to grab onto the boy, his body shaking, aching. Please, where's Yaoyorozu? Yaoyorozu. Something happened to Aizawa-kun. Another person was kneeling beside him. He could see it through his blurry vision as his chest pounded, blood rushing through his ears as he struggled to suck air into his lungs. Izuku. Hey! Izuku, what's wrong? Oh God, please. Momo, he sobbed, slumping forwards into the girl who spoke rapidly to Kirishima, their words mushing together to Izuku, going through one ear and right out the other. Momo, why? Why? What did I do? He wailed, and Yaoyorozu began gently rocking him, speaking soothing words, trying to get him to calm down so he could tell her what happened. She was rocking him for a while before his breathing calmed, and he was silently crying, tears falling from his eyes, and he could pull away. Izuku? Yaoyorozu whispered, and he slowly looked up, his head lolling slightly as he hazily met her eyes. What happened? A small part of him wanted to go back to screaming, back to crying, but there was an emotion that was clogging his throat, eating at his body and mind, leaving him just as lifeless as when he had been on those suppressants. Momo, he whispered, his eyes darting over to a random student's uniform, locking into the white and red. Am I a bad person? She shifted, moving her head into his vision to take his attention back, but his eyes stayed glued onto the white and red. No, you're not. Why do you think that? Momo, his voice broke. Am I nothing more than a stepping stool? Yaoyorozu flinched back, anger growing on her face as her mouth dropped. What? Who told you that? Momo, tears welled up in his eyes, and he managed to drag his eyes away, meeting Yaoyorozu's eyes. Why did Todoroki say those things? Her eyes widened, incredulously gasping as she leaned back, eyes darting around as she tried to digest what she had been told, before she looked up, meeting Izuku's eyes. Shudo said that to you? I'm Todoroki, and you're Aizawa, he recited, his voice dull as Yaoyorozu flinched, and he slowly turned to follow the patterns on the floor with his eyes. I was just using you. Your Holocaust son, the child of the one villain my father couldn't catch. Dating you was the biggest you I could get. You're nothing but a tool to me, a stepping stone. He broke off, unable to continue that sentence, eyes watering as he dazedly turned back to Yaoyorozu, whose mouth was opened wide in shock, her hands covering her mouth as tears fell from her face. Momo, what did I do to him? Her eyes burned, fury burning bright as an out-of-character snarl formed on her face. He's dead. She leaned in, gently pulling Izuku back to her chest, and she began petting his hair. Izuku, you didn't do anything, I promise. There are just some bad people out there. It is bad, his voice broke. That I still love him? Yaoyorozu's breath hitched, and the bell rang, signaling that the sports festival break was over, and that the students needed to make their way back to the stands. I'm fighting first, Izuku said softly, pulling away from Yaoyorozu and standing. I'm going to the waiting room. Yaoyorozu watched him walk away, the way the boy curled into himself, arms hugging his torso as his head dropped, like he was just wanted to disappear. Todoroki called him a stepping stone? Yaoyorozu slowly turned around, seeing Kirishima standing behind her, his fists clenched as he glared at the ground. She nodded, wiping her eyes as fury welled up in her chest. Yeah. That's not cool. No it's not, she said, pushing herself to her feet as she began striding to where she knew the stands were, where she knew she'd find Todoroki. I'm about to beat his stupid butt. Kirishima's shock was almost palpable, because everyone knew Yaoyorozu didn't curse. But he followed her. That's not cool either, but I get it. I can't believe him, Yaoyorozu snarled, tears falling from her eyes in her anger. After everything. She sobbed, before inhaling deeply, wiping her face as she walked faster, the students getting out of her furious waves. I'm going to murder him. How long have they been dating? Yaoyorozu's face fell, because she knew how much Izuku had given Todoroki, how much he loved the other boy, only for it all to be fake. Almost a full year now. Izuku was so happy. Her anger made tears slip out of her eyes, and she angrily wiped them, before they came upon the door, and she flung it open without a care in the world. The class jumped out of their seats, turning around as she walked down the steps, and the minute she met Todoroki's eyes, she knew it was true. They were cold like the ice he created, uncaring and unapologetic, and Yaoyorozu felt angry tears spill from her eyes again. You a-hole, she shrieked, the class gasping as she backhanded the boy, his head snapping to the side as she panted, anger making her shake. After everything, and this is what you do? Wait, Uraraka said, speaking the entire class's minds while standing up. What's happening? Yaoyorozu sniffed, wiping her eyes as she snatched Uraraka's wrist, dragging her out into the hallway as the class incredulously stared between the closed door and Todoroki's uncaring face. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka said, stepping closer and putting her hands on the girl's shoulders. What happened? Todoroki, she sobbed, covering her face as she began shaking, gritting her teeth to stop the torrent of anger and hatred. He used Izuku, he used him. Izuku was a tool to get at his father, and he. That, Uraraka sharply inhaled, fury burning on her face, and she turned back to the closed door, opening it similarly to how Yaoyorozu did. She stormed down the steps, and when Todoroki looked at her, she punched him in the face. His head snapped back, blood spurting from his nose as Uraraka panted, her anger making her breath heavily. You motherfucking beach, she spat, the boy rolling his head back and spitting out blood. You disgusting, vile piece of shit. You a-hole. You. Yamada's voice over the speakers cut off Uraraka's display of colorful language, but by Jairu's flushed face, it was vast. And the first fight of the day? Nizu's personally recommended student, Heroics Course Aizawa Izuku. Yamada screamed, and Uraraka whirled around, staring down at the boy who looked so small. Against, my personal pick, General Studies Yamada Hitoshi. The crowd was screaming, not realizing that the two commentators' sons were about to duke it out. Uraraka sat down hard, a few seats away from the a-hole whose nose she broke, and Yaoyorozu sat beside her, the both of them staring at the boy they knew was hurting so much. Ready? First one to cross the bounds, or be rendered immobile loses. Start. The General Studies boy, Yamada Hitoshi, began walking forwards, and he was speaking, but no one could hear him, the words too soft to be picked up by the cameras. All of them watched as he got closer and closer to Izuku, before the small boy held his hand out, like he was going to flick something, and they saw a flash of his glittery lines, before he flicked his fingers and a giant sonic boom was created. Everyone cried out as they covered their ears, waiting for it to stop, and only when it did they turn to see the arena absolutely destroyed, cracks spreading out around Izuku, the General Ed boy laying on the ground, the wall smashed in from where he hit it. Midnight shakily stood, having been knocked off her stand, and Cementos's chair had been destroyed. Why Yamada Hitoshi is out of bounds, Aizawa Izuku advances. It was silent, everyone realizing that this boy had a ton of power as he turned around, walking towards the exit like he didn't just utterly obliterate the arena and make everyone feel like they were going deaf. Todoroki stood, not reacting to the display of power the boy just showed, and turned, walking towards the door as the girls glared at him. They watched Cementos fix the arena, but Izuku never came back to the sands. They watched Todoroki's fight, and he didn't show. They didn't see him until he was on the field, getting ready to go against the boy who crushed his heart. Izuku wiped his lips, walking towards the tunnel that would take him onto the arena where he could fight. He took a deep breath, steeling his nerves for what he was about to do. Remember why you're doing this, he repeated on a mantra in his head, before he heard Yamada call his name, and he walked out into the light. He smoothly walked up the stairs, ignoring everything around him as he focused on the boy he was going to fight, the boy he still loved. Midnight repeated the rules, looking between them weirdly, before the started the match. Instantly, ice shot out at him from Todoroki's right side, but Izuku didn't even bother moving. His ribbon swirled around his arms, coiling as the ice neared, before he tilted his head, and they exploded, shooting Todoroki's ice everywhere as the shockwave sent the boy flying, barely managing to form ice at his back so he wouldn't fly out of bounds. Todoroki stood straight, before he began running forwards, ice springing from his steps, and Izuku raised his head, taking a step forwards himself. Every step he took, he made his ribbons explode, sending that shockwave out as he slowly approached the boy who kept getting knocked backwards. I never would have thought, Izuku whispered, and Todoroki coughed, blood splattering on the floor as Izuku stopped walking. I never would have thought, he said louder, Todoroki meeting his eyes as he began screaming. That I'd feel an emotion that destroys me and have it come from you of all people. He held his hand out, his ribbons instantly shooting out to wrap around the boy they were skeptical to hurt, but Izuku was in charge, and right now, his emotions were blinding him. He met Todoroki's eyes, before he flicked his hand to the side, and Todoroki was flung out of bounds at the speed of a bullet, smashing against the wall and making it crack again, before the boy slumped to the ground, unmoving. Midnight was shaking, he could feel her worry for him. From here, but she raised her hand. Todoroki is out of bounds. Aizawa advances. Izuku turned around, not looking at the medical bots that carried Todoroki away, and he calmly walked into the tunnel, leaving everything behind him, everything. Then he took off. He ran, sprinting as he was twisting through the halls, stumbling on his feet as he pushed himself faster, and he cried out when he came upon the medical bots. "Shudo!" he cried, and the boy weakly turned to look at him. "Strong quirk you got there, love?" Todoroki slowly said, and Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes as he began walking beside the bots, taking in Todoroki's shaking body. "I'm so sorry," Izuku said, wiping his eyes as Todoroki smiled softly. "I didn't mean to." "It's okay, love. I bet you the geezer's convinced now." Izuku laughed slightly, sniffing as the robots came up to Recovery Girl's office. "I'll wait out here?" Todoroki shook his head, slowly reaching out to grab Izuku's hand, and the medical robots opened the door, carting Todoroki in, and therefore Izuku. Recovery Girl turned to look at them, lips pressed tightly together. "You two have a lot of explaining to do." Izuku froze. "You knew?" Recovery Girl sighed, pushing herself to her feet to heal Todoroki. "No, but a few students had been passing rumors that two boys had just gone through an ugly breakup, and then you two have your fight, tearing into each other like there were no emotions between you two. Aizawa hasn't commented because he's been locked into the teacher's lounge." Todoroki sat up, a quick heal since his body wasn't that injured, Izuku having wrapped his ribbons around him to cushion the blow. "Okay." He and Izuku explained the situation, how they got into it and their plan to fool Endeavor into thinking that they had actually broken up, and unfortunately, everyone else. Recovery Girl sat down hard. "That is a very large claim, young man." Todoroki nodded. "I'm prepared to be fully questioned by Tsukachi-san, so you can see I'm telling the truth." Recovery Girl sighed. "You don't want me to tell anyone?" They looked at each other, Izuku opening his mouth to speak. "We were going to tell all of the teachers after school, but the students can't find out." "Why not?" "Students gossip," Todoroki mused. "My father would hear that, and he wouldn't hesitate." Recovery Girl nodded, standing up and walking to the door. "I'll tell the teachers not to bother you too, and as of right now, Izuku had a breakdown, so I put him to sleep, and Todoroki was majorly injured, to the point of surgery." Todoroki gave her a thumbs up, and she left the room, locking it behind her so no one entered. Todoroki instantly rolled over, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively at Izuku. "We're all alone." Izuku blinked, perplexed. Yeah, I heard her." Todoroki shook his head, leaning closer. "We're locked in a room together, and no one's going to bother us." Izuku furrowed his eyebrows. "Yeah, Recovery Girl." Todoroki groaned, dropping his head down onto the pillow. "Love, just come here so I can kiss you." "Oh," Izuku stood and made his way over to the medical bed. "Why didn't you just say so?" Todoroki huffed, but once Izuku was in arm's reach, he was snatching the boy's arms, yanking him down onto the bed, the boy going down with a squeak. Todoroki rolled over, caging his small boyfriend in with his arms as he hunched over Izuku, like a beast ready to devour its prey. "Are you going to kiss me?" Izuku asked, his skin glowing slightly as Todoroki lowered himself down, humming. "I'm going to devour you." Todoroki pressed his lips against Izuku's, and he was instantly lost, drowning in the heat that came with Todoroki. His body that caged Izuku in, hands that wandered his chest, lips that caught his, and his magical tongue. Izuku knew he was glowing, something that always happened whenever Todoroki was liking around his mouth, exploring with the tongue that burned, but it was a good burning, and then it cooled rapidly, and he had an ice cube that made him open his mouth and hiss, trying to exhale the frigidness, and Todoroki was pressing closer, his hands going to his cheeks as he pressed his face closer, like he could never get enough, and Izuku was drowning in the burning ice that he loved so much. A weird noise escaped Izuku's throat, and Todoroki pulled away, a smug smirk on his face as Izuku pressed a hand to his throat, confusion on his features. For me," Todoroki whispered, and even if Izuku didn't understand what that meant, his face exploded with heat, and Todoroki flinched away with a laugh, shielding his eyes from Izuku's bright glow. "Love, please," Todoroki snickered. "Don't shine so bright, you blind me." "Shut up," Izuku hissed, trying to cover his face. "You know I can't control it." Todoroki suddenly leaned down, a look Izuku didn't recognize smoldering in his eyes. "I wonder where your sound is the loudest. Shall we find out?" Todoroki placed his hand down, and Izuku felt a jolt of something go up his body, making his back arch and his arms go out, gripping the sheets as another one of those weird sounds left his mouth. He didn't know how to explain that feeling. It was like a heat, but it wasn't burning, like Todoroki's tongue, burning but not in a bad way, but it was just he liked it. A lot. "Do that again," Izuku whispered breathily, and Todoroki sighed, leaning over and removing his hand, making Izuku whine. "If I do that again," he said, nuzzling into the smaller boy's neck, "I won't be able to stop." Izuku's eyes widened. "There's more to that?" Todoroki whispered a word into Izuku's ear, and he squeaked, shoving his face into his hands as he started glowing brighter. "Oh, love, you're so adorable," Todoroki whispered, making Izuku squeak when a weird pressure was applied to the juncture of his neck. "I love you, Izuku." Izuku smiled, cupping the back of Todoroki's head as he nuzzled into the white hair. "I love you too, Shudo." That weird pressure appeared on the juncture of his neck again, and he squeaked, shoving Todoroki's head away. "What are you doing?" Todoroki grinned smugly, pressing a kiss against Izuku's lips. "They're hickeys, love." Izuku tilted his head. "Hickeys?" Todoroki hummed, peppering kisses against Izuku's chin and making the boy giggle, squirming slightly. "Love bites, hickeys, there are many names. Many names for the marks that will tell the world you're mine." Izuku was happy. He was so happy laying here with Todoroki, just enjoying each other's presence, staring into each other's eyes, before Todoroki would tackle him for another kiss and he would laugh. It scared him, to think that he had almost lost this, would have lost this if Todoroki would have been capable of hurting him. They were only laying together after what happened in the tunnel because Todoroki wasn't capable of hurting Izuku. "I was just using you." Izuku blinked rapidly, trying to stop the tears that were welling up in his eyes, and he stared at the ground in shocked denial. "Why would you? Your Holocaust son." Izuku looked back up at Todoroki, the boy gazing down at him with unapologetic eyes. "The son of the one villain my father couldn't catch. Dating you was the biggest F I could get." Izuku's shoulders began shaking, his bottom lip wobbling as a torrent of emotions he didn't like clashed in his chest, twisting and turning, burning like he still had that cage. "You're nothing but a tool to me, a stepping stone." Todoroki's face shattered, a million emotions passing by it as Izuku stared at him, the boy falling back onto the wall with a cry, tears suddenly falling down his face. I can't. I'm sorry, Izuku, please, I didn't. Oh God." The boy slid down the wall, sobbing, and Izuku felt his confusion grow, making him dart his eyes around like it was a prank. He slowly sunk to his knees, shaking, but utterly confused. "Todoroki? No!" Todoroki cried, lurching forwards and grabbing Izuku's arms. His eyes were wild, guilt drowning them as he cried. "Please, I'm sorry. I didn't. Please. Todoroki, what's going on?" The boy slumped over, his sobs racking his body, but he managed to speak between the harsh breaths. "Endeavor threatened to kill you because of your father, but I didn't. Please, I didn't mean it. Please don't leave me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry." Izuku wrapped his arms around the shaking boy, his confusing clearing up along with the betrayal, both being replaced by utter hatred and anger. "Endeavor forced you?" Todoroki nodded, and Izuku's right shoulder was soaking with his tears. "I'm sorry, I wasn't too weak to fight back. I didn't mean it." "It's okay," Izuku whispered, curling closer to the boy, running his fingers through the multicolored locks as he digested this information. Endeavor threatened to kill Izuku because of who his father was, and the only way for Todoroki to avoid Izuku's death was to break up with him, or utterly devastate him. Todoroki couldn't follow through with what his father wanted after he saw just how broken Izuku was, and he shattered. "Todoroki." "No," the boy sobbed, pulling Izuku closer even though there was no space between them. "Please, I don't want to leave you. Please don't leave me. We can figure this out. Please, please, please." "Shudo," Izuku whispered, and the boy sobbed. "We will figure it out. We can tell the teacher." "No!" Todoroki cried out. "He'll lie, he'll get his way, he always does, with my mother, with me, with my brother." "Shudo," Izuku soothed, gently caressing his hair. "I have Tsukachi, and the entire Yui staff on my side, including All Might. You think Endeavor's words are going to win?" Todoroki had stopped sobbing, but he was still shaking, crying as he tilted his head. "Are really?" Izuku hummed. "That I think we should pretend to have broken up, that way your father believes it, and then we can tell the teachers after the festival." Todoroki nodded slowly. "That sounds like a good idea. I'll probably get my butt handed to me by Momo, your brother, and Uraraka. Along with everyone else, but it'll be okay. How are you going to act?" "I'm going to be destroyed, of course," Izuku said, leaning his head back as his ribbons wrapped around them. "I'm going to be on the brink of losing it, and anytime you're mentioned, I'll break down." Todoroki nodded. "If we fight, win." Izuku shifted. "I could seriously hurt you." Todoroki shook his head. "I'll take that as my punishment for not being able to stand up to my father." Izuku sighed, but he relented. "All right. That means you'll be busted out of the sports festival." Todoroki nodded, relaxing against Izuku slowly. "That's fine. You're more important to me than any medal." Izuku laughed, bending his knees so he could squeeze Todoroki closer, and the boy relaxed. "How will I act?" Izuku hummed. "You're going to be aloof, like when I first met you. You're going to be cold, like you did what you needed to do, and you don't have any reason to be nice anymore. Todoroki hissed. I'm going to get a lot of haters today. Izuku laughed, nuzzling into the cool neck. You will, I'm sorry. It will be fixed though, and everything will be okay. Todoroki nodded, okay. I'm really sorry. Izuku sighed. It's okay. I just wasn't expecting it. You know that's one of my worst fears, right? Todoroki froze. Me using you? Any of you using me, any of you playing me to get something you want. He leaned in closer, burying his nose into Todoroki's shoulder, which faintly smelled of mint. But it's okay, because you weren't. Never, Todoroki shook his head, squeezing tighter. I said you'll be mine forever, and you'll be mine forever. I won't let anything break us, I promise. You're mine forever. Izuku smiled, tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you. Todoroki pressed a kiss to his shoulder. I love you. Izuku was choked, tears clawing up his throat, but he managed to say it back. I love you too. He had walked away, kissing Todoroki one last time before he replayed what Todoroki had said, replayed the boy breaking down in his head over and over again until he was crying, tears spilling down his eyes as he began running, and he needed to find someone, because Endeavor needed to be taken down quickly, and the only way to do that was to start the rumor. He had smashed into Kirishima, and the guilt of lying to all of them kept him crying, kept him able to scream incoherently like he was extremely broken over something. Throwing Todoroki under the bus was something he felt guilty for doing, but he could hear it in Yaoyorozu's tone, see it in her eyes, that she believed it. He has stood, guilt making him unable to look her in the eyes as he walked away. As soon as he was out of eyesight, he had taken off, because he was going to tell Hitoshi, otherwise his confusion would make him ask questions, and that wasn't good. He had slid to a stop in front of the door, slipping inside and meeting Hitoshi's confused eyes. Hitoshi, he said, slipping into the seat beside him as the boy looked at his dried tear tracks. Izuku. Hitoshi, this is going to sound crazy, but I need you to go with it, okay? The boy had nodded slowly, and Izuku told him everything, sparing him the lovey-dovey details, and the boy had been quick to agree. During the fight, Hitoshi spoke harsh words they had planned, telling him it was his fault Todoroki left him, as midnight whipped between them in confusion, and he had wrapped Hitoshi in his ribbons, before sending him smashing into the wall, the boy laying there but not injured. They both apologized to each other, but Izuku was pulled into the waiting room, where Todoroki proceeded to kiss Izuku like his life depended on it, like it was the last taste of his boyfriend he would ever have. Todoroki had a very noticeable broken nose, and a red handmark on his face, but he didn't seem to be in pain. Todoroki had gone to his fight, and Izuku had kissed his injuries better, before they ended up in a broom closet, and Izuku couldn't help but realize that Todoroki was being very touchy. Not that he was complaining. Yeah, they spent a long time in that broom closet, just breathing into each other and letting their hands roam in the dark, caressing each other gently, smiling into the kiss. Todoroki and he had pulled away when their fight had been announced, both of them breathing heavily, and Izuku had pecking him one last time, before they split up to fight, Izuku wiping his lips and telling himself that they were doing this for a reason, to make Endeavor believe they had split. Hurting Todoroki during that battle hurt him as well, yelling things that would be caught by the camera, and the media would question, and then Endeavor would know, and they would be safe. All of that lead to where they were now, sleeping on the medical bed, legs entangled as Todoroki snored into Izuku's chest, their uniforms crumpled and displaced, but they both looked so calm, so peaceful, that the heroes left them alone, only waking them up once Izuku's fight for first place was called. He was fighting Uraraka. Standing out on the arena, Izuku felt his heart tug as he met Uraraka's worried eyes, determined even though they scanned him for injuries. He and Todoroki had decided that they would tell the girls after the festival was over, that way no rumors would get to his father, if any even started. Izuku didn't like lying to any of them longer than necessary, but he understood why he had to. Hopefully, the girls would too, because Izuku didn't want to die before Todoroki showed him. Yeah. And for the last battle, Tio determined the winner of Yui's first-year sports festival. We have Heroics course, my personal pick, Uraraka Ochako. She's up against Principal Nizu's personal student, Aizawa Izuku. Go Uraraka. Yamada needed to honestly chill it with the title he still wasn't used to, and Izuku should probably give the man hell for choosing Uraraka over him, but he understood. You couldn't not love Uraraka Ochako, and he had seen the way Yamada brightened from her smile alone. He schooled his expression into one of indifference, blank eyes staring into worried brown, and Izuku knew what he was going to do. Uraraka was a close-distance fighter, so Izuku would fight her up close, instead of taking her out from far away. Todoroki was mostly long distance, that's why Izuku took him out from afar, and Hitoshi was medium distance, within hearing range, which is why he allowed him to get closer. Start! Uraraka instantly started running forwards, determined even though she thought she would be blasted out of bounds as well. Her surprise was almost palpable as Izuku ducked low to the ground, waiting for her to advance. He wasn't enough of an a-hole to take out a close-range fighter before they could even try to fight back. As soon as she was in fighting distance, he began fighting back. He knew he had this one in the bag, because even if Uraraka touched him, he could create his flame whirl and control his own gravity, or he could use his ribbons to anchor him to the ground, or make him fly. The thing is, he knew he could win this one. He just didn't want to destroy Uraraka. Not after everything the girl had done for him. He wanted to show everyone that she was strong, powerful, and that nothing should change that. He ducked around her hands, jumping away from her kicks, and it was a game of keep away, until he could hear the crowd screaming for her, saying that she had lasted the longest, and that she had a chance. It made him feel like a JRK, knowing that there were 2 different levels in this match, but he didn't have any intention of losing this match. He set his hand on fire when Uraraka had about 5 minutes left, ducking away as her fingers brushed his top and he shrugged it off, before he began creating a white scarf material like his dad's. He was planning on copying his father's signature move, to show the world that he had more technique to just destroying everything. When she came in for another try, he ducked again, tripping her up with his foot as he twisted and twirled, spinning the fabric around her and creating more until she looked mummified. She tilted on her feet, and he jerked forwards, gently grabbing her shoulders to steady her while Midnight asked her if she could move. A little disappointed, Uraraka shook her head, and Izuku pulled the fire into his body, the white wraps disappearing into his chest as he stared blankly at Uraraka, the crowd screaming cacophony behind them. "Meet me at Recovery Girl's office after this, bring Yaoyorozu," he said, turning on his heel and walking away, where he sat in a hallway to wait for the medals to be given out. The medals were given out without much fanfare, at least not that Izuku could tell. He was staring into nothing as he nodded his thanks, perfectly playing a freshly broken-hearted boy. He was really thinking about the weird feeling Todoroki made him feel, and the noise he made. It was very confusing to him, he didn't understand it. The crowd cheered after All Might handed the medals out, and Izuku was the first one off of the podium, which he knew the media would play when Endeavor's case came out. "Izuku?" He turned around, the blank expression making Uraraka flinch and Yaoyorozu wince, but he didn't change it, he didn't have the ability to change it. He made sure they were both looking at him when he nodded. "Follow me." He turned and made his way down the hallway, feeling bad when the girl's tension bounced off the wall, but Izuku kept his pace swift, because he needed to get back to Todoroki before he climbed through the vents and strangled him. He stopped in front of the door and rubbed the back of his neck nervously, dread pooling in his stomach as he cleared his throat, the girls looking utterly confused at his sudden change of character. "I can explain everything." "What?" Uraraka said, but he pulled the door open before she could answer, and the girls stepped in, both tensing when they laid eyes on Todoroki, the boy smiling nervously. "What the?" Izuku darted around them, Yaoyorozu already getting ready to throw hands, and he threw his arms out protectively. "I can explain." Yaoyorozu looked confused, her hands clenched as she stared at him while Uraraka glared at Todoroki. "What do you mean explain?" Izuku sighed, pointing to the chairs beside the bed. "Please sit, this will take a while." Baffled, the 2 girls slowly made their way to the chairs, sitting down and frowning when Izuku sat on Todoroki's bed, scooting close and placing his hand on the boy's leg. "Please, listen without interrupting, this is a lot," Izuku said, drawing a random pattern on his boyfriend's thigh. Yaoyorozu's eyes went wide, like she knew what they had done but didn't know why. Uraraka was staring at Izuku's hand on Todoroki's thigh, but she didn't say anything and both of them nodded, saying they wouldn't interrupt. Todoroki started talking, telling the girls about how his father approached him earlier that day, telling him that since Izuku was Holocaust's son, Endeavor could kill the boy and all he would have to say is Izuku attacked, and no one would care, because it's Holocaust's son. Todoroki told them about how Endeavor said he would leave Izuku alone if they broke up, so Todoroki had gone out to do just that, but he couldn't continue after he saw just how much it hurt Izuku, so they came up with a plan to trick Endeavor into thinking they had split up, that way they could tell the teachers and get Endeavor thrown into jail for everything he'd done. "That makes sense," Yaoyorozu said a few seconds later as she rubbed her arm. "You two love each other so much." "Shudo, I'm sorry for slapping." "It's okay Momo," Todoroki said, smiling softly at the guilty girl. "I knew you two would explode, but that made it all the more believable." "I broke your nose." Todoroki turned to Uraraka, her eyes downcast as she stared at the floor, her hands clenched tightly. "I know. It's okay, like I said, I was expecting it." She looked up, eyes still guilty, but she nodded once. We're telling the teachers, right? Yaoyorozu said, leaning forward with a worried look. When? Right now? Endeavor can't be allowed to threaten students just because of who their parents are. He shouldn't be able to threaten students, PRD. Uraraka said with determined eyes. What are you going to do? Izuku exhaled gratefully. Thank you. Shudo and I are going to pretend we broke up until Endeavor has a strong case built against him. We're telling the teachers right now. Todoroki nodded. I asked Recovery Girl to bring them here. He paused, rubbing his neck sheepishly. Please don't let them kill me. Debatable. Uraraka said, but she nodded at Todoroki's wide eyes. I'm kidding. Todoroki laughed nervously, and the door slid open, Recovery Girl standing there with all of the heroes behind her. All of them got the same look of loathing when they Todoroki, but it quickly morphed into confusion when they noticed Izuku pressed up to his side. What did you two do? Namiri asked, shifting her weight and crossing her arms. Izuku winced. Leave it to the R-rated heroine to recognize things before everyone else. It's kind of a long story. Please come in. Cautiously, the heroes entered, standing in various places that looked inconspicuous, but they were blocking the door, window, and the vents, making sure no one would be able to run away. Todoroki began explaining their situation, their faces changing from action to shock, then disbelief and horror, and then guilt and shame. Todoroki cleared his throat, looking down at his lap as he placed his hand over Izuku's. I'm sorry, he said softly. For making you believe I hurt Izuku. Honestly, I feel stupid, Namiri said, rolling her eyes and huffing as Yaoyorozu nodded with her. We knew how much you two loved each other, and still, none of us realized how iffy your sudden ugly breakup was. Izuku winced. I'm sorry. Shudo's sure Endeavor's convinced, so we'll just date in private, until he goes down for what he's done. Tater-tot, Namiri said, stepping forward to ruffle his hair, he's going down now, all of us will make sure of it. But he's the number 2 hero, Todoroki said, his eyes dulling as he realized it sounded insane. How are you going to get rid of him? Namiri stood, smirking. One hero against all of Yui's staff? Along with said hero's family standing against him, he doesn't have a chance. Thank you, Todoroki said brokenly, and the heroine smiled, before making her way to the door. Wait, Izuku called, and she turned to him. Where's Dad? She winced. He's sleeping. In the lounge. Izuku also winced, understanding exactly what happened. Namiri kind of sorta gassed him, so he would be the last person to find out the situation. Okay. Thank you. She nodded and slipped out of the room, and Izuku turned as Uraraka stood. I should probably head home, she admitted, walking forwards and hugging a pouting Izuku. I'll see you guys tomorrow. They chimed their goodbyes, and Yaoyorozu sighed, standing up as well. I should leave too. What? Izuku blinked. Why? Because Shudo's thirsty. She said, waving goodbye as. Izuku pet his head, watching her leave and lock the door. He turned to ask Todoroki if he wanted something to drink, and he was promptly pinned to the bed. He squeaked, eyes going wide as his cheeks began glowing. I thought you were thirsty. Todoroki's eyes burned, a smirk slowly forming on his lips as he pulled the uniform's collar away from Izuku's neck, marveling the marks he left behind. Izuku, love, I'm thirsty for you. Izuku blinked, his glow fading from his confusion. You're going to drink me? Todoroki grinned. If you want me to. Izuku was so confused, and it showed in his tone. But I'm a solid? Todoroki groaned, dropping his head into Izuku's shoulder. Love, just let me enjoy you. I'm not stopping you, he said, wrapping his arms around Todoroki's shoulders as the boy pressed a kiss to his neck. I was just a little confused. Todoroki had dropped his hips, so he was laying fully on top of Izuku, and he felt that feeling boil hot in his gut, making his words cut off with a strangled gasp as Todoroki chuckled deeply, pressing a kiss to his jaw. What was that, love? Todoroki asked, shifting slightly, and a strangled sound came from Izuku's throat, the feeling in his gut spreading slightly and making him glow brighter. I can't hear you. Izuku gasped, arching his spine as Todoroki shifted again, and at every sound he made, Todoroki would smile and press a kiss to his shoulder, or neck, or jaw, whatever was closest. Izuku's face was hot, burning as Todoroki leaned down and captured his lips, the cool feeling of his tongue sliding into his mouth sending Izuku's brain into overdrive. He made a sound, and felt Todoroki grin into the kiss, before the boy pulled back, taking his cold heat away and making Izuku pout. Todoroki beamed at him, the love in his eyes making Izuku's heart clench, before Todoroki crinkled his nose and nuzzled into Izuku's neck, his soft hair tickling Izuku's cheek as he laughed. Izuku, 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 he chanted, nuzzling into said boy's neck as he laughed at the ticklish feeling. Todoroki began peppering kisses along his neck, and Izuku giggled, pushing Todoroki's head away as goosebumps raised his skin. Todoroki pushed himself up, caging Izuku in with his arms, and Izuku looked into his eyes, his sudden seriousness in them startling him. Shudo? Izuku, I love you. Izuku smiled softly. I love you too. Todoroki leaned down, pressing his body closer as Izuku dealt with the juxtaposition of having hot and cold so close to each other. Izuku, I really do love you, Todoroki whispered, and Izuku blinked, a little startled. He wrapped his arms around Todoroki's neck and pulled him closer, so they were breathing the same air. Shudo, I really do love you too. No, I don't want anybody else. Todoroki's eyes began watering, and Izuku's blew wide open. I don't know what I would do if we really broke up, or if something happened to you. Izuku, please don't leave me. Izuku shushed the boy gently, pulling him down into his chest as Todoroki shook, crying, and Izuku was feeling like he was on a roller coaster, unable to control what was happening. Shudo, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Izuku, Todoroki sobbed, curling his fingers into Izuku's uniform shirt. Please don't ever leave me. I won't, he said, baffled. Shudo, I don't want to leave you, I don't want you to leave me. Todoroki sniffed, wiping his face as he pushed himself to his elbows, searching Izuku's eyes for any trace of a lie. Promise? Izuku nodded, because it was true. He had gotten so attached to Todoroki, he didn't know what he'd do either if they ever actually split. Todoroki sat up, pulling Izuku into a sitting position as he cupped his face. Really? Izuku placed his hands over Todoroki's. Really? I'll love you forever. Todoroki closed his eyes, resting his forehead against Izuku's, breathing in the scent of his boyfriend. Izuku, marry me. Izuku's eyes opened, startled. Right now? Todoroki laughed, falling back onto the bed as he pulled Izuku onto his chest, running his fingers through the smaller boy's hair. When we're older, love. Marry me, and I promise I'll make you happiest person alive. Izuku smiled softly. He didn't need Todoroki to promise him anything, he just wanted Todoroki. Okay, I'll marry you. Where's my ring? Todoroki laughed again, rolling over so he could look into Izuku's eyes. You're the one who can create things with your fire, not me. Izuku rolled his eyes, the smile on his face not dimming. Guess we know who wears the pants in this relationship. Todoroki quickly pinned him down again, and Izuku's cheeks began glowing as Todoroki's husky voice caressed his ears. You want to find out, love? Izuku shivered, gulping as the hot feeling returned to his gut. I love you. Todoroki's face split on a smile, and he collapsed onto Izuku, the boy shrieking as Todoroki peppered kisses everywhere, Izuku squirming and laughing at the feeling. Shudo! He shrieked, trying to squirm off the bed. Stop! I'm ticklish. I'm gonna die. Then perish, Todoroki said dramatically, attacking Izuku's sides with his fingers, and Izuku's laughter echoed across the room, bouncing back to them so they could hear how happy he was, and it made Todoroki smile. He really loved this boy, wanted to protect him from everything, but wanting to show him the world. He wanted to devour him, but savor him, wanted to love him and corrupt him, show him everything the human body can feel while showering him with love and affection. He wanted to proudly display Izuku as his boyfriend, but he wanted to hide him away, keep him away from anyone who wanted to steal him. He wanted Izuku, all of Izuku, from his bad days to his good days, so he can comfort him and make him smile, and then spoil the bubbly boy. He didn't want to see Izuku cry, unless it's on their wedding day, and he didn't want to hurt Izuku, be the cause for an emotion Izuku didn't like. He didn't care if Izuku's looks changed over time, because Todoroki fell in love with Izuku himself, not his body. He loved Izuku's eyes, his laugh and smile, the way he would cry at the sad parts in movies, his little smirk when he was proud of himself, the badass way he could carry himself when he was feeling smug, his kind personality that just wanted to help people, the way he could tease Todoroki without even trying, make him yearn for the boy even if Izuku wasn't doing anything, the way he was silly, eternally young. He unconditionally loved Izuku. Todoroki would never let anyone try and drive them apart, unless Izuku himself wants to leave, because Todoroki would rather die than force the boy to do something he didn't want to do. He would respect the boy's wishes, even if it killed him inside. He honestly didn't care if anyone wanted to tell him he was being stupid, 15 years old and he's already promised himself to someone, because he didn't care. People could say whatever they wanted, because he loved this boy, and he wanted to be with him forever. He would marry Izuku, cherish and love him, grow old with him, and then spend all of his next lives with him, forever. People could talk. They could call him stupid, ignorant, call him a stupidly hopeless romantic, whatever they wanted, because he didn't care. They would be hating on his choice while he sat here with the love of his life, being happy and enjoying every second with Izuku. Unconditional love is known as affection without any limitations, or love without conditions. This term is sometimes associated with other terms such as true altruism or complete love. With Endeavor believing Todoroki and Izuku had broken up, along with their classmates hating the hero child and Aizawa keeping distrustful watch over the boy, they had no alone time. It was worse considering they sat in the same classroom and changed in the same locker rooms, because they were right beside each other, but were unable to reach out and touch. It made Izuku feel something Namiri had called SXL tension, which Izuku did not like. She had been teaching him more than just the basics of reproduction, informing him that what he had been feeling with his boyfriend was arousal and pleasure, which was completely normal for horny teenagers. She had also gone and taught him all of the crude terms for SEC, and he was baffled that there were so many, all varying levels of dirtiness. He had learnt a lot that day. He felt like the first time Namiri had told him about these things, overwhelmed and weirded out, but also curious. How much pleasure could Todoroki give him, if he did some of the things Namiri told him about? Was it wrong that he wanted to find out? Namiri said he should tease Todoroki, which apparently meant he would arse the boy and then not do anything about it. Which actually sounded really mean to Izuku, but Namiri had shrugged, saying it happened to Todoroki on a daily basis, only now Izuku would be aware of it. The day before Endeavor's trial, something that wasn't going public until after, they had come out with their hero names in class, something Izuku had found amusing. Ashido's name, for example, Alien Queen, would have fit perfectly if Namiri hadn't found the referenced movie terrifying. She had had to watch that movie through her fingers, over Ida's shoulder, and surrounded by an army of pillows. She still screamed Aizawa deaf, and freaked out if anyone mentioned it. Izuku had gone with the incandescent hero, Phoenix. Incandescent because his fire glowed when it rose to his skin, and Phoenix because those animals always got back up, always kept burning bright no matter what killed them. Which was something he had come up courtesy of his mother, but his classmates had somehow linked that with his fake breakup with Todoroki, and Izuku had buried his head into his arms as they came up with things that sounded like conspiracy theories. He had been shaking as he muffled his laughter, which he later overheard Kirishima saying something about him looking broken and sad. Oh, how sad would they be when they found out the truth? Izuku knew he would soon find out, but hopefully when Endeavor's trial was aired, a day after, his classmates would understand. Nizu had done an amazing job in collecting evidence for the many charges Endeavor would have against him, and they were so detailed, no one would be able to find a loophole in them. They had even asked a student from another school to look at them, for Tsukachi's peace of mind, her quirk being something with her mind, and she couldn't find any way to squeeze through them, and that was after she daintily sipped 3 gallons of tea like she wasn't worrying everyone about her digestive system. During the trial, Nizu had metaphorically slapped Endeavor in the face with all of his charges, laying them all on the table and calmly tilting his head like they were having a simple tea party. All of Endeavor's property damage, the innocent deaths on his hands, his abuse to his wife and children, which looked worse since he was missing a child and his wife was admitted into a mental hospital by him. Every little thing that had been overshadowed by man's the hero title that the jury just stripped him of. Todoroki Enji was found guilty of domestic abuse when Todoroki Rei testified against him, with Detective Tsukachi Naomasa acting as her literal lie detector. He was also found guilty of child abuse when Todoroki Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shudo testified, also with Tsukachi. Another boy also testified, but his situation was complicated, so they wouldn't mention him. Even though Tsukachi and everyone else wondered why he was so close to the number 3 hero. Izuku and Todoroki had given their parts in Endeavor threatening to kill Izuku, along with the man saying all he had to do in order to get away was spill who Izuku's dad was. Spilling exactly who Izuku's parent was made a lot of people hesitate, Endeavor springing up to defend his case, but that was the one time Izuku's ugly web came in handy. It made him look like a victim. It wasn't the nasty eggplant color anymore, but it was still a noticeable plum color. He preferred the darker purple, because now his black spiderwebbing veins were more noticeable. Endeavor had almost gotten away with 10 years jail time, but it was brought to light that Endeavor's lawyer had a quirk called persuasion, which was exactly what it sounded like, and he had gotten into more trouble. The payment for everything Endeavor had done cost him his hero status, his right to his children and money, his right to anything that was registered under his name, and he was thrown in jail for 45 years, meaning when he got out, he would be a grandfather unable to see his grandkids. Todoroki was pulled away by his siblings before he could say anything to Izuku after the trial, so Izuku was left with his pockets practically burning, his anxiety and dread welling up. Aizawa had ruffled his hair the next morning, plopping down on the couch beside the fidgety boy. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he said automatically, clenching his hand over his pocket. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the tense boy. "Izuku." The boy exhaled, reaching haltingly into his pocket, and he pulled something out, but he didn't let Aizawa see it. "You can't get mad." Aizawa frowned, worried about what his son had in his pocket, but he nodded slowly. "I won't get mad." Izuku exhaled, uncurling his fingers as he showed Aizawa what was making him so nervous. "Oh, Izuku, you said you wouldn't get mad." Izuku curled his fingers around them, but Aizawa gently grabbed his wrist, tilting it so he could get a better look. "Izuku," Aizawa whispered, a fatherly protectiveness washing over him. "Those are engagement rings." Izuku nodded, looking down at the two clear rings sitting in his palm. "I made them. You can put your quirk in them, and I don't know, I just." The boy trailed off, getting visibly agitated, and Aizawa ruffled his hair, the boy's tension slipping from his shoulders. "I think that's a great idea." Izuku turned to him, blinking. "Really?" Aizawa hummed, leaning back against the couch as he grabbed the remote, feeling a little awkward. He was comforting his 15-year-old son about the engagement rings he made. "Sue him. That way you'll always be reminded of each other." Izuku brightened, a beam in his face. "That's what I thought. So, you think he'll like them?" Aizawa chuckled. "You could give that boy a sack of dog shit and he'd still thank you. He loves you, Izuku, it's obvious to anyone." He clicked on a random cooking channel, looking over at his teary-eyed son. He leaned over and hugged him, squeezing the boy gently before shoving him towards the door. "Go, give that boy a ring, Izuku." Izuku's tears spilled, and he wiped them with a grin. "Thanks, Dad." He turned and dashed out of the house, the door slamming shut behind him, and Aizawa leaned back, sighing at the empty house. They really do grow fast. My son's already engaged. Izuku probably could have used his quirk to get himself to Todoroki's house, but he was so excited, so pumped, that he just ended up running the entire way there, leaving him panting and sweating heavily, but not keeled over dead. Thank God that he had been training his body, because all he did was call his fire to his skin, and everything dried, leaving him with the smell of a warm campfire. Ah, the quirks of having an overpowered fire quirk. He knocked on the door, his anxiety crashing back into his chest when Todoroki's sister opened the door. "Oh, Izuku," she said, hugging him excitedly and pulling him into the house. "Thank you so much for helping us, we are forever indebted." He waved her off, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. "Actually, Fuyumi-san, I do have a favor to ask." She tilted her head. "Shudo's in his room." He cleared his throat, reaching into his pocket to pull the rings out, and her eyes blew wide open. I made them, do you think?" He was crushed into a hug, and he stammered out apologizes as Fuyumi cried into his shoulder. She pulled away, wiping her tears as she smiled. Sorry, I'm just so happy." She giggled, before placing her hands on Izuku's shoulders. "You make him so happy, thank you so much." She pushed him further into the house, flashing him a thumbs up as he stood outside Todoroki's door. He took a deep breath, putting the rings back into his pocket as he knocked on the door. "It's open." Todoroki called, and Izuku opened the door, the sight of his boyfriend sitting at his desk doubling his anxiety. "Hey, Fuyumi, what do you?" Todoroki turned around, faltering at the sight of a nervous Izuku, his cheeks glowing a slight green. "Izuku!" He was crushed into another hug, and he laughed, hugging the taller boy back as Todoroki buried his face into Izuku's neck, pressing a kiss into the juncture. "Izuku, I missed you," Todoroki whispered, inhaling the scent of his tiny boyfriend, and he grinned, pressing more kisses up and down the giggling boy's neck. Izuku felt his anxiety wash away, and he pulled away, looking into mismatched eyes. "Shudo, marry me." Todoroki grinned, before he smashed his lips into Izuku's, the small boy making a squeaking sound as Todoroki hoisted him up, turning and dropping the small boy onto the bed, where he crawled over the glowing boy, reconnecting their lips. Izuku curled his arms around the boy's neck, his cheeks glowing brighter as Todoroki liked his way into his mouth, body pressing closer and closer until there was no space between them. Todoroki pulled away slightly, eyes lidded as he whispered how much he would love to marry Izuku, before he followed the trail of saliva right back to Izuku's mouth, the glowing boy groaning at the beautiful, burning coolness of his boyfriend's tongue. Izuku gasped into Todoroki's mouth as the boy ground his hips down gently, and the teen pulled away, hissing lightly. "You drive me insane," Todoroki whispered, and Izuku groaned when Todoroki pressed his hips back down. "Why can't you just let me love you? Why do we have to be underage? Why can't I just?" Todoroki pressed a kiss against Izuku's neck, his head thrown back as Todoroki's hips slowly moved against his, the slight movement sending arousal washing through Izuku's body, and he was drowning in it. He wanted Todoroki to continue, to show Izuku exactly how much of this Todoroki could give him, but he knew Todoroki wouldn't until they were married, and he too wished they were older. Todoroki groaned, dropping his head into Izuku's shoulder as the smaller boy shifted his hips up, moving with him, and the sweet friction made Izuku gasp. "Love, my love, stop it. You know why we can't," Todoroki whispered, pressing Izuku's shoulders into the bed like it would stop his hips from moving. Izuku whined, and he felt Todoroki freeze at the sound. Izuku curled his fingers into Todoroki's shoulders as he ground his hips again, making Todoroki hiss. Namuri said teasing a male usually drove them crazy, made them lose control, but Izuku knew Todoroki had amazing self-control, otherwise he would have already felt exactly how much the other teen loved him. Izuku stuck his bottom lip out in a pout as Todoroki pulled completely away, his breathing heavy as he began freezing, ice forming against the left side of his body in what Izuku knew was to keep his arousal down, both literally and figuratively. Izuku grinned as Todoroki sat up, shifting his basketball shorts uncomfortably, before incredulously shaking his head and leaning his back against the wall. "You knew what you were doing, didn't you?" Izuku hummed, his glow fading as he too sat up, liking his lips playfully as he failed in shoving down the mischievous streak that Namuri had basically given him. "Maybe. Life's hard when you're taught by Nemi." Todoroki hissed, "DMN that heroine." "Why?" Izuku cooed, crawling over to his stunned boyfriend as he settled into the boy's lap, straddling his hips, and he tilted his head. "Nemi taught me all of this and much, much more. I'm not ignorant anymore, I know what I do to you, and I love it." He curled his arms around the shaking boy's neck, feeling his body begin to cool rapidly, and he grinned, bringing his fire to his skin to keep the boy warm. "What's wrong, Shudo?" The boy hissed, his skin cold to the touch, but Izuku pressed their chests together, feeling smug as he brought his fire closer to the surface, heating up Todoroki's body. "Izuku." Izuku wiggled gently, tilting his head as Todoroki groaned, and "Oh, that's a new feeling." Izuku leaned close to Todoroki's flushed face, shifting his hips and making the boy mmm. He sighed softly, pulling his fire back into his chest as Todoroki's ice acted quickly, the pressure against Izuku's thigh rapidly fading as Todoroki blinked, Izuku pressing their foreheads together. Shudo, my one and only, I love you, so much. I want to spend all of my life with you, want to wake up next to you, see your smile and feel your love. I want to make you happy, make you feel like you're flying. I want to love you through your bad days and enjoy you on your good days, want to feel you with me even when you're not, want to know that you'll never leave me." He pulled the rings out of his pocket, and Todoroki inhaled at the sight of them, his eyes looking suspiciously wet. Izuku curled his fire in his fingers, his ribbon glowing happily, and he wrapped them around one of the bands until they sunk in, green flame swirling and spinning around a thin blue ribbon. "My love, I asked you this before, but, will you stand by my side and help me be strong? Will you bring me higher than the clouds and be there to catch me if I fall?" He inhaled shakily, staring at the tears on Todoroki's face. "I promise these things to you, Todoroki Shudo, if you will make me the happiest person alive, and marry me." Todoroki sobbed, nodding as he lurched forwards, pressing a wet kiss to Izuku's lips as he laughed, pulling away to kiss Izuku's tears away. "I thought I wore the pants in this relationship." Izuku laughed wetly, grabbing Todoroki's left hand to slide the green and blue ring onto his ring finger. "I'll always be in charge." Todoroki shakily lifted his hand, staring at the way the glowing ring sat on his finger, a constant reminder of the boy he was promised engaged to. "Izuku, I love you so much." Izuku laughed, pulling the other ring out, still empty and clear, and he held it out to the shaking boy. "This one's mine." Todoroki sniffed, inhaling slowly as his fire danced out of his arm, his brow furrowing as he focused it on his hand, and it took longer than Izuku's had, simply because Todoroki was still kind of unused to using his fire so freely, but soon enough, white and red was inside the ring, red dancing over the white that seemed unmovable. "Aizawa Izuku," Todoroki grabbed his hand, looking up into the green eyes he loved so much. "You kinda beat me to the punch, but that's okay." Izuku laughed, already tearing up, because even though they had already said they were getting married, there was something so much more NTMT about exchanging rings and promises to each other, something that assured Izuku that he was doing the right thing. "You saved me, supported me, and made me happy when I felt like that was something out of my reach. I fell for you hard, and I am so lucky you returned my feelings. Everything about you is something to be cherished, to be loved and flaunted, because Izuku, you're so FING perfect, in every goddamned way, and I love every part of you." Todoroki put the ring onto his finger, glowing the same colors as his hair, and Izuku pressed their foreheads together. I promise to bring you higher than the clouds, to keep you soaring above the world and keep you smiling. I promise to make you happy, to make you feel in ways you've never felt before, and I love you, and I'm so happy these rings will tell the world you're mine. Izuku laughed, tears streaming down his face, and Todoroki gently kissed them all away, chuckling as they just kept falling. Izuku, love, you're so beautiful, even when you're crying. Izuku shoved his face away, his fire practically exploding, and Todoroki laughed as green illuminated the entire room, as if the sun was shining but had somehow turned green. Shut up. Izuku, Todoroki cooed, squeezing his thigh, and the boy squeaked. You can't keep me away. Shudo, if we play that game, you know I'll win. Todoroki sighed, flopping onto the bed. Curses. Izuku laughed, laying down beside him to stare into his eyes, smiling softly as Todoroki brought his left hand up, pressing a kiss against the ring he put there. I love you. I love you too, Izuku whispered, and Todoroki pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead, inhaling and closing his eyes. Our classmates are going to kill us. Izuku choked, sitting up suddenly, and Todoroki blinked in confusion. Ida. Todoroki furrowed his brow. What about Ida? Izuku's ribbon sprang to life, yanking Todoroki out of the bed as Izuku dashed to the door. Tensei was attacked by the hero killer in Hosu, correct? Todoroki stumbled, shoving his shoes onto his feet as he tried keeping up with Izuku's pace. Yeah, it was on the news. Ida chose Hosu as his internship city, and you know Stain doesn't. He doesn't leave until he's taken down a few heroes. Sheet. Todoroki snatched Izuku's wrist, and they began running, Todoroki tiring before Izuku, but they both pushed past it, gasping for breath as they slammed into the hospital that held Ingenium. Can I help you? The startled receptionist asked, people giving them nasty looks as they cut the entire line. This is really urgent, Izuku panted. Todoroki doubled over as he tried to regain his breath. Which room is Tensei in? The woman blinked, looking confused. Ingenium, Todoroki gasped, putting his hands on his head as he stood straight. Turbo Hero, Ingenium. Oh, I'm sorry. She said, not looking that apologetic as the people began telling them to get in line. We don't give hero rooms to the media. You stupid bitch. Todoroki slapped a hand over Izuku's mouth, smile plastered onto his face. This is about his little brother's life. The woman furrowed her brow, and the people began yelling at them to get in line. Tell him Pro Hero Eraserhead's son is here to see him, Izuku spat, mostly to the people who had shut up at the news, glaring at the woman who was taking too long. She nodded slowly, the people unable to object as she made her way to where Ida was, and she knocked on the door, motioning for the two teens to stay. She pulled open the door when Ida asked what she wanted. Sorry to bother you, Ingenium-san, but, Pro Hero Eraserhead's son is here to see you? Let him in. Izuku felt tears spring into his eyes at the sound of his dad's friend, and they fell when he saw the man in the hospital bed, so very pale and weak. The nurse closed the door behind them, telling them they had 10 minutes before they had to leave, and Izuku walked up to the side of the bed, gently placing a hand over the man's arm. Tensei. Are you okay? He whispered, and the man shook his head with a humorless laugh. No. I can't feel my legs. Todoroki blanched, and Izuku inhaled, before he felt like slapping himself. Your spine. The man nodded. I can heal you. Ida flinched, furrowing his eyebrows. Excuse me? My fire can create, as you know. Izuku glanced at the door, making sure the nurse wasn't going to barge in, and he looked back to Ida. It can heal. My fire healed Dad, that's why he came out of the USJ pretty unscathed. I can heal your spine, Tensei. Bullshit, the man breathed, hope bursting in his eyes. You're bullshitting me. Izuku shook his head. I'm not. Please let me heal you, so you can tell your brother F-. Your brother. He whirled around, pointing at Todoroki. Call him, make sure he's okay. What's going on? Ida asked as Todoroki stepped out of the room. What's wrong with Tenya? You were attacked in Hosu, Izuku said, gently shifting the covers aside so he could press his hand over there the man's spine should be. Stain is still in Hosu, and that's where your brother chose his internship to be. No, Tensei whispered, and Izuku nodded, his fire curling around his fingers as it sunk into the man's body, his eyes glowing as he felt it begin healing what had been broken. Yep. His fire was healing other wounds as Todoroki stepped back into the room, shaking his head with a worried look. He's not answering. Izuku cursed, and his fire tingled, telling him it was done healing. He pulled his hand away, Tensei's eyes bulging as feeling from his legs returned. Tears welled up into his eyes, and he looked into Izuku's. Thank you. Izuku nodded. Try calling your brother, tell him to stop being stupid. Izuku turned and dashed away from the room, Todoroki hot on his heels as they ran out of the hospital, heads darting around as they looked for the nearest train station. Too long, Izuku said, snatching Todoroki's wrist as he yanked him into an alley, ready to use his quirk to get them to Hosu. The sun was gone, and he pulled the taller teen to his chest, fire swirling around them as he pictured Hosu's train station, the minty walls, white floors, gray pillars, people milling around. Fire burning at the walls and a crashed train was not what he was thinking of, but he quickly yanked Todoroki away from the collapsing ceilings, keeping their eyes and ears peeled for any civilians left behind. Thankfully, they didn't hear anything, and they got out of the station safely, staring at the fires and heroes everywhere, screaming and fighting against Fing Nomus. Todoroki breathed, and Izuku yanked him away, dodging flying debris as he sent his ribbon out, the glittering blue ribbon splitting into a million others as they all shot out into different directions, looking for Ida. Stain attacks in alleys, doesn't he? Izuku asked, and Todoroki nodded, the both of them panting as they ran to the nearest alley, before one of Izuku's ribbons sang, and he yanked all of the others back to him, where the practically blinked into existence, curling around the two teens as they were propelled to Ida. He was in his shiny armor, laying on the ground, and Izuku inhaled when he saw Stain, held against the wall by Izuku's millimeter-thick ribbon. Native was slumped on the other side, and Todoroki dashed over to him, tossing the hero over his shoulder as he ran out of the alley, going to go find more heroes. "Why are you here?" Ida snarled, and Izuku slowly stepped forwards, staring into Stain's murderous eyes. "Oh," the man said, eyes narrowing at the sight of Izuku. "A powerful one. You are going to save your friend? Go away, Aizawa-kun. I don't want your held. I don't need you." "Good thing I don't care about what you want," Izuku said, swirling his ribbons around Ida and sending him to wherever Todoroki had gone, turning around and a knife to the gut was new. Oh yeah, he used all of his ribbons, like a Fing idiot. "A true hero?" Stain asked, Izuku stumbling back as the knife slipped from his body, and he bared his teeth in hopes to keep the man back. "Too bad we'll never know." Stain dragged his tongue across the blade, and Izuku felt his body go slack, fear crawling up his body as he realized he couldn't move, his quirk wasn't listening to him, he couldn't call his fire. The only thing keeping him sane was the fact that he could still feel it, even if it didn't respond. Stain cried out, dropping the knife and spitting everything in his mouth out, coughing as he slapped his chest. Your blood is poisoned." He went back to coughing, and Izuku's smug face dropped as the man reached over, snatching the back of his shirt and shredding it, tearing it right back off of him. He cried out, the cold air hitting his back, and he heard Stain hiss. "Little hero," the man said, crouching down beside Izuku, who was shaking from suppressed anger. "You're being webbed. F you." Izuku spat, angry fear clawing up his body as he stooped down and tossed him over his shoulder. Hey, put me down." "Villain webbing is done only for villain kids," Izuku froze. "Which villain was okay with you being webbed?" "What?" he asked shakily, blinking as he realized they were now on the roof, Stain running away from where he had kidnapped Izuku. His fire was slow, sluggish, and it had begun sealing his wound, from the inside out, but he could feel his head getting fuzzy. Stain crouched down, staring at two figures across from them. "No villains are okay with their children being webbed, so, who needs to die? My father wasn't okay with it?" Izuku breathily asked, finding that idea bizarre. Stain hummed. "Probably not. Most villains are villains because they've been webbed, or because they witnessed it and aren't okay with it. Or they just enjoy making people suffer." What about you?" Izuku asked, stalling for time as he began regaining feeling in his body. Before Stain could say anything, there was a screech from behind them, and Izuku felt claws grip his sides, making him cry out as his wound was ripped further open. Everything after that was a blur of the sky and floor, hot and cold, people flitting in and out of his vision, soft and hard, white rooms and whiter lights, before everything was silent and black.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.